Booming. The deafening roar of thunder tore through the heavy leaden clouds above my Siuin, as torrential rain cascaded like an inverted heavenly river frantically cleansing this abandoned stretch at the village's edge. Here once lay the ancestral land of the illustrious Senju clan of my Siuin, but now nothing remains save for crumbling ruins overgrown with wild weeds, not even a single intact stone monument to be found. In the center of the muddy ruins, a blonde woman sits dejectedly in a puddle. Her drenched form is clung to by a voluminous green coat that outlines her striking curves in a disheveled display. And yet at this moment the once radiant and exquisite face is marred by ashen despair and pallor. Senju Tsunade, renowned as one of the 3 legendary ninjas and the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, she now clutches a mud-stained green chakra crystal necklace with desperate intensity, her body trembling violently as if confined in an icy cell. Duan. Shoo shoo. Tsunade murmurs softly, her hollow eyes mirroring the rain around her. Yet in her gaze every falling drop appears as a glaring streak of blood red. Blood. Everywhere blood. The grisly sight of Jado Duan's entrails torn asunder, and the body of Shu Shu disfigured beyond recognition by explosive seals interweave in her mind like a relentless nightmare. Ugh! A surge of overwhelming nausea floods over her as Tsunade lies prone in the muddy water retching in agonizing spasms. Hemophobia. This psychological affliction, one that could be fatal to even a medical ninja or any fighter, has utterly shattered the pride of the Senju clan. Tisk tisk tisk, how hideous you are, Lady Tsunade. A cold, shrill voice pierces the driving rain, hissing at her like the tongue of a venomous snake. For ninjas in stark white animal masks and black trench coats materialize like phantoms around Tsunade, encircling her with inescapable intent. At their forefront, the root ninja called Yeshiao surveys the mud-like figure of Tsunade from above, his masked eyes brimming with unabashed mockery and greed. Once the formidable Princess Tsunade, who ruled the battlefields of the Land of Rain, now trembles at even the sight of red muddy water, a fall that evokes helpless lament. Yeshiao unsheathes his ninja blade from his back, the edge still stained with dark red blood from a prior assassination. He deliberately waves the blood-stained blade before Tsunade's eyes. Ah! Remove it! Take it away! Sensing the faint aroma of blood and glimpsing that dark red hue, Tsunade shrieks, as if struck by electricity, recoiling desperately, while her nails curl painfully into her scalp. Ha ha ha! As Lord Tuanzang predicted, you are already finished. Yeshiao bursts into a haughty laugh before his tone suddenly darkens with lethal intent. Lady Tsunade, since you have become nothing more than a useless wreck unable even to grasp a kunai, and with the Senju clan left solely in your charge, this ancestral land, and the hidden underground Senju repository, should be surrendered unconditionally to the village. Surrender the key to the repository and perhaps Lord Tuanzang will show mercy by sparing you a modest dwelling in a corner of the village for your twilight years. Otherwise, Yeshiao steps forward, seizing Tsunade's golden hair and hoisting her roughly as he menacingly warns, for the prosperity of my son, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, you ought to understand sacrifice. Get lost. Don't touch me. Tsunade weakly struggles, yet the psychosomatic grip of her hemophobia renders her incapable of channeling even a trace of chakra. Despair. Overwhelming despair engulfs her. Grandfather Great-uncle, why has the Maisuin you built come to this ruin? Did the Senju clan, who shed blood and sacrificed everything for the village, truly allow their ancestral land to be forcibly seized by these rats lurking in the gutters? It seems you only shed tears when faced with your own coffin. Move. Search her body. Seize the necklace and the scroll. Yeshiao hurls Tsunade to the ground and barks orders at his subordinates. 3 root ninjas like ravenous wolves pounce on Tsunade. Just as their filthy hands are about to make contact with her, a sudden thud resounds. A deep, muffled thud, so resonant it feels as if it could shake one's soul, emanates unexpectedly from the earth's depths. The 3 root ninjas freeze abruptly, as if their hearts had been struck by a massive hammer, blood surging in a turbulent rush. What was that sound? Yeshiao scans his surroundings warily. Thud, thud. The pounding sound of a heartbeat, undeniably that of a colossal being, and it grows faster, louder. Even the puddles on the ground pulsate wildly in sync with the accelerating heartbeat. Crack. Less than 3 meters before Tsunade, the solid bluish stone ground suddenly splits open with a terrifying fissure. Immediately thereafter, a suffocating surge of violet-green chakra, imbued with primeval ferocious energy, erupts from below like a volcanic explosion. Boom! The violent current flings the 4 root ninjas tens of meters away. Even the torrential rain is forcibly halted by the towering column of chakra, creating an eerie vacuum. Tsunade sits dazed in place. Though the raging chakra sweeps violently around her, it leaves her unscathed, instead radiating a life force that feels surprisingly warm and familiar. Within that dazzling pillar of light, a memory long sealed away for decades flickers, as if transcending time and space above the ruins. It is the late Warring States period. A battlefield thick with smoke. A young man bloodied, and with muscles bulging, has a mysterious black wooden spike lodged in his chest, while a furious energy rips through his body. Before him stand the youthful Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Big Hashirama, stop your dithering. This god tree core is too overbearing. My flesh can barely contain it now. Use your Mingshin gate along with the Senju's mightiest sealing technique to entomb me beneath the earth. Harness the earth's energy to neutralize this blazing power. In that moment, Senju Hashirama, tears streaming down his face, forms hand seals and exclaims, "Brother Kangsai, you shall sleep for a long time," followed by a defiant, "What is there to fear? Once you finish building that so-called my Suen, remember to wake me for a drink." The screen shatters with a resounding crash, and in reality the towering violet-green chakra column gradually recedes. A sleek and exceedingly formidable figure slowly ascends from a fissure in the earth, finally alighting steadily before Tsunade. It is a man. He dons an ancient suit of armor, long decayed into tattered strips, with his upper body largely exposed to the air. It is a physique so perfect that it could drive any taijutsu ninja to madness. Standing 2 meters tall, every muscle seems chiseled from granite, honed through countless trials and harboring an explosive force capable of annihilating worlds, yet without a hint of bulk. Yet in stark contrast to this demonic, ferocious physique is his face. It was a face that looked barely in its early 20s, incomparably handsome, even carrying an air of extreme innocence and harmlessness to man and beast alike. At this moment the man slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of black pupils as deep as an abyss, within which faint streams of gold and green light flickered madly in their depths. "Who?" Kitahara Sōsuke let out a mouthful of turbid air. His breath turned into white mist and in an instant blasted the boulder in front of him into dust. He twisted his neck and a series of crisp cracks rang out from his bones like a string of exploding firecrackers. "Slept so long, my back and waist are killing me." Sōsuke rubbed his messy hair. A hint of puzzlement surfaced on that pure, honest face as he turned to look at the surrounding ruins, and finally his gaze fell on Tsunade, who stood there dumbfounded. "Hey little girl." Sōsuke's voice was low and magnetic, carrying an unquestionable authority. "Where are the big pillar and the white hair? How did the village they built end up in such a wretched state? And why are you out here in the middle of the night, playing in the mud instead of sleeping?" Tsunade's mind went completely blank. Big pillar, white hair, such forms of address. Who on earth was this man? Before Tsunade could answer, the owl, who had been blasted away, had already climbed back to his feet. He stared at the mysterious man who had crawled out from underground. Though horror churned in his heart, he still relied on roots backing to bark sharply, "Who are you? You dare obstruct the Umbu in the execution of official duties. No matter what kind of monster you are or where you came from on Konoha's turf, kneel down at once and submit to capture." Owl's hands flew through a rapid series of seals. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. Several high-pressure balls of wind shot toward Sōsuke's back like cannon shells. "Watch out," Tsunade cried out instinctively, yet Sōsuke did not even bother to look back. He merely dug at his ear in mild irritation, a trace of ferocity flashing across that seemingly pure face. "I hate it most when people holler behind my back." Before his words had even faded, Sōsuke's figure vanished from where he stood without the slightest warning. There were no hand seals, no eruption of chakra, not even a residual afterimage left behind. It was sheer absolute physical explosiveness pushed to the extreme. Bang! In the next instant Sōsuke was already standing before Owl. Those wind techniques, powerful enough to shatter rock, struck his granite-like chest, and did not even leave a faint mark, dispersing like a breeze brushing past. Under Owl's gaze of extreme terror, Sōsuke slowly raised his right hand and swung a slap toward him. The motion appeared gentle, yet it sealed off every possible avenue of retreat. Smack! With a crisp crack, Owl did not even have time to scream. His entire upper body, as if struck by a full-speed train, exploded midair into a storm of blood and gore. A pure physical send-off. The 3 remaining root ninja were so frightened their livers and gallbladders seemed to shatter, their legs went weak, and they collapsed to their knees in the muddy water. Sōsuke flicked the blood from his hand in distaste, then turned back to look once more at Tsunade, who had been scared completely witless. Just then a clear mechanical chime suddenly rang out in Sōsuke's mind. Ding! Host awakening detected, system binding in progress. Hahuan system has been activated. Warning. The Shinshu Yang release within the host's body has accumulated for decades and is at the brink of rampage. If yin and yang are not harmonized in time, the host will explode and die within 3 days. Solution: the host must engage in deep yin-yang union with a high-quality kunoichi in order to refine the bloodline and fully master the sage body, and would release. Current locked. First target: Senju Tsunade in extreme grief hemophobia state. Hint: through dual cultivation, the host's pure yang vitality can perfectly heal the target's psychological trauma and physical ailments. Listening to the voice in his mind and looking at the blonde beauty before him, disheveled yet still breathtakingly stunning, Sōsuke's seemingly innocent face slowly twisted into an odd expression. "Senju. Tsunade." Sōsuke stroked his chin. "So you're Big Pillar's granddaughter. This system is basically forcing me to become an old lecher." The downpour still fell, yet the air above the ruins of the Senju compound seemed to have solidified. Ignoring the scarlet warnings still flashing in his mind, Songjie strode up to Tsunade and looked down at this junior who was trembling all over. As he took in her dazzling blonde hair and the faint shadow of Senju Hashirama still lingering between her brows, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in Songjie's heart. Yet in the blink of an eye that warmth was replaced by intense confusion. Little girl, don't be afraid. Songjie did his best to make his tone sound gentle, though with his 2-meter-tall iron tower of muscle paired with that innocent face, the overall impression was an eerie kind of oppressive presence. He crouched down, ignoring the mud caking Tsunade from head to toe, and placed his broad hand lightly on her shoulder. Tell me, what year of Konoha is it now? Where did Big Pillar, that is Senju Hashirama, and that bastard Senju Tobarama run off to? Songjie complained with a frown. Back then they promised they'd dig me out once the village was built, yet they buried me and left me there for decades. My bones are practically rusting. Are they hiding in some tavern enjoying themselves right now? Hearing those two familiar and revered names so casually tumble from the mouth of this mysterious man, Tsunade's mind, hazy from hemophobia, finally regained a sliver of clarity. Her amber eyes widened as she stared fixedly at the man before her, her voice hoarse and trembling from sheer shock. You? Who on earth are you? How dare you address the first and second Hokage by name? First? Second? Songjie froze for a moment, then understood. Oh, sounds like they did all right for themselves, becoming village chiefs. I am Kitahara Sōsuke. By seniority, I'm the sworn big brother of Big Pillar and Uchiha Madara. Since you're of the Senju clan, you should have at least heard my name right. Kitahara Sōsuke. Tsunade felt as if she had been struck by lightning. For the current Konoha, that name was absolutely taboo, yet in the oldest, most secret scrolls of the Senju there were a few scattered words about it. The man who in the Warring States era, as a mere commoner, and without relying on any ninjutsu, could face Susanoo and true several thousand hands hidden, armed only with his iron fists. A peerless taijutsu madman. The demon god who, in order to save the first Hokage, swallowed the core of an unknown monstrosity, and willingly allowed himself to be sealed away. You're really Songjie. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of sobbing. The instinctive reaction of someone in despair suddenly clutching at a life-saving straw. Don't call me by name. Call me ancestor. Or big brother is fine too. My face looks younger than yours anyway. Songjie corrected her with utter seriousness, then patted her shoulder. Enough, don't cry. Go call Big Pillar over. I'm gonna give his rear a proper kicking. And those mask-wearing trash from just now, what were they? How dare they run wild on Senju territory? Upon hearing Songjie's question, Tsunade's eyes dimmed instantly. She lowered her head, tears mixed with rain pouring down into the muddy ground, her voice heartbreakingly shrill. He can't be called back. He will never return. Grandfather passed away before the First Shinobi World War. Second grandpa died in battle to protect his subordinates. The Senju clan voluntarily disbanded and merged into the common folk for the prosperity of the village, and now I'm the only one left. Boom! Tsunade's words struck Songjie like a bolt from the blue, echoing in his mind. Dead. That grand figure who was always lively and sometimes melancholic is dead. That white-haired man who always wore a serious face, but had more cunning than anyone else, is also dead. Even the Senju clan, which they had founded with immense effort, has become a mere memory. Songjie sat there dazed, his innocent face losing expression bit by bit, replaced by a chilling silence. He had been asleep for over 70 years. To suppress the power within him to see with his own eyes that village where his brothers spoke of a place, without war, where children can grow up smiling. He endured the long darkness. But upon waking, everything had changed. His brothers were gone, his home was gone, and only his brother's granddaughter lay like a stray dog in the mud, being bullied by a few worthless scoundrels. Who did this? Songjie slowly stood up, his voice deep, as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld. As he rose, a terrifying chakra storm erupted around him. Boom! The ruins within 100 meters were instantly crushed to dust. The howling wind tore open a massive hole in the heavy rain clouds above. The 3 root ninjas still kneeling on the ground could not even scream under this overwhelming pressure. They bled from all orifices and died with their organs shattered. Tell me, who forced the Senju clan to this point? Who bullied you like this? Songjie's eyes reddened, his fists cracking as the violent yang release chakra manifested as tangible golden-green flames around him. Tsunade was nearly suffocated by this overwhelming aura, yet she felt an unprecedented sense of safety. She cried out the deaths of Dan Kato Shimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold indifference and Danzo's relentless pressure. Monkey! Danzo! Songjie squeezed these 2 names through clenched teeth, his anger turning to a wild laugh. Good. Very good. Those 2 little lackeys who once followed that white-haired man are now daring to defecate on the Senju clan's head. The Great Pillar has a good temper, and the white-haired one thinks of the bigger picture, but I, Songjie of Bayuin, only recognize strength. Today I will tear down the Hokage building and twist off the heads of those 2 little bastards to use as balls. With that, Songjie turned to walk towards the center of the village. However, just as he took his first step, puff, Song Jie suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his tall figure swaying violently. The golden-green flames surrounding him suddenly became extremely violent, starting to backfire against his meridians. Warning! Warning! Host's emotional fluctuations are too great. Ouyang release chakra is completely out of control. Countdown host will explode in 10 minutes, and the area within 10 miles will be leveled. Please immediately engage in yin-yang harmony with the target Senju Tsunade. Only a body of extreme yin can neutralize the pure yang flames. The system's red alert flashed frantically in Song Jie's mind, the piercing alarm ringing in his ears. Damn it! Of all times. Song Jie gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the chaotic power within him. He knew the system wasn't joking. He was forced to seal himself because he couldn't control this power back then. Now that he had just broken the seal, he used his power in a fit of rage, and his body had already reached its limit. He turned to look at Tsunade, still slumped on the ground. Seeing the last bloodline of his brother tortured into this state, a pang of pain flashed through Song Jie's heart. Tip: during the dual cultivation process, the host can guide yang release vitality into the target's body. Yang release is the source of life and can reshape the damaged nervous system, completely eradicate the fear of blood, and greatly enhance physical constitution. The system's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Song Jie took a deep breath. He was a martial arts fanatic, a man of principles, but he was definitely not a lecherous opportunist. But at this moment, to survive and avenge his brothers, to heal the last granddaughter of the Great Pillar, he had no choice. I have lived honorably my entire life. Even if I bear the name of an old lecher today, so be it. Song Jie strode up to Tsunade. In her terrified and confused gaze, this 2-meter-tall, muscular man suddenly bent down, hoisting her over his broad shoulder like a sack. Song Jie, what? What are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed, struggling with all her might. Song Jie remained expressionless, his innocent face serious, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Girl, your illness can be cured by me, and my life depends on you saving me. For the glory of the Senju clan, for you to once again clench your fists and punch those bastards. Song Jie carried Tsunade striding toward a still relatively intact underground chamber deep within the ruins, leaving behind a bewildering phrase. Today I shall borrow your body. Let go of me. Where are you taking me? With her hands slung over Song Jie's broad shoulder, she weakly pounded on his hard back. The weakness caused by her fear of blood made her words come out soft and weak, and the little strength she had was merely a tickle to Song Jie. Song Jie ignored her resistance. His current state was extremely poor. The yang release chakra he had accumulated for decades was on the verge of going berserk. His skin turned a dangerous dark red, veins bulging, and an incredible heat transmitted through his clothes to Tsunade. Let's go treat your illness. Song Jie's large hand unceremoniously slapped her ample thigh, his tone flirtatious. By the way, I'll borrow your excellent physique to save my life. Don't move recklessly. If you provoke me, things might get rougher than you expect. Tsunade's cheeks flushed from his slap. The pure yang energy emanating from the man was extraordinarily domineering, dispelling the chill and fear that arose from her seeing blood. That long-lost sense of security made her feel an unusual dependence. She bit her lip, unusually refraining from continuing to struggle, allowing this young, yet extraordinarily powerful man to carry her forward. Song Jie's pace was swift, and he casually joked. After sleeping for so many years, waking up to meet you, such a great beauty, heaven is treating me well. Once your illness is cured, and we achieve harmony, I'll go chop that old dog Danzo to liven things up. Hearing his crude and arrogant words, Tsunade's ears turned red. She wanted to scold him for being a rogue, but couldn't muster enough strength to even open her mouth. This elder named Song Jie acted in a completely unreasonable manner, yet he had an irresistible charm. However, just as he was about to step into the entrance of the underground chamber, a sudden change occurred. The sharp sounds of dozens of shurikens slicing through the air pierced the rain, as countless kunai and shuriken poured down like a torrential storm, sealing off all escape routes for Song Jie. Following that, more than 30 fully armed elite root ninjas surged forth like a tide of darkness from all directions surrounding the ruins and leaving no gap for escape. Leading them was a tall and thin root jonin wearing a raccoon mask. He glanced at the several bodies of his brutally slain comrades on the ground, his eyes narrowing sharply beneath the mask. Then he drew his ninja blade and pointed it directly at Song Jie. No matter who you are, put down Lady Tsunade. Daring to kill in Konoha's Umbu, you want escape today. Formation. Lightning release, earth walk. At the command of the masked figure, over a dozen root ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Blue and white bolts of violent electricity surged through the puddles on the ground like venomous snakes striking towards Song Jie's legs. Be careful! Tsunade exclaimed. Song Jie stopped in his tracks. He did not put Tsunade down, instead he firmly held her in one arm, a cruel and sinister smile appearing on his innocent face. Back when I was chopping Uchiha Obito with the Great Pillar, your grandfathers were still in diapers, playing ninja techniques before me. Seeking death. Faced with the lightning that could char an elephant, Song Jie not only did not dodge but instead he fiercely stomped his right foot into the ground. Boom! Pure physical power erupted. The ground of the Senju clan seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake with spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading out over 100 meters. The violent lightning was actually repelled by his stomp. What? The masked figure was taken aback. Before he could react, Song Jie's figure transformed into a golden-green lightning bolt, crashing forcefully into the crowd of root ninjas. This was an utterly one-sided massacre. No hand signs, no flashy ninjutsu exchanges. Just the most primitive and extreme aesthetic of violence. Bang! Song Jie threw a punch, the terrifying wind from his fist piercing through a root ninja along with the steel shield he held. Flesh and metal fragments sprayed backward in a fan shape, instantly piercing through the chests of 3 others behind. Crack! He followed up with a backhanded kick like a battle axe, cleaving down, sending the ninja attempting to sneak attack from the side along with his blade into 2 pieces. Blood splattered crazily in the rain, severed limbs scattering like broken dolls. Tsunade, held in Song Jie's arms, witnessed this extreme bloodshed firsthand. Ah, so much blood. The intense visual stimulation triggered her hemophobia to erupt to its peak. She convulsed violently, her face turning as pale as a corpse, her breathing so rapid she was nearly choking. Noticing her abnormal reaction, Song Jie frowned. Troublesome. He took a deep breath, forcibly separating a stream of gentle yang, released chakra, which flowed like golden threads from his palm, slowly infusing into Tsunade's body. This chakra was filled with vibrant life. It not only instantly dispelled the chill within Tsunade, but also like gentle hands smoothed out her tightened nerves caused by extreme fear. Miraculously, the blood-red illusions before Tsunade began to fade, and the nauseating panic was forcibly subdued by this warm power. Dazed, she leaned against Song Jie's hard and warm chest, listening to the steady and powerful beat of his heart, and unexpectedly felt an unprecedented sense of security. As if with this man by her side, even if the heavens collapsed, he could shatter it with a single punch. See, the ancestor didn't deceive you, right? I can cure your illness. Song Jie glanced down at her, a proud smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Then he suddenly turned his head, sharply locking onto the last remaining masked figure. At this moment, the masked figure was so frightened, he could no longer hold his blade, his legs shaking like chaff. Over 30 elite root ninjas were slaughtered by this man single-handedly in less than 10 seconds. This was not a battle between ninjas. This was a crushing of mortals by a god. What? What kind of monster are you? The masked figure shouted in despair and turned to flee. Go back and tell Danzo, that old dog. Song Jie did not pursue. He stood amid the sea of corpses, his voice booming like rolling thunder echoing through the night sky of Konoha. Clean your neck and wait. Ancestor is off to take care of some business. When dawn breaks, I will personally go to the Hokage building and twist off his dog head. With that, Song Jie kicked open the stone door of the underground chamber, striding in, while carrying the already fully resigned and dazed Tsunade. Bang! The stone door slammed shut, blocking out the wind and rain from the outside. Meanwhile, in the center of Konoha, at the underground core base of the Hokage building. Crack! The teacup in the hands of Shimura Danzo, who sat at the head of the table, shattered into pieces without warning, hot tea splashing all over his hand, yet he remained oblivious. He stared intently at a special sensing stone on the table. The sensing stones, representing the 30 elite dispatched to the Senju clan's location, had all shattered within a mere 10 seconds. What happened? That useless Tsunade couldn't possibly possess such strength. Could Jiraiya or Orochimaru have intervened secretly? Danzo's remaining eye flickered with indecision. At that moment, a blood-soaked root umbu stumbled in, kneeling on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling in fear. Lord Danzo! The entire army has perished. A monster crawled out from the underground of the Senju clan. He didn't even use ninjutsu. He killed everyone with one hand. He also said. The umbu swallowed hard, trembling as he repeated. He said that back when he and the Great Pillar were chopping Uchiha Obito, you were still in diapers. He said that when dawn breaks, he will come to twist off your dog head. Boom! Hearing the words Great Pillar and chopping Uchiha Obito, Danzo felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body jolting up from the chair. His gloomy face instantly turned deathly pale, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. A terrifying memory buried deep in his heart for decades surged forth like a tide. It was when he was still a genin that he witnessed a civilian man without chakra pressing the invincible Uchiha Obito to the ground and rubbing him madly. That man was a demigod whom even the first Hokage had to respectfully call Big Brother. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bang! The heavy stone door slammed shut, completely isolating the raging winds and the strong smell of blood from the outside. The room was dimly lit with only a few embedded night pearls on the walls emitting a faint cold light. Song Jie unceremoniously shrugged off the woman on his shoulder. Ouch! She exclaimed, falling onto a wide jade stone bed. Although the stone bed was cold, the yang released chakra that Songjie had just infused into her body was still circulating in her meridians, protecting her heart and suppressing the overwhelming fear of blood. She instinctively shrank back, wary of the man before her. Songjie looked down at her from above, his gaze unrestrained and filled with pure appreciation. The girl was about 163 meters tall, and because she had just been caught in the rain, the oversized green gambler's coat clung tightly to her body. The fabric was semi-transparent, faintly revealing her delicate snow-white skin beneath. What was most striking were her magnificent snowy white features that seemed to dominate the entire ninja world, rising and falling with her rapid breaths, as if they might burst out of her clothing at any moment. Looking down, one could see a pair of long, fair, and flawless legs currently nervously crossed. Complementing her was a face that, though pale, was still stunningly beautiful and could bring nations to ruin. She was simply exquisite. Tisk tisk tisk. Songjie stroked his chin, his innocent-looking face filled with surprise. That big guy with the thick eyebrows and big eyes actually has a granddaughter like you, a genetic mutation. This figure is simply unreasonable. Kongyu felt uneasy under his gaze, her ears instantly turning red. What? What are you looking at? Close your eyes. She, a renowned Sannin, had never been scrutinized like a piece of merchandise before. Yet facing this man who claimed to be the sworn brother of the first Hokage, she felt utterly powerless to be angry. What? Am I not allowed to look at my own junior? Back in the day, I even saw that big guy bathing in the nude, and you're shy now. Songjie grinned, embodying the demeanor of a shameless old lecher. While speaking, he raised his hand and violently tore off the ancient battle armor that had long decayed into rags. Rip! The torn fabric fell to the ground. Songjie's upper body was now completely exposed to the air. It was a perfect male body, standing 2 meters tall, with muscles sculpted like they had been chiseled by a knife, embodying an extreme aesthetic of violence. But at this moment, a dangerous dark red hue spread across his granite-like skin. Veins bulged like coiled dragons, and an astonishing wave of heat radiated from his body, causing the temperature in the entire room to soar. Ding! Warning! Countdown to the host's internal divine Triyong, release critical point 5 minutes. If not immediately engaged in yin-yang harmonization, the host will be obliterated and the surrounding 10 miles will be reduced to rubble. The system's red alarm flashed wildly in Songjie's mind, the harsh sound making his head throb. Are you trying to kill me? I'm just taking off my clothes. Songjie cursed the system in his heart, then walked step by step toward the stone bed. What? What are you going to do? Kongyu looked at Songjie, who was closing in, feeling the intense heat radiating from him, her heart skipping a beat. What do you think? Didn't I just say it outside? Songjie placed his hands on the edge of the stone bed, trapping Kongyu between his arms, leaning his young and handsome face closer, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Treating your illness, saving your life, and by the way, borrowing your body for a bit. No way. You are taking advantage of me. I'm your brother's granddaughter. Kongyu pressed her hands against Songjie's scorching chest, the touch as hard as iron. Don't use seniority to pressure me. I've been asleep for decades, and according to my bone age, I'm at most 20 now. If we count it properly, you, a 30-something old lady, would be taking advantage of me. Songjie teased nonchalantly, his crude jokes flowing out. Besides, with your fear of blood, who else in the ninja world could cure it besides my pure yang body? Just lie still and cooperate a bit, or you'll suffer later. You are shameless. Kongyu was filled with shame and fury, but the intense fear and despair that had originally bound her began to miraculously dissipate amidst his ridiculous banter. This man was domineering, a rogue, yet possessed an irresistible charm. Meanwhile, in the center of Konoha village, beneath the Hokage building at the core base of the route. Silence. An eerie silence. In the spacious underground hall, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Shimura Danzo sat in the chief's chair, his remaining eye fixated on the pile of sensing stones that had turned to dust on the table. Those were the life tokens of 30 elite members of Root. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, 30 elite Jonin-level Umbu were wiped out. You. Say that again. Danzo's voice was hoarse, as if grinding against sandpaper, trembling with a fear he himself had not noticed. The Umbu kneeling below, covered in blood, did not even dare to lift his head. Lord Danzo, that person killed everyone with a single hand without using any jutsu. He also said, back when he cut Uchiha Madara with the big guy, you were still in diapers. He said that when dawn breaks, hell, come to the Hokage building and twist off your dog head. Bang! Danzo slammed his palm on the table, the hard wooden surface instantly splintering. The big guy cut Uchiha Madara. These words hit Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer. His breathing became rapid, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, dripping down his cheeks. A terrifying scene buried deep in his memory for decades exploded in his mind like a nightmare. It was before the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War. He was still a young genin following the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. He had witnessed firsthand at the edge of the battlefield in the Valley of the End, a civilian man without any chakra fluctuations, bare-chested, laughing wildly at the sky. Facing Uchiha Madara's towering godlike complete body Susanoo, that man made no seals and did not evade. He simply threw a punch. Boom! That punch directly shattered half a mountain. The violent wind from the punch tore through Susanoo's absolute defense, wildly grinding Uchiha Madara into the mud along with his armor. Even the first Hokage, hailed as the god of ninja Senju Hashirama, had to bow his head and call out, "Songjie, big brother." Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Danzo suddenly stood up, his body trembling violently from extreme fear. That monster, the one called Kitahara Sōsuke, had clearly swallowed the core of the divine tree, and was sealed deep underground by the first and second Hokage together. How could he still be alive? How could he break free from the seal? Danzo felt his legs weaken. He knew too well the terror of that man. He was a complete lunatic who disregarded reason, politics, and only recognized fists. If he really came back to life, if he discovered that the Senju clan had been pushed to this point by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, if he found out that Kongyu was surrounded and killed by Root, he would tear down the entire Konoha. He really would twist off my head. Danzo shouted in terror, his previously gloomy and ruthless facade completely crumbling in that moment. Quick! Immediately seal all information about the Senju clan. Danzo grabbed the collar of the adjutant beside him, screaming hysterically, "Go summon Hiruzen. Hurry, summon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tell him the sky is falling." The adjutant, terrified, turned pale. "Lord Danzo, the Hokage is resting right now. It's not a good time to rest my ass. Konoha is about to perish." Danzo pushed the adjutant away, not even bothering to grab his cane, stumbling out. "No, I'll go myself. We must activate the highest level of defense barrier immediately." Deep night. The streets and alleys of Konoha lay utterly deserted. A torrential rain had driven every soul indoors. Yet beneath the surface, Root's underground headquarters had erupted into utter chaos. Danzo stumbled wildly out of the base entrance, forgetting even his cane. His right arm, infected by an Uchiha Sharingan and swathed in bandages, throbbed faintly as if echoing the violent, erratic rhythm of his own terrified heartbeat. "S-rank alert! Sound the S-rank alert, now!" Danzo bellowed at his subordinate officer, his voice cracking under the weight of raw fear. The officer froze in place. "Lord Danzo, authorization for an S-rank alert requires the direct order of the Hokage. We of Root hold no such authority." "I said sound it now. I will bear full responsibility." With a furious kick, Danzo shoved aside a blocking ANBU operative and slammed his palm onto the dusty red alarm panel embedded in the corridor wall. That device had not been activated since the Ninetales assault over a decade ago. Woo-woo! A piercing, ear-splitting wail tore through Konoha's midnight sky, 10 times louder than the thunder overhead. Within 3 seconds, lights flared to life across the entire village. From every exit of Root's subterranean passages, black-clad shinobi surged forth like ants from a shattered nest. The ANBU headquarters erupted in equal frenzy. The on-duty ANBU captain sprang upright from his chair and seized the communication device. "All units, attention. S-rank alert. This is not an exercise. Repeat, this is not an exercise." Within 2 minutes, dozens of dark silhouettes streaked across Konoha's rain-lashed skies. Shinobi in full combat gear appeared atop rooftops, in shadowed alleyways, and upon watchtowers encircling the village. Someone was mobilizing the barrier division. Others urgently deployed sensory jutsu. Still others sprinted headlong toward the Senju clan compound, shouldering massive sealing scrolls. The entire village of Konoha, like a war machine rusted silent for over a decade, was being violently reawakened on this storm-racked night. And the architect of this pandemonium, village elder Danzo, was now dashing bareheaded through the downpour toward the Hokage residence, limping with desperate urgency. His flight was undignified beyond measure. The shadowy mastermind behind Konoha's ANBU, the founder of Root himself, ran now like a stricken cur tail between its legs. Rain plastered his face, yet he did not lift a hand to wipe it away. His mind held only one thought. Hiruzen Sarutobi must devise a countermeasure before dawn. Otherwise, that madman truly would wrench his head from his shoulders. Danzo knew North Plains Sōsuke all too well. He was no mere blusterer. He was a monster who spoke of decapitation, and then did it. The Hokage residence. In the bedroom of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, serenity reigned. The old man wore loose white sleepwear, lying on his side beneath the covers, cradling a hot water bottle. Beside him on the nightstand rested his iconic pipe, and beside it a copy of Makeout Paradise opened halfway. His snores boomed like thunder. He slept as deeply as a slaughtered hog. Though the S-rank alarm had reached the residence, its shrill cry had faded considerably, further muffled by the building's inherent sound-dampening barrier, leaving the old man utterly oblivious. Bang! The bedroom door exploded inward. 2 ANBU guards burst inside. The leader lunged straight for Sarutobi's bed and yanked back the covers. "Hokage-sama, emergency. S-rank alert." What?" Sarutobi blinked, groggily awake. Before he could even register what was happening, the two NBU operatives hoisted him upright, one gripping each arm. Wait. Let me at least pull on my trousers. No time, Hokage-sama. Lord Danzo is already downstairs. He says the heavens themselves have collapsed. Dazed and disheveled Sarutobi was half-carried downstairs. Wearing only one slipper, his sleepwear buttons mismatched. The third Hokage of Konoha, sovereign of a great shinobi village, looked less presentable than a drunken vagrant slumped on a street corner. At the foot of the stairs, just inside the first-floor reception hall, Sarutobi beheld a sight that jolted him fully awake. Danzo, that ever-implacable, inscrutable old fox, whose cunning ran deeper than any abyss, stood drenched at the center of the hall, his legs visibly trembling. His face was pallid as though freshly risen from a coffin. For decades Sarutobi had seen Danzo's slyness, his manipulations, his rages. But never had he witnessed Danzo afraid. Yet now, in the depths of Danzo's eyes, 4 words burned with unbearable clarity. Terrified beyond reason. Danzo, what madness is this? Sounding an S-rank alarm at midnight. Have you lost your senses? Sarutobi frowned and reached for his pipe on the nearby table. Hiruzen. Danzo lunged forward, seized Sarutobi's collar, and rasped, his voice shredded beyond recognition. North Plain Sōsuke. Sarutobi's hand froze midair, pipe still inches from his grasp. North Plain Sōsuke has broken free. He has clawed his way up from beneath the Senju compound. Biffed. The pipe slipped from Sarutobi's fingers. Still warm, it landed precisely in his crotch, scorching him so fiercely that the old man leapt straight into the air. Yet pain was the last thing on his mind. His cloudy, aged eyes widened in horror as he locked them onto Danzo. His lips trembled for long moments before he finally forced out a single word. Who? North Plain Sōsuke. The madman who once shattered a fully manifested Susanoo with a single punch. The sworn elder brother of the first Hokage. Danzo's fingernails nearly pierced Sarutobi's shoulders. Not only is he alive, he slaughtered 30 of my men. And he declared at dawn he will come to the Hokage Tower to wrench off my head. The air in the reception hall turned leaden, frozen solid. Sarutobi felt his blood reverse course in his veins. That name, the name sealed by Konoha's highest echelons, banned from all speech, erased from official records. The name before which even the first Hokage bowed his head and called elder brother. Impossible. Sarutobi's voice scraped like sandpaper. My teacher himself swore that seal would hold for 100 years. 100 years. Danzo shrieked, hysterical. He is right now beneath the Senju compound, and... His voice choked off abruptly. A far more terrible realization struck him. And what? Sarutobi pressed. Danzo swallowed hard, despair flooded his solitary eye. He knows. He knows how the Senju clan fell. He knows Tsunade was surrounded by my men. Hiruzen. He said he would dismantle the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi felt the scalding burn on his groin mocking him. Silence hung heavy. 5 full seconds. Then Sarutobi whirled sharply toward the window. Beyond the curtain of relentless rain on the horizon toward the Senju compound, a flicker of golden-green light vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Like the awakening breath of some primordial beast. Summon every Jonin. Immediately, Sarutobi commanded, his voice heavier than it had ever been. And seal off the Senju compound. Radius 500 meters. No one enters. No one leaves. The Shrank alarm of my village has been ringing for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for a ninja military system that has been operational for decades to complete wartime mobilization. Outside the Senju clan grounds, the first to arrive were the Umbu tracking team. 12 elite ninjas wearing beast masks landed in groups of 3, at 4 positions around the ruins, their sensing ninjutsu activating almost simultaneously. But the next second, all 4 groups changed their expressions at the same time. What is this chakra? The team leader of the tracking team maintained the sensing technique with hand seals, veins bulging on his forehead. He sensed a massive chakra source from the direction of the Senju clan. It was an amount of chakra that no human should possess. It wasn't even at the tailed beast level. It was a concentration of pure yang fire, as if a sun ready to explode was buried underground. Report to headquarters. The target's chakra level is unquantifiable. Exceeding sensing limits. Repeat, exceeding sensing limits. A silence echoed from the communicator. 3 seconds later, headquarters replied with a single statement, received. Stand by on site, do not engage. Soon after, the second wave of troops arrived. The Mai military police force fully staffed with 2 squads consisting of 60 combat personnel above the Chunin level. They established a blockade line 300 meters from the ruins and set up 3 layers of sensing barriers using barrier techniques. Then came the third wave, the sealing team. 8 sealing experts in special uniforms rushed to the scene carrying 4 giant sealing scrolls, panting heavily. The elder in the lead saw the inscriptions on the 4 scrolls and his face turned extremely grim. Is this? an upgraded version of the 4 purple flames formation. This level of sealing technique was last used against the Nine Tails. By order of Lord Danzo, the emotionless route liaison officer said, set up a blockade around the target allowing no entry or exit. The elder of the sealing team opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, beginning to set up the formation. In less than 20 minutes, over 200 ninjas had gathered within a 500-meter radius of the Senju clan's territory. Blockade lines, sensing nets, sealing arrays, ambush points, layer upon layer tightly secured. From a high altitude, this ruin looked like it was tightly ensnared by a giant spider web, not even allowing a fly to escape. This scale of defense is even greater than the one during the Nine Tails attack on the village. And all of this is merely to deal with a man who has just awakened from underground. Hokage's residence. Reception room. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally put on his pants. But his expression was grimmer than when he wasn't wearing them. Danzo stood opposite him, having recounted the events for the 3rd time. With each telling, Hiruzen's face paled further. Are you sure? Hiruzen's tone was dry. Are you certain it is indeed Kitahara Sōsuke himself, not someone impersonating him? 30 elite root shinobi all wiped out in 10 seconds. Just one hand. No ninjutsu. Danzo enunciated each word clearly. Tell me, in the entire ninja world aside from that monster, who else could achieve this? Hiruzen fell silent. He slowly returned to his chair, trembling fingers finally managing to pack the tobacco into his pipe after 3 tries. Teacher, the 2nd Hokage once told me something before his death. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his voice hoarse. He said that there are 2 absolute existences in Konoha that must not be provoked. One is the Nine Tails and the other is Kitahara Sōsuke. The Nine Tails is because of its uncontrollable power, while Sōsuke is due to his unpredictable nature. Danzo's mouth twitched slightly. So what do you plan to do? Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. The embers in his pipe flickered, reflecting the wrinkles on his aged face. Where is he now? In the underground chamber of the Senju clan. Danzo lowered his voice. Tsunade is inside too. Hiruzen's brows furrowed tightly. Tsunade is with him. He carried her away. Danzo's expression was complicated. After killing all my people, he took Tsunade into the chamber and locked the door from the inside. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. He didn't care about Tsunade. What he cared about was what condition that man was in behind the door of that chamber. How much of his strength has recovered? I don't know. Danzo shook his head. But even if he has only regained 10%, we combined would not be enough to fight him. Hiruzen, you know better than me. Hiruzen certainly knew. He had witnessed that punch in his youth. The image of that punch had appeared in his nightmares countless times. A civilian man without bloodline limits, without tailed beasts, or even chakra talent, stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world solely with his physical body. That was a negation of all ninjas. Reinforcements. Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and stood up. Add 300 more people around the Senju clan. Shift all the elite of the Sarutobi clan over. The sealing team must complete the formation before dawn. And then, Danzo pressed. Then, wait for dawn. Hiruzen walked to the window, staring at the village shrouded in heavy rain. If he truly is Sōsuke, we need to talk. Talk. Danzo's voice turned sharp. Are you crazy? He said he would twist my head off. Do you think he is the kind of person who can sit down and negotiate? Hiruzen did not respond, because he knew Danzo was right. Kitahara Sōsuke had never been a reasonable person. He only understood the language of fists. Hiruzen. Danzo stepped forward, lowering his voice. There is another way. While he is in the chamber now, we can deploy the 4 purple flames formation and use sealing techniques to seal the entire chamber along with him inside. Just like how the 1st and 2nd Hokage did back then. Hiruzen turned his head and glanced at Danzo. Back then it was the 1st and 2nd Hokage personally intervening, taking 3 days and nights to seal him. Hiruzen's tone was very calm. Do you think in today's Konoha there is anyone who can do that? Danzo's mouth opened and closed without a word. The reception room fell into silence again. Outside the window, the heavy rain continued to pour. In the direction of the Senju clan, the chakra source, marked by the sensing ninjas as exceeding limits, was pulsing at an eerie frequency. It fluctuated rapidly, like a heart beating wildly. Suddenly, an urgent communication from the sensing team came through. Report to Hokage-sama. The target's chakra is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. The temperature is rising sharply. The ground around the chamber has begun to crack. Hiruzen and Danzo both changed their expressions. He wouldn't be planning to make a move, would he? Danzo's voice changed in pitch. Hiruzen stared out the window intently, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the pipe turning white. And in that underground chamber, heavily surrounded by 500 ninjas, the dark red aura on Kitahara Sōsuke's body had already spread to his neck. His time is running out. The temperature in the secret chamber had become abnormal. The luminous pearls embedded in the walls began to develop tiny cracks under the high temperature, their faint cold light flickering unpredictably. The air surrounding the jade bed was warping, reminiscent of the heat waves on a hot summer's asphalt road. Song Jie knelt on one knee before the stone bed, one hand bracing against the edge, his fingers cracking ominously. His skin had transformed from dark red to an almost transparent crimson, clearly revealing the golden-green chakra surging through every vein beneath. The chakra no longer stayed obediently within the meridians. Instead, it surged chaotically like boiling magma. With each collision against the meridian walls, his body convulsed violently. Pain. It felt as if 10,000 red-hot iron rods were simultaneously driven into the gaps of his bones. Warning. The Yang release chakra has breached the 7th level of the meridian gate. The host's physical limit countdown 4 minutes 17 seconds. Please execute the yin-yang harmony immediately. The target is right in front of you. Shut up. Song Jie squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. He lifted his head to look at Tsunade on the stone bed. Tsunade was curled up in the corner of the bed, her arms tightly hugging herself. Her lips were pale and her body trembled slightly, but she was much better than before when she was outside. The Yang release chakra that Song Jie had previously infused into her body was still at work, at least temporarily suppressing the symptoms of her hemophobia. Girl. Song Jie's voice became hoarse, losing its previous teasing and frivolous tone. I don't have time to explain everything to you. Slowly. He pushed himself up from the stone bed, his tall figure looming over Tsunade. Tsunade raised her head, meeting his gaze. The originally deep black eyes now had golden-green light occupying a significant portion of the pupils, resembling 2 highly compressed fireballs. The Yang release within you. Tsunade, being a medical ninja despite her weak state from hemophobia, still keenly noticed the anomaly within Song Jie. Is it backfiring on you? Not just backfiring. Song Jie flashed a smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. In 4 minutes I will explode. Taking everyone within a 10-mile radius with me. Tsunade's pupils dilated. 10 miles. That half of Konoha. Yes, half of Konoha will be buried with me. Song Jie interrupted her unceremoniously. So you only have 2 choices now. He extended 2 fingers, waving them in front of Tsunade. First, let me touch you. I will use Yang release to cure your hemophobia, and you will use your Senju clan's extreme yin physique to help me balance the Yang release. We both live. Second, you refuse, and 4 minutes later we both explode into fireworks. The Senju bloodline will end here, and the clan will be utterly extinct. Song Jie paused for a moment, then suddenly revealed a mischievous grin on his innocent face. Of course, I'm not a saint, so I personally lean towards the first option. After all, if I die, I won't be able to beat up Danzo. Tsunade bit her lip tightly. She was not a naive girl who had never seen the world. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, having experienced 2 great wars, she had been through her share of struggles in the gambling world for over a decade. She clearly understood that this man was not bluffing. The scorching heat radiating from his skin, capable of evaporating rainwater, and the scorch marks already appearing on the jade bed beneath them told her this was real. But to make her agree to a man she had only known for less than an hour, what are you hesitating about? Song Jie frowned, worried that I won't take responsibility. Don't say that. Tsunade yelled in embarrassment and anger. Song Jie laughed instead, but halfway through his body suddenly stiffened. Puffed. Another mouthful of blood spewed out, splattering onto the jade bed, a shocking sight. Countdown 2 minutes 58 seconds. The host's 8th level meridian gate is about to collapse. Tsunade saw that blood. In the past, her hemophobia would have triggered immediately. But strangely this time, she did not feel the overwhelming fear and disgust. She only felt her heart seize suddenly. Panic. Not out of fear of blood, but of the anxiety that this man before her might die. This inexplicable man who had crawled out from underground was her grandfather's sworn brother. He was the last pillar of the Senju clan. He was also the only one standing in front of her tonight capable of shattering those root traders into pieces. If he died, the Senju would truly have nothing left. Can you guarantee that you'll cure my hemophobia? Tsunade's voice was very low. Song Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning. If I say I can cure it, then I can. Back then, when the Great Pillar lost to Madara, I was the one who helped him regain his honor with a single punch. Do you think your big brother is the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Tsunade closed her eyes. Her fingers tightened around the green chakra crystal necklace on her chest. Break. Rope tree. If she died here, there would be no chance for her to avenge them. If you dare say a word to the outside, I will sew your mouth shut. She released her tightly held arms. Song Jie raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile appearing on his innocent face. Don't worry, my ancestors are tight-lipped. He leaned down. His scorching hand covered Tsunade's shoulder, and through her soaked clothing the searing heat instantly spread throughout her body. Tsunade trembled all over, instinctively wanting to push him away. But Song Jie did not give her a chance to change her mind. A powerful and almost tangible surge of pure yang energy, suddenly surged into Tsunade's meridians from his palm. That sensation felt nothing like the flow of chakra. It was more akin to a sun that had been compressed for decades suddenly exploding within her. Ah! Tsunade tilted her neck back, her previously pale skin instantly taking on a strange pink hue. That pink spread from her neck along her collarbone and shoulders, radiating throughout her body. Her skin began to glisten with fine beads of sweat, her clothes soaked through by sweat and the earlier rain clinging to her body. The body that had driven the entire ninja world mad now shone brilliantly under the dim pearl light. The bone-chilling cold from her hemophobia was receding. Not slowly receding, but being forcefully expelled by an unreasonable and intense heat. In its place was a strange heat rising from the depths of her marrow, one that frightened her yet was irresistible. Don't be afraid. Song Jie's voice exploded in her ear, low, scorching, carrying an undeniable dominance. Leave it to your big brother. Tsunade's last shred of rationality snapped at that moment. Her hands no longer pushed away but uncontrollably tightened around Song Jie's iron-like muscles. Ding! Yin-yang harmony activated. Detected that the target Senju Tsunade's extreme Yin bloodline is beginning to resonate. The pure yang flame is being guided. Host's meridian collapse countdown paused. Fusion progress 0, 1, 0, 3. Song Jie felt the yang release chakra within him on the verge of explosion, beginning to be pulled by a cooling force, as if floodwaters had found their drainage outlet. This was critical. The granddaughter of the Great Pillar, this physique, was simply born to be his antidote. Outside the secret chamber, 500 ninjas stood on high alert. The leader of the sensing team suddenly widened his eyes. The fluctuation of that chakra has changed. It's not the rhythm of going berserk. It's... He paused, his expression becoming extremely strange. It's pulsing at a regular frequency. An elder from the sealing team leaned over to take a look at the fluctuation curve on the sensing orb, his old face turning beet red. Having lived for over 60 years, he certainly knew what that frequency represented. How about we retreat a bit? Hokage residence. A report from the sensing team came through the communicator, and both Hiruzen and Danzo fell silent at the same time. After a while, Danzo's face turned ashen. What is he doing locking Tsunade in that secret chamber? Hiruzen did not answer. He glanced out the window, silently picked up his pipe, and then silently set it down again. Then he said something that almost made Danzo faint. The stone door of the secret chamber was sealed shut. Outside, 500 shinobi stood in rigid formation. Inside, only 2 sets of breaths echoed. Time had lost meaning. Minutes, hours. In an instant, her consciousness dissolved entirely, as if she had been hurled into a blazing furnace. It was not pain. It was heat. Searing, relentless heat surging outward from the very marrow of her bones. Sugai's yang release chakra defied reason. Unlike gentle medical ninjutsu, it surged through her body with brutal force, scouring every blocked meridian until none remained obstructed. The atrophied nerve endings, withered by hemophobia, were reignited one by one with scorching vitality. Excruciating. Yet after the agony came an unfamiliar, long-forgotten clarity. Like a riverbed dammed for decades, suddenly shattered by a single hammer blow, unleashing a torrential flood. Tsunade could feel her long-desiccated chakra reservoir swelling. Not merely refilling but expanding at a frantic pace. No, expanding. Her chakra capacity had always ranked among the highest in the shinobi world. Yet now, catalyzed by Sugai's pure yang energy, the slumbering Senju bloodline within her began to awaken. The foundational circuitry of the Byakugo technique reactivated. The capacity of her Yin seal surged exponentially. The sensation was overwhelming. Tsunade's fingernails dug deep into Sugai's arm, but left not even a faint mark upon his skin. Relax, Tsugai murmured from above, his voice ragged with exertion. The tighter you hold, the more violently yin and yang will clash. You say that so easily. Tsunade gritted her teeth, sweat already soaking the stone bed beneath her. Tsugai said nothing more. His own condition was scarcely better. Decades of accumulated yang release chakra now poured uncontrollably from every point of contact between their bodies. It felt like opening a high-pressure valve. The searing energy gushed forth only to be gradually absorbed and neutralized by Tsunade's profoundly yin bloodline. Fusion progress 7, 2, 11, 19. For host's meridian pressure continues to decline. Divine Tree Core has entered preliminary fusion phase. Target Senju Tsunade. Byakugo technique's foundational circuitry has reactivated. Yin seal capacity increased by 300. System notifications flickered ceaselessly across his mind. But Tsugai paid them no heed. His entire focus was locked on regulating the output of yang release chakra. Too fast and Tsunade's body would shatter. Too slow and he himself would detonate. That equilibrium was exquisitely fragile. Yet Tsunade's constitution did not disappoint. The Senju bloodline was by nature the ultimate vessel for Yin chakra. Coupled with Tsunade's innate aptitude for the Byakugo technique, her body absorbed yang release energy with astonishing efficiency. Big pillar, your granddaughter's constitution far surpasses yours, Tsugai mused inwardly. As fusion advanced, the dangerous crimson hue shimmering across his skin finally began to recede. The golden-green flames softened, no longer scorching the air with violent intensity. The chamber's temperature eased as the fissures spreading across the night pearls embedded in the walls ceased worsening. But the true transformation unfolded within Tsugai. The divine tree core, this black thorn embedded in his chest for decades, had at last halted its rejection response catalyzed by the harmonious convergence of yin and yang. It began integrating into his cells. Tsugai sensed a new power stirring in his veins. Not the familiar might of raw physical strength, but something deeper, older earthborn vitality pulsing with primordial life. Emerald-green traceries like tender roots briefly surfaced across the back of his right hand before vanishing. Would release, the signature ability of Senju Hashirama, was taking root within him. Though still nascent, Tsugai knew with certainty this was only the beginning. Ding. Divine Tree Core. Preliminary fusion successful. Would release basic form unlocked. Current fusion rate 21. 3. Further integration requires sustained yin-yang resonance. Bonus effect, target Senju Tsunade's core hemophobic pathology has been eradicated by yang release vitality. Damaged neural pathways fully reconstructed. Tsugai exhaled. A long, slow breath. He had survived. Then he looked down at Tsunade beneath him. Her eyes were half-lidded amber irises unfocused, her entire being drained of strength. Yet her complexion bore no resemblance to what it had been moments before. The deathly pallor had vanished, replaced by a healthy, radiant flush. Every pore glowed faintly, the unmistakable sign of chakra overflowing from within. That already breathtaking physique, nourished by yang release vitality, now ripened like autumn fruit. Her drenched garments clung to her form, revealing glimpses of luminous snow-white skin. Her waist was slender beyond expectation for a woman in her 30s, starkly contrasting the voluptuous curves above enough to unmoor any shinobi's composure. Tsugai rubbed his nose and looked away. All right. The hardest part is over. Tsunade didn't answer. She turned her head, golden hair spilling across the white marble bed, veiling most of her face. Yet Tsugai saw it anyway. Her ears flushed crimson, the blush deepening all the way to her nape. Wise to her discomfort, he offered no teasing remark, instead pushing himself upright from the stone bed. He flexed his fingers, savoring the novel energy humming beneath his skin. His meridians ran clear. Most of the rampaging yang release chakra had been neutralized by Tsunade's profound yin constitution. The remainder settled quietly in his dantian, seamlessly fused with the divine tree core. Tsugai raised his right palm, facing upward. Emerald chakra coalesced in his palm, and from its center sprouted a slender sapling, swaying gently before unfurling two tender leaves. Tsugai studied the sapling for 3 full seconds, then crushed it in his fist. Big pillar's ability. Not half bad, he murmured to himself, a wry smile tugging at his lips. When fusion deepens further, can I even conjure 1,000-armed cannon? A rustle stirred from the stone bed. Tsunade rolled onto her side, turning her back to him, her voice muffled. Could you at least find something to wear first? Tsugai glanced down at his bare torso, then at the scattered ruins of his ancient battle armor lying on the floor, and spread his hands in feigned innocence. Kid, I blew up my clothes. Nothing left to wear. Any spare garments in this chamber? Tsunade paused, silent for a moment. The wooden chest in the corner. It belonged to grandfather. There should be clothing inside. Tsugai crossed to the corner and opened the dust-covered chest. Inside lay a neatly folded deep blue high-collared robe and a pair of forearm guards. The fabric remained pristine despite decades of storage. Embroidered discreetly on the inner collar was the Senju clan crest. Tsugai lifted the robe and paused. This was Big Pillar's garment. He stood motionless for several seconds, then slipped it on. Hashirama's frame was towering well over 2 meters tall, and yet the robe fit Tsugai perfectly. The deep blue robe framed his youthful, striking features, tempering his fierce aura with quiet dignity. Tsugai turned around. Tsunade had risen silently and now sat watching him, her gaze fixed, unblinking. Her eyes welled with sudden tears. You wearing that? Her voice broke. You look just like grandfather. Tsugai held her gaze for a beat, then flashed a bright, easy grin and rapped her gently on the crown of her head. Don't cry. At dawn, I'll take you out to deal with those bastards who dared harm you. He strode to the stone door and pressed his ear against its icy surface. Muffled footsteps and clinking metal echoed from beyond. Tsugai arched a brow. Kid. Looks like quite the crowd gathered outside. Tsunade stepped beside him, instinctively extending her sensory chakra, then paled. Over 500. And the chakra signature of the four-corner flame formation. She drew a sharp, shocked breath. They're treating you as a threat on par with the Ninetails. Tsugai turned. his expression disarmingly innocent yet his smile blazed with quiet ferocity. Only 500. That old dog Danzo underestimates me terribly. He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking like dry timber. Come on kid, let's go for a little walk outside. Boom! The stone door was not pushed open but rather shattered into pieces by a kick from Songjia. Tons of heavy bluestone exploded into countless fragments carrying the steaming heat of the secret chamber as they fiercely spread outward. As the debris had yet to settle, a dense cold light lit up across from them. It was explosive tags. Thousands of explosive tags were plastered across every inch of the ground and walls, surrounding the secret chamber's exit, forming a web of blue and white detonating chakra lines, ready to turn the entire area into scorched earth at a signal. For giant ceiling pillars stood at the corners of the ruins with a purple barrier resembling a transparent cage tightly enclosing an area of 200 meters in radius. 500 ninjas were divided into 4 defensive lines. The outermost layer was made up of military police forces wielding standard-issue kunai and arranged in formation. The second layer consisted of elite umbu, all wearing beast masks, hands forming seals poised to strike. The third layer was the ceiling class with 8 experts kneeling beside the ceiling pillars, maintaining the formation, their faces pale from the immense chakra consumption. In the innermost layer, directly facing the secret chamber's exit, stood a line of special forces shouldering giant crossbow arrows, the tips coated with paralyzing poison. All eyes were fixed on the dust-filled opening. The downpour had ceased. A crack appeared in the clouds and moonlight poured down, illuminating the battlefield that felt as if it were under siege. The dust gradually dispersed. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. Standing at 2 meters tall, he wore a deep blue high-collar long robe of the Senju clan, with his sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing the muscular lines of his forearms. On that overly youthful face was a hint of lazy amusement. Songjia. Yet what rendered everyone speechless was not this monster crawling up from the ground. It was the woman beside him, Senju Tsunade. She walked half a step to the right of Songjia, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, damp yet shimmering softly in the moonlight. That face, pale no more. The ashiness was gone. Instead it was replaced by a layer of rosy hue that radiated from within her fair skin, nearly glowing under the moonlight. In her amber eyes there was no longer the emptiness and despair of the past, nor the volatility and hostility of the Sannin era. Those eyes were gentle. One could even say, they were obedient. She slightly lowered her head, her walking posture no longer exuding the previous aura of don't touch me or I'll kill you, but rather subconsciously leaning toward the man beside her, as if accustomed to being enveloped by his shadow. The soaked green jacket was long forgotten, replaced by a light-colored inner shirt she had found from a wooden box, the thin fabric stretched tightly over her more voluptuous body, nurtured by the yang release. Her slender waist could barely be grasped, while the curves above were exaggerated to an unreasonable degree. A pair of fair gleaming long legs were exposed to the night, and without proper shoes she walked barefoot on the rubble, completely unaware. Upon noticing she had no shoes, Songjia naturally reached out to wrap his arm around her waist, lifting most of her weight. Tsunade did not struggle. She didn't even curse. Her ears turned slightly red as she cast her gaze aside, pressing her lips together. This scene directly fried the brains of the 500 Konoha ninjas. Is that Lady Tsunade? An intermediate ninja from the military police rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Impossible. When has Lady Tsunade ever been this quiet? Last month she threw an upper ninja who teased her out 3 streets. That man is hugging her waist and she actually didn't strike back. Whispers spread like wildfire among the defensive line. The tracking team leader stared intently at Tsunade's chakra fluctuations, his expression growing more peculiar. Her chakra has recovered. No, it's not just recovered, it's stronger than before. And that frequency of fluctuation. He swallowed hard, not daring to finish his sentence. An elder from the ceiling class also sensed something unusual. He looked at the faintly flowing chakra resonance between Songjia and Tsunade, his old face reddening, coughing twice before turning his head away. Songjia paid no mind to the reactions of those around him. He scanned the dense crowd of ninjas, the barrier, the explosive tags, and the crossbowmen, a playful expression emerging on his innocent and harmless face. Girl, did you see that? Songjia glanced down at Tsunade. Tsunade lifted her head. Those amber eyes were remarkably clear under the moonlight, a stark contrast to the person who had entered the secret chamber. She softly responded. Her voice was so gentle that it startled even herself. She instinctively frowned, trying to regain her former assertiveness. But when faced with Songjia's smiling black eyes, the harsh words that had been on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Songjia's mouth curled into a radiant smile. You Konoha folks are really enthusiastic. I wake up from a nap and here I am greeted with explosive tags and barriers. Is this a welcome banquet for me? His voice was not loud, but in the silent battlefield everyone heard him clearly. No one dared to respond. The silence weighed heavily like a leaden plate on everyone's heads. Songjia took 3 steps forward with Tsunade. The innermost crossbowmen collectively took a step back, their hands trembling on the crossbow arms. Tsunade suddenly tugged at Sangjia's sleeve. Don't kill anyone. Her voice was soft. Most of them are ordinary ninjas just following orders. Sangjia glanced down at her, raising an eyebrow. When did you start speaking for the Konoha people? That bunch of root scum didn't hesitate to bully you. That's different. The root is Danzo's private army, but these people are the ninjas left by my grandfather. Sangjia stared at her for 2 seconds, then smiled. Fine, in the name of the Great Pillar, I'll show some mercy. He released Tsunade's waist and stepped forward. Directly opposite, the crowd parted, and a burly man wearing an eagle mask strode out. The leader of the Umbu, a genuine elite shinobi, exuded a murderous aura more intense than all those around combined. He held a gleaming katana, its tip aimed directly at Sangjia. Northland Sangjia. The voice from behind the eagle mask was deliberately lowered, carrying an undeniable authority. You are suspected of killing more than 30 Konoha Umbu law enforcement officers and taking Senju Tsunade hostage. Hostage? Sangjia interrupted him. He turned to glance at Tsunade behind him. Tsunade stood quietly, bathed in moonlight, exuding a gentle aura that seemed to wash away all grandeur. It had nothing to do with the words taken hostage. Sangjia turned back, his once innocent and harmless face slowly losing its smile. Say that again. Who is taking whom hostage? The eagle mask's hand tightened slightly, the blade reflecting Sangjia's eyes that were gradually glowing with a golden-green light. He swallowed hard, but the tip of the sword did not lower. By the orders of the Hokage and Lord Danzo, prepare for battle. Release. The word arrow had yet to leave his mouth. Sangjia's smile was completely wiped away. Since you don't know my ancestor, then let you all get to know him well. Sangjia took a step forward. Just one step. The tip of the katana in the hands of the eagle mask trembled visibly. I'll give you one more chance. Sangjia tilted his head, a smile on his handsome face in his early 20s. His tone casual, as if chatting with a neighbor. Swallow that last sentence and take your people and leave. I'm in a good mood today and don't wish to see blood. The Adam's apple of the eagle mask moved slightly. Behind him, 500 ninjas stood ready. The 4 ceiling pillars buzzed and a purple barrier enveloped the heavens and the earth. The crosshairs of the archers all locked onto Kenji's chest. This was the highest combat deployment of Konohagakure. Even any Srank rogue ninja or a tailed beast level threat would have to think twice in the face of such an array. But the eagle mask saw the look in Sangjia's eyes. In those black eyes there was no tension, no vigilance, not even a hint of killing intent. Only a pure impatience from a position of superiority. It was like an adult watching a group of children wielding sticks in a display of bravado. Fire! The eagle mask finally shouted the order. He had no choice. The joint command of the Hokage and Danzo weighed heavily upon him. As a captain of the Umbu, he had no qualification to retreat. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of giant bolts coated with paralyzing poison were simultaneously shot out, their tips gleaming with a cold gleam under the moonlight, sealing off all space in front of Sangjia in a fan shape. Meanwhile, the elite Umbu on the second line of defense formed seals together. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. 3 types of elemental ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, with fire borrowing the momentum of wind, its power increasing tenfold. A torrent of flames accompanied by a raging wind surged towards Sangjia, capable of turning an entire street to ashes. The sky was illuminated. Everyone present believed this barrage was sufficient. No matter how strong the opponent was, in the face of such a scale of crossfire, there was not even a gap to catch a breath. Sangjia stood still, not moving. He didn't even raise a hand. He merely frowned slightly, then, humph. He let out a gentle breath from his nose. Just that one sound. So understated it didn't seem like it belonged on a battlefield. But in the next instant everyone's world changed. Boom! An invisible force erupted from Sangjia, as the epicenter expanding outward at the speed of sound in all directions. It was not a chakra shockwave, nor wind release, nor any no ninjutsu. It was pure pressure. A condescending gaze from the highest existence in the ninja world, unreservedly looking down upon lesser beings. All the bolts exploded just 3 meters in front of Sangjia, their shafts bursting apart, the metal tips ground to dust by the invisible force, scattering into the air like metallic powder. The fireball from fire release was extinguished in an instant, like a candle snuffed out by a giant hand. The wind release was sucked back, toppling its caster. Earth flow wall. The earthen wall had barely risen half a meter before it shattered into a pile of dirt. Then the range of pressure continued to expand. Crack! The purple barrier on the 4 giant ceiling pillars shattered like paper pierced by a red-hot iron rod, beginning from the center. The cracks spread at a visible speed, and within 3 seconds the entire 4 purple flames formation collapsed with a resounding crash. Fragments of the purple barrier flew through the sky like a bizarre meteor shower. 8 experts from the ceiling team simultaneously bled from their 7 orifices and fell backwards. Biffed! The innermost archers, 12 in total, all spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Biffed, biffed, biffed. The elite Umbu on the second layer couldn't hold up for even half a second, one after another, vomiting blood and kneeling down. Their masks shattered, revealing pale faces devoid of color. The military police on the third layer didn't last even a second. Everyone seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, kneeling in unison, their weapons clattering to the ground. Finally, the outermost layer. Those patrolling ninjas who initially thought they were far enough and safe also buckled under the residual pressure, collapsing into the mud. No more than 5 seconds passed. 500 ninjas, 1/3 of Konohagakure's active elite, all knelt down. Not a single person remained standing. The eagle mask knelt at the forefront, the katana slipping from his hands and sinking into the mud. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout something, but his throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to produce a sound. His body trembled violently, not from injury, but from fear. Pure soul-deep fear. The pressure felt like the ocean pouring into a cup, and in that moment his mental world was nearly shattered. The ruins of the Senju clan were shrouded in complete silence. Only Tsunade stood. The moonlight fell upon him, the deep blue hem of his long robe fluttering slightly in the residual waves. His youthful, handsome face bore no smile, and the golden-green light in the depths of his pupils flowed slowly. He looked down at the kneeling ninjas as if observing a group of ants. "I once told the Great Pillar something." Kanji's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. "No matter how many ninjutsu you know, how many people you gather, or how many formations you use, in the face of absolute power." He bent down, pinching the edge of the eagle mask's broken mask with 2 fingers, gently tugging it to reveal the bloody face of a man in his 30s. "All of it is trash." Tsunade let go, and the mask fragments fell to the ground with a clatter. He straightened up and walked back to Tsunade's side. Tsunade stood still, not moving. She watched Kanji's back, then glanced at the kneeling ninjas. Among them were elite Umbu sealing specialists and experts whom she had once feared. At this moment they all lay in the mud, not daring to breathe loudly. And the man who caused all this merely snorted. Just once. Tsunade suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. It was not fear. It was something indescribable that made her cheeks flush. Tsunade approached her, looking down at her from a height. "Come up, girl." He squatted down, turning his back to Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned for a second. When had one of the legendary Sannin been treated like this? She opened her mouth to refuse, but saw Tsunade's ridiculously broad back and the small Senju clan emblem inside the collar of his long robe. For some reason the refusal stuck in her throat and couldn't come out. She bit her lip, placed her hands on Kanji's shoulders, and wrapped her fair legs around his waist. Tsunade stood up, supporting her effortlessly, as if carrying a bag of cotton. Kushina lay on Tsunade's back, her face pressed against the nape of his neck. Beneath the fabric of his deep blue robe there were muscles harder than steel. With each step, he took the muscles in his back, flexed slightly, causing her entire body to sway gently. It was very steady. It felt as though she was being carried by a walking mountain. Kushina remained silent, her hands resting on Tsunade's shoulders, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the edge of his collar. Her gaze crossed over Tsunade's shoulder, looking at the ninjas, still kneeling on the ground. 500 people. Not a single one dared to lift their heads. A few elite Umbu even trembled, cold sweat evident on their faces as their masks shattered. Suddenly Kushina remembered something. When she was young she had gone through her grandfather's top-secret notes in his study, where one page was mostly covered in ink, leaving only one sentence. "If Tsunade wakes with the strength of Konoha, do not obstruct." At that time she thought her grandfather was exaggerating. Now she believed it. Tsunade carried Kushina on his back, boldly striding through the 500 kneeling ninjas. He walked slowly, taking large strides. With each footfall the kneeling ninjas shrank their necks. No one dared to block his path. Not even a soul dared to breathe too loudly. When he reached the edge of the blockade, Tsunade paused for a moment. On the ground lay an elderly man from the ceiling class, bleeding from 7 orifices and unconscious. The old man was still tightly clutching a ceiling talisman covered in inscriptions. Tsunade glanced down. "For Purple Flames Formation." He read the name and scoffed. "The seal used by the Great Pillar in the toilet back in the day is more advanced than this." Kushina. She wanted to ask if he could be a bit more serious. But her mouth moved, yet she did not speak. Tsunade stepped over the blockade without a moment's pause, exiting the ruins, and stepping onto the main road leading to Konoha. The torrential rain had already stopped and the ground was covered in pools of water, the moonlight shining down, scattering silver across the ground. Tsunade casually asked, "Girl, do you have a place to stay in Konoha?" "Yes." Kushina's voice was muffled. "It's a small apartment in the southern part of the village." "An apartment?" Tsunade frowned. "The granddaughter of the first Hokage lives in an apartment." "What about the clan's main residence?" Kushina fell silent for a moment. The main residence was reclaimed by the village when the clan's lands were disbanded. It was said to be used for public construction. "My ninja research lab, medical archive, and the storage place for the Flying Thunder God technique left by my great-grandfather have all been taken over by the root." Danzo said, "Those are village properties, not for the Senju family." Tsunade stopped. He didn't speak, but the muscles on his back suddenly tensed for a moment. Kushina felt it and quickly added, "Don't go tearing down buildings now, it's not even dawn yet. You just woke up, you should rest a bit." "Who said I was going to tear down buildings?" Songjie continued forward, his tone flat. "I was just thinking, when I see Danzo in the morning, should I twist his left arm first or his right arm?" Kushina fell silent. She buried her face in Songjie's shoulder, her golden hair cascading down, hiding the slight upturn of her mouth. Meanwhile, about 800 meters away from the Senju clan's lands, on the rooftop of a tall building, a woman stood there, having been there for quite some time. She was not a ninja summoned by the alarm. She lived nearby and had been awakened by the thunderous chakra shockwave just now. Uchiha Makoto, 23 years old, the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. She wore a deep purple home kimono, hastily draping a black thin coat over it. Her black hair was tied back with a simple headband, revealing her fair and slender neck. Standing at about 165 centimeters, she was considered tall among the female ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Her waist was slender, but the curves at her chest tightly stretched the front of her kimono. A pair of fair translucent calves peeked out from beneath the hem of her kimono, bare feet resting on the damp roof tiles. She had a beautiful face, not the kind of flamboyant beauty that Kushina had, but a kind of gentle beauty with an underlying sharpness. Her brows and eyes were exquisite, her lips thin, and the lines of her chin were neat and clean. She was the type who appeared gentle at first glance, but upon closer inspection one would find a sharpness in her gaze. At that moment her expression was not good, not from fear but from confusion. She had witnessed everything that had just happened. Perception-type ninjutsu was her forte. With her husband away on a mission, she was alone with her young son Itachi. When the Srank alarm sounded, she had settled Itachi and climbed onto the rooftop to check the situation. And then she saw it. The moment 500 people knelt down. The pressure rolling over from the Senju clan's location, even from 800 meters away, made her knees go weak. She had only managed to resist kneeling due to her instincts as a ninja. But what truly unsettled her was not the intensity of that pressure. It was the reaction of the Sharingan bloodline within her. From the moment that purple-green chakra erupted, her eye socket began to heat up. It was not pain. It was a sensation akin to desire. The Sharingan pulsed within its socket, as if sensing a presence that was incredibly close, desperately wanting to break free from its seal. Makoto closed her eyes and took 3 deep breaths before suppressing the impulse. "What's going on?" she murmured to herself, pressing her fingers against her temples. The Sharingan resonating with chakra. Such a thing had never appeared in the records of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan was supposed to only react to intense emotional stimuli, anger, sadness, hatred, not to this inexplicable surging sensation from deep within her veins. She couldn't find the right words to describe it. If she had to, she would say thirst. It was like a parched wasteland, suddenly catching the scent of water. Makoto furrowed her brows tightly. She reopened her eyes, her gaze following the tall figure emerging from the ruins. In the moonlight, that man carried Kushina on his back, striding boldly past the 500 kneeling ninjas. The edges of his deep blue robe swayed gently in the wind, revealing the terrifying muscles coiling with veins on his arms. Yet his gait was incredibly relaxed, even languid. It was as if he was out for a stroll. Makoto's gaze was drawn to that silhouette. She observed closely. The man's height appeared to exceed 2 meters, his build broad, yet not bulky. Each step he took was steady, almost inhuman. Kushina lay on his back, her golden hair cascading down, obscuring most of her face. Makoto noticed a detail: Kushina's fingers. Those hands, once capable of crushing rocks on the battlefield, were now gently gripping the edge of the man's collar. It was not a grasp. It was a grip, careful, as if afraid of wrinkling the fabric. Makoto's pupils constricted. She recognized Kushina. The entire ninja world recognized Kushina. The woman with a temper so fierce, she could throw a casino owner across the room, the Senju princess who could collapse a wall with a single punch when drunk. When did she become so quiet? Who exactly is that man? Makoto murmured. Her legs were still slightly trembling. It was not the residual pressure. The pressure had dissipated 3 minutes ago. It was the resonance of the Sharingan bloodline that continued. That burning, that itching, that restlessness coming from deep within her veins only intensified as that man's figure moved further away. Makoto tightened her grip on her coat collar, her knuckles turning white. She forced herself to look away and turned to head back inside. But after taking 2 steps, she paused and turned back for one last glance. That deep blue silhouette was almost disappearing at the end of the street. Makoto turned back quickly, descending the stairs. She needed to check the Uchiha clan's internal archives. Regarding that name, Bayuan Songjie. Where had she heard that name before? Konoha's southern district. Kushina's small apartment. Songjie kicked open the rusty wooden door that had long since lost its lock, setting Kushina down from his back. This apartment was pitifully small. 1 room and 1 hall. The furniture was old, with empty alcohol bottles and scattered gambling tickets piled on the table. A few changes of clothes were tossed in the corner of the cabinet, the curtains tightly drawn, and a musty smell pervaded the room. Songjia stood at the door surveying the surroundings, his expression shifting from calm to grim. The granddaughter of the first Hokage lives in a place like this. Don't be picky, having a place to stay is already good. Kushina handed him a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. Songjia did not take them. His gaze fell on the pile of gambling tickets on the table, then glanced again at the empty bottles stacked in the corner. You didn't gamble all your money away, did you? Kushina's mouth twitched, and she turned her head away without responding. Songjia took a deep breath. Oh great pillar, your granddaughter gambles and drinks living in a rundown place while your brother's grave is trampled underfoot by root. Tell me, is this village worth building? Back then, Kushina began, but Songjia waved his hand, walking to the window and yanked the curtains open. Moonlight flooded in. Looking east, the outline of the Hokage building was faintly visible, and the rock face carved with the faces of every Hokage shone especially glaringly in the moonlight. Songjia stared at that mountain for a few seconds. Then he felt it. Deep in his brain, the system's notification sound rang out again. Ding. Yin-Yang Harmony First Completion. Divine Tree Core Fusion Level 21. 3. The host has unlocked skill rewards. Do you wish to view? Tsunade had already fallen asleep. Slumped onto the narrow single-bed shoes, still on her head, barely touching the pillow before falling utterly silent. The yang release confluence had drained her completely, compounded by her earlier hemophobia episode, and the grueling assault by root her reconstructed body now desperately needed rest to complete its final restoration. Kusuke rummaged in the corner of the cabinet and pulled out a thin blanket, draping it roughly, but not unkindly, over her. Tsunade rolled onto her side, instinctively pulling the blanket tighter around herself, murmuring something indistinct before sinking into deep, motionless slumber. Kusuke straightened up and walked to the window. Moonlight still bathed the room, yet the eastern horizon had begun to blush with the faintest hint of dawn's pale silver. Daybreak was near. Leaning against the window frame, he focused his mind, and the system interface suspended deep within his consciousness flared to life once more. Harmony System Main Interface. Host Kitahara Sōsuke. Divine Tree Core Integration 21. 3. Taijutsu Rank SSS Upper Limit Unknown. Chakra Nature Pure Yang Divine Tree Yang Release. Unlock Techniques would release Forest of Death Pure Physical Muscle Variant. Yin-Yang Confluence Partner Senju Tsunade First Confluence completed. Sustainable Deepening enabled. Recommended next confluence window within 72 hours. Kusuke scanned the panel, his gaze lingering on the newly acquired technique. Would release Forest of Death, Pure Physical Muscle Variant. He murmured silently. Instantly the system projected the skill's detailed description. Would release Forest of Death Pure Physical Muscle Variant. Rank B upgradable to S with increased integration. Effect upon physical contact with the ground. Via fist, palm, or foot. The host channels pure yang chakra into the earth, instantly summoning colossal trees. The scale density and aggression of the trees correlate directly with the host's applied physical force. In short, how hard you strike the ground determines how massive the tree grows. Note, unlike Hashirama Senju's hand seal dependent, would release this technique requires no seals. Only raw, unfiltered power. Kusuke read it through, and paused for 2 full seconds. Then he laughed. So what you're saying is, while Big Brother Hashirama spends half a minute weaving seals just to coax out a few trees, I can do it with one punch. That interpretation is acceptable. However, at current integration, 21. 3. The scale of Forest of Death remains limited. Continued Yin-Yang Confluence is advised to accelerate core integration. Can you stop steering every sentence back toward that? The system offered no reply. Kusuke flexed his right hand. Emerald green chakra shimmered faintly across his palm, its flow distinctly different from before. Previously his chakra coursed only through muscle and bone, purely reinforcing his physique. Now part of that energy extended outward like roots probing blindly through soil. Would release. He had never imagined possessing it in this lifetime. Decades ago when he called Hashirama brother, he'd always scoffed at would release. Endless hand seals forests blooming pointlessly. What was the appeal? A single punch delivered far more satisfaction. Now the system had cut out the ceremony entirely, and gifted him a fist-forged version of the art. Fine, Kusuke clenched his fist. I'll test it somewhere at dawn. His eyes flickered again toward the Yin-Yang Confluence Partner field on the interface. Beside Senju Tsunade appeared the words Sustainable Deepening followed by smaller gray text. Tip performing Yin-Yang Confluence with additional high-caliber Kunoichi accelerates Divine Tree Core integration and unlocks advanced branches of the skill tree. Potential candidates meeting criteria have been tagged across the shinobi world. Exploration is left to the host. Kusuke glanced briefly, then dismissed it. His thoughts were fixed on Danzo Udon would bring reckoning, not dalliance. He deactivated the interface, crossed his arms, and leaned against the window frame. Glancing sideways at the sleeping Tsunade, moonlight washed over her face, preserving its healthy, rosy warmth. Her breathing was steady, her complexion radiant. a stark contrast to the ashen-broken woman who had collapsed in the mud hours earlier. Kosuke turned his gaze away. "Big brother Hashirama, I'll watch over your granddaughter for now." He murmured softly, then narrowed his eyes, sending his perception rippling outward in all directions. Most of the 500 shinobi outside the sealed chamber had withdrawn, but surveillance teams still lingered at the periphery of the Senju compound. From the direction of the Hokage Tower, chakra fluctuations churned violently, like a pot of boiling porridge violently stirred. Kosuke paid them no mind, until his senses brushed southeastward, where they paused ever so slightly. Roughly 800 meters away, atop a high-rise building, pulsed a faint yet exquisitely refined chakra signature. Unitured, exceptionally pure. Not the gentle een of Senju bloodline, but another kind, deeper, sharper, edged with latent aggression. Kosuke's brow twitched. He recognized that texture instantly. "Sharingan," he muttered. Decades ago he'd taken more than his share of blows from those very eyes. Fighting Uchiha Madara. He knew the chakra signature of the Sharingan better than most. Yet this presence possessed modest chakra reserves, and bore no hostility. Not here to pick a fight. Kosuke dismissed it lazily and retracted his perception. 800 meters away, Uchiha Miko crouched in the eaves shadow, every hair on her body standing rigid. For one fleeting instant she'd felt an immense, absurdly vast awareness sweep over her, as if gazed upon by a primordial beast. Only 1 second, but in that second her blood froze solid. Her fingers gripping the collar of her coat trembled uncontrollably. Not from cold. Her body temperature ran high under Sharingan resonance, sweat beating along her forehead. He sensed me. The realization sent ice down her spine. At 800 meters, detecting a chakra-suppressed shinobi with pinpoint precision, what level of sensory range was that? Miko drew a slow, deliberate breath, forcing calm. She replayed the sensation. The man's chakra was profoundly unique. Pure yang, its density exceeding human limits by a wide margin. This pure yang resonance had triggered her Sharingan. Innately yin and yang attracted. It was basic chakra theory. Yet no one had ever documented the Sharingan responding to external yang chakra with such visceral, ravenous intensity. Miko lowered her gaze to her hands. Her fingertips glowed faintly red. A chakra still surged restlessly beneath her skin. She needed to leave now. Itachi was alone at home. Dawn approached. With one last glance toward Tsunade's apartment, Miko dropped soundlessly from the rooftop, vanishing into the labyrinth of alleyways. Her kimono sleeve fluttered in the night wind, revealing a slender pale calf, before darkness swallowed her whole. Tsunade was awakened by the sunlight. The curtains were half drawn, and the morning sun unceremoniously flooded her face. She frowned and turned over, resting her arm over her eyes for a moment, then suddenly sat up. Something was off. Everything about her felt wrong. It wasn't pain or discomfort. It was too comfortable. The chakra within her meridians surged freely like a stream flowing down a mountainside. The feeling of blockage that had persisted for over a decade completely vanished. Every acupoint and every branch was thoroughly cleansed. Tsunade glanced down at her palm. It was fair and translucent with a faint pink hue at her fingertips. There was no trembling, no stiffness. Instinctively she clenched her fist, and the sound of her knuckles cracking echoed as strength coursed from her forearm through to her entire arm. Super strength. Her super strength had returned. Tsunade's breath quickened for a moment. She closed her eyes, her spirit sinking into her dantian. The circuit of the 100 healing seal was revitalized under the cleansing flow of chakra. The capacity of the Yin seal had not just been restored, it had expanded. She didn't even need to consciously gather chakra. A faint purple diamond-shaped mark automatically appeared on her forehead, its glow steady and unwavering. Tsunade reached up to touch her forehead. The diamond mark throbbed warmly. Suddenly her nose felt a bit sour. How long had this mark been gone? 3 years. For years. Since the death of Dan, and since the death of the rope tree, she hadn't even been able to gather chakra, let alone use the 100 healings technique. Now everything was back. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions, and looked around the room. No one was by the window. Kosuke wasn't in the room. Her heart skipped a beat, and she threw aside the blanket to get out of bed. "You're awake." The voice came from the doorway. Kosuke pushed open the broken wooden door he had kicked askew last night with one hand, while holding 2 paper-wrapped packages in the other. He wore a deep blue long robe of the Senju clan, the sleeves rolled up to the middle of his forearms, revealing the veined muscles beneath. Standing by the doorframe, his 2-meter-tall physique made the small apartment door look like a toy. A lazy smile adorned his excessively youthful face. "I went for a stroll, and you guys in Konoha have quite a few breakfast places." Kosuke tossed the paper-wrapped packages onto the table. "Rice balls and grilled fish, just make do with them." Tsunade stood by the bed, her bare feet touching the floor, her thin undershirt wrinkled, and her golden hair disheveled over her shoulders. She stared at Kosuke for 2 seconds, her mouth moving. Kosuke pulled out a chair and sat down, unwrapping the paper package and biting into a rice ball, asking through a mouthful, "What are you looking at?" My hemophobia is gone. Kosuke swallowed the rice ball and pointed at the table. A kunai lay at the corner. Tsunade's gaze fell on the blade of the kunai. There was a dried dark red mark on it, blood. She saw it clearly. There was no nausea, no dizziness, no overwhelming fear or hallucinations. That bloodstain was just a bloodstain, dry and devoid of aggression. Tsunade's pupils slightly dilated. She extended her hand, pinching the handle of the kunai and lifting it to her eyes. The bloodstain was inches away. She had no reaction. Tsunade's hand holding the kunai trembled slightly. Not from fear but from excitement. Alright, stop getting excited, come eat. Kosuke patted the chair across from him. You consumed too much last night. You need to replenish yourself. Tsunade put down the kunai and walked over to sit at the table. She unwrapped the paper package, took a bite of the rice ball, chewed twice, and then stopped. Her ears began to redden. As she ate, everything that had happened in the secret room last night surged back. The burning warmth, those scorching hands, and that line. Leave it to Big Brother. Tsunade lowered her head, her hair covering half her face. Kosuke glanced at her. Girl, why is your face so red? One of the legendary three shouldn't be shy even while eating rice balls, right? Shut up. Tsunade suddenly looked up, her amber eyes filled with both embarrassment and anger. Kosuke laughed, half a rice ball still in his mouth, looking overly innocent. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. It was a conditioned reflex. Years of violent habits made her body act before her mind. Her fist, carrying a whistling wind, shot straight towards Kosuke's chest. Bang! The fist landed solidly. Then, it bounced back. Tsunade's fist felt like it had struck a highly elastic iron wall, her palm, stinging from the impact, causing her to stagger back half a step. Kosuke sat in the chair without moving an inch. The spot on his chest where she had struck bore no crease. The muscles beneath his deep blue robe flexed slightly, deflecting Tsunade's powerful punch. Tsunade looked down at her reddened fist, then back up at Kosuke's smiling face. Kosuke reached out and lightly patted her head. It's good that your strength has returned. He stood up, stuffed the remaining half rice ball into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and strode towards the door. All right, when you're done eating, come with Big Brother for a trip. Where to? Tsunade asked. Kosuke stood by the door, tilting his head towards the east. In the morning sunlight, the outline of the Hokage building was clearly visible, with the fire flag fluttering atop. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. As I said last night, we have important business to attend to at dawn. He stepped over the threshold. Suddenly a hand tugged at the back of his robe. Kosuke looked down. Tsunade's fingers gripped the edge of his clothing, her fair knuckles tightening slightly. Her gaze turned sideways, avoiding his. Kosuke raised an eyebrow. Are you worried about Big Brother getting into trouble? Tsunade turned her head away, her golden hair swaying in the morning light. I'm afraid you'll really demolish the Hokage building. Kosuke stared at her hand, gripping the cloth for 2 seconds. That hand was beautiful, long and fair with neatly trimmed nails. It was a stark contrast to the blood-soaked appearance from last night. Kosuke didn't shake off her hand. All right. He turned around and strode down the street. Keep up. Tsunade released the hem of his robe and quickly followed, walking half a step to his right. The morning light cast shadows of the two, one tall and one short, on the bluestone road. After walking a few steps, Kosuke suddenly glanced southeast. That direction was the Uchiha clan's district. Through hundreds of meters of rooftops and walls, his perception once again caught that faint fluctuation of Sharingan chakra. In the same position as last night with the same person. Moreover, this time, the chakra fluctuation on the other side was even more unstable, as if something within was agitated. Kosuke's brow furrowed slightly. Ding. System detected a high-quality EN attribute chakra source. Location southeast, distance, approximately 780 meters. Bloodline identification, Sharingan pure EN bloodline. Quality rating S grade. This target has a very high compatibility with the host's yang release chakra, recommended. Kosuke dismissed the alert from his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. He withdrew his perception and directed his gaze toward the long street leading to the Hokage building. The sun had just risen, and there were already quite a few early rising citizens on the street. And those lurking in the shadows of rooftops and alleyways, there were at least 12 Umbu spies. Kosuke snorted. Girl, there are indeed too many rats on your Konoha's turf. The main street of Konoha was bustling in the early morning, vendors shouting as they pushed their carts, while ninjas appeared in 2s and 3s from various alleyways heading towards the mission hall. Songjie walked in the center of the street. His towering 2-meter frame was clad in a deep blue Senju clan robe, muscles stretching the fabric tight, exuding a calmness that seemed to crush everything underfoot with each step. He walked slowly. One could even say very slowly. Tsunade trailed half a step behind him on his right, her golden hair shimmering softly in the morning light. She had changed into an old pair of ninja shoes she found in her apartment, still wearing that light-colored inner garment, the thin fabric hugging her increasingly voluptuous body, nurtured by the sun, her slender waist accentuating curves that made passing male ninjas collectively turn their heads. But no one dared to look twice. The towering man walking beside her exuded an aura that instinctively made people want to steer clear. Girl, Songjie suddenly pointed to a building on his left with a sign that read Konoha Ninja Tools Research Institute. This place used to belong to the Senju, right? Tsunade glanced in the direction he pointed and fell silent for a moment. Yes, it was the Ninja Tools forging workshop established by my great-grandfather, which was taken over by the village after Tobarama's death. Songjie did not stop his pace. He walked another 200 meters passing a large training ground enclosed by a wall. A sign at the entrance read 3rd Training Ground Joint Use by Military Police. What about this one? The exclusive training ground of the Senju clan. Tsunade's voice lowered. After the clan was disbanded, it was allocated to the military police force. Songjie continued walking. At every intersection he asked a question. What about that building? The Senju Medical Research Institute. And that one? Great-grandfather's Flying Thunder God Laboratory, now a warehouse for the route. What about over there? The forest planted by grandfather Tsunade took a deep breath, was cut down to make way for a residential area. Songjie stopped. He stood in the middle of the main street, slowly turning his head to look around. From south to north he asked about 11 places. All 11 were remnants of the Senju clan. None of them bore the Senju name anymore. The surrounding villagers had begun to notice this unfamiliar man dressed in Senju clan attire. Whispers crawled through the crowd like insects. Some pointed, while others inquired with members of the Umbu. Songjie turned his head looking at Tsunade. Tsunade remained silent, her head bowed, her golden hair covering half her face. Songjie also said nothing. He turned back and continued walking towards the Hokage building. His pace quickened slightly compared to before. His face showed no expression. Yet his clenched fist was making cracking sounds at the joints. As he approached a crossroad 3 streets away from the Hokage building, 5 figures suddenly emerged ahead. Dressed in standard Konoha Chunin uniforms, forehead protectors tied around their foreheads, and kunai bags at their waists, the leader was a burly man in his 30s carrying a short blade on his shoulder with the bureaucratic air typical of a patrol captain. Halt! The patrol captain strode forward, sizing Songjie up with a critical gaze. Identity verification. You are not a registered ninja of Konoha, yet you are brazenly walking around in Senju clan attire. Show your pass. Songjie had no pass to show. He had been buried underground when Konoha was founded for 70 years. Ignoring him, Songjie continued walking forward. The patrol captain's face darkened, and he drew a kunai, leveling it in front of Songjie. I said halt. Without a pass no one is allowed. Songjie glanced at him. Then he extended his right hand, pinching the blade of the kunai between 2 fingers. Snap! The blade shattered. Not broken but shattered. The steel kunai's blade was crushed into crumbs between Songjie's fingers, metal powder, falling like dust from the gaps. The patrol captain's hand froze in midair. He looked down at the now bare handle of the kunai in his hand, then up at Songjie's young and innocent face. His legs weakened and he thudded to his knees. The 4 chunin behind him stepped back in unison, their faces pale. Songjie brushed off the metal powder from his hand, flicking it onto the captain's shoulder. Go back and tell your superiors that I don't need any pass. He sidestepped, slightly signaling for Tsunade to go ahead. Tsunade walked past the patrol team, glancing at the captain kneeling on the ground. It was only then that he recognized her. Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade said nothing. Her gaze was unnaturally calm, her flushed cheeks radiating an unprecedented confidence. She walked on. Following behind that man, she moved forward. The 5 chunin remained kneeling in place, too afraid to make a sound. The curious villagers around them began to chatter excitedly. Who is that? The one who crushed a kunai with just 2 fingers. Isn't the Senju clan down to just Lady Tsunade? Look at Lady Tsunade's expression. Didn't she suffer from hemophobia? Why does she look so well? Also, why is Lady Tsunade following that man? When has she ever walked behind someone? The discussions grew louder, ultimately trailing behind the 2 figures, as they made their way towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, in the southeast direction in the Uchiha clan district, Makoto stood on the balcony of her 2nd-floor home, holding a bowl of freshly heated miso soup. Her gaze pierced through layers of rooftops toward the direction of the main street. Half the village away she could not see the man's face. But her perceptive ability was sufficient to catch the trace of that pure yang chakra. Departing from the southern district apartments, moving along the main street northward and heading towards the Hokage building. Makoto paused with the bowl in hand. The heat in her eyes began to rise again. Having spent most of the night searching through the Uchiha clan's confidential archives, she finally found that name in a fragment of Madara's handwritten notes. Songjie Kitahara. My brother, the only one who could force me to retract my fist despite being a commoner. His fist can shatter Susanoo and his body can withstand tailed beasts. As long as this person lives, there will be no chance of victory in the battle between Uchiha and Senju. In Madara's notes he referred to this man with the term brother. Uchiha Madara. The man so proud that he trampled the world beneath his feet, called Songjie Kitahara Big Brother. Makoto took a deep breath. The burning sensation in her eyes surged again, more intense than the night before. She set the bowl down, pressing her fingers against her temples, closing her eyes to forcibly suppress the agitation of her Sharingan. It was futile, the craving surging from deep within her veins, as Tsongjie's chakra trajectory drew closer only intensified. "Mom!" A childish voice came from behind her. 3-year-old Uchiha Itachi stood at the doorway looking up at her with his big black eyes. Makoto quickly composed her expression, turning to squat down and gently ruffle Itachi's hair. "It's nothing, Mom is just admiring the scenery outside." "Itachi, be good, Mommy will take you to buy groceries later." Itachi nodded obediently and turned back into the room. Makoto straightened up and directed her gaze back towards the Hokage building. The trace of that pure yang chakra had crossed the last intersection. He had arrived. Makoto's right eye twitched suddenly. The pattern of her Sharingan flashed briefly in the depths of her iris, glaringly red. Her fingernails dug into the wooden railing of the balcony, leaving 5 shallow marks. What exactly is going on? Her gaze was locked onto the direction of the Hokage building, her breathing slightly quickening. At the end of the main street, the Hokage building was within arm's reach. Hokage building, the highest symbol of power in Konoha village, a 5-story brick structure with 4 Umbu guards stationed on either side of the main entrance, their eyes behind beast masks fixed firmly on the end of the long street. They had already received the alarm. Since the glass lockdown that started at dawn, the Hokage building had entered a state of maximum defense. All on-duty ninjas canceled their breaks. The sealing team had set up 3 layers of protective barriers inside and outside the building, and at every corner of the corridor, an Umbu was crouched every 10 meters. They were prepared to face a tailed beast. Then they saw a tall man dressed in a deep blue long robe, accompanied by a blonde woman, swaggering down the main street, moving slowly and steadily as if visiting a friend. The Umbu team leader on the right side of the entrance, known as Egret, felt his palms sweat. He recognized Tsunade. But he also noticed Tsunade's state. Her complexion was rosy, her steps steady, walking half a step behind the man quietly. This was not the Tsunade he knew. The Tsunade he knew had shattered all the tiles on the street last month, due to a debt collection from a gambling den owner. "Prepare." Egret whispered the order. The 8 Umbu drew their swords simultaneously, the sound of the swords unsheathing resonating sharply in the morning air. The blades were aimed at Tsongjie. Tsongjie stopped still 10 steps from the main entrance. He glanced down at the 8 swords, then glanced at the fire flag fluttering on the rooftop, his expression as calm as if he were observing a roadside breakfast stall. "Girl. Are the guards of Konoha this enthusiastic?" Tsunade did not respond, but she leaned half a step closer to Tsongjie. Egret's sword tip trembled slightly. The 7 people behind him were waiting for his order: block or let pass. The answer to this question became meaningless in the next second. Tsongjie did not draw his sword, did not form seals, nor even raised his hand. He merely looked forward. Just one glance. A trace of oppressive force emanated from him. It was not the overwhelming force that crushed 500 people last night, but merely a trickle leaking from his pores. Like a faucet dripping water that wasn't tightened. But that droplet was enough. Kachika. All the glass windows facing the main entrance from the 1st to the 5th floor of the Hokage building shattered simultaneously. Shards of glass cascaded down from the height of the 5th floor, refracting thousands of rays of light in the sunlight, clattering as they struck the ground. The entire building shook. The crouching Umbu ninjas in the corridor were knocked askew, and the portraits of past Hokage, hanging on the walls, clattered loudly. The 8 guards' swords slipped from their hands. Not because they released them, but because their grips were shattered by the shock. Egret's knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. He fought desperately to stabilize himself, looking up at Tsongjie. Tsongjie stood still, the hem of his long robe not even moving. "Has your guard leader seen enough? Will you let us pass?" The 8 of them quickly darted to the sides. Tsongjie stepped inside. When Tsunade caught up, Egret finally got a clear look at her face. Her amber pupils were clear and calm, with a diamond mark on her forehead faintly glowing. Egret's mind buzzed. The Byakugo seal. Had Lady Tsunade's Byakugo seal recovered? While he was still stunned, the 2 had already entered the building. The interior of the Hokage building was in chaos. Shattered glass covered the ground, while the on-duty civilian ninjas crouched trembling beneath tables. All the Umbu in the corridor had drawn their swords in alert, yet none dared to charge forward. Tsongjie stepped over the shards of glass towards the stairs. The glass fragments crunched under his feet, producing a squeaky sound. At the corner of the 2nd floor, 3 Umbu blocked the way. The one in the lead wore a fox mask, forming seals, with his hands blue chakra gathering in his palm. Unidentified intruders entering the Hokage building, stand down. Tsongjie did not stop. He extended his left hand and gave it a casual sweep. The force of his palm was hardly noticeable, just the movement of air caused by his arm. The 3 Umbu were sent flying against the wall like leaves swept by a broom, crashing into the end of the corridor and embedding themselves halfway into it. They were not dead. Tsongjie controlled his strength. but blood dripped from the corners of the three men's mouths, and they hung motionless on the wall. Tsunade glanced at the three embedded in the wall, her lips moving. Is this what you call being lenient? Not dead means lenient. Songjie did not turn his head. She followed Songjie upstairs, the height difference allowing her gaze to rest perfectly on the broad back of the man. The deep blue long robe was stretched by the muscles of his back, creating a clear outline. With each step up the stairs, his shoulder blades shifted slightly. As they passed the third floor, a young female civilian ninja was huddled in a corner, holding a stack of documents. When she saw Songjie's face, her pupils dilated. Then she saw Tsunade. To be precise, she saw Tsunade following closely behind Songjie. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her steps quiet. The female ninja's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. On the fifth floor, the door of the Hokage's office was tightly shut. The door was made of specially reinforced ironwood, embedded with triple sealing locks. Behind the door, chakra fluctuations were chaotic. Two people. One sat behind the desk trying to appear calm. The other was in the corner panicking. Songjie stopped in front of the door and glanced at Tsunade. Girl, you wait outside. I'll go talk with the two old-timers. Tsunade stood for a second, then shook her head. I will go in with you. Songjie raised an eyebrow. Tsunade lifted her head, a thin sheen of moisture in her amber eyes, but her jaw was set tight. I also have the right to settle the accounts of the Senju clan. Songjie stared at her for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. Fine. He turned back, facing the tightly shut ironwood door. Behind the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, his hands clasped under his chin. A pile of documents lay spread out before him, but he had not read a single word. There was no pipe between his fingers. He hadn't lit one since last night when he burned through his pants. In the corner opposite the desk, Danzo stood against the wall, his right arm wrapped in bandages, quivering slightly. Use the secret passage. Danzo's voice was extremely low. Let's go now. Third Hokage, that thing is not something we can handle. Enough. Hiruzen's voice was as heavy as a stone. I am Hokage. In my building, escape through the secret passage. If you don't leave, I will. Can you even escape? Hiruzen closed his eyes, his sensing range covers the entire Konoha. Where do you think you can run? In the silence, both of them heard the vibrations and screams coming from downstairs. Layer by layer getting closer. Footsteps echoed through the corridor. Unhurried yet heavy, each step made the entire building tremble. Then the footsteps stopped. They halted right outside the door. Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly. Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes. Outside the door, silence lasted for 3 seconds. Bang! The iron wooden door flew out of its frame. The triple-sealed lock shattered into countless fragments under a kick from Songjie, scattering, with chips mixed with metal debris, across the floor of the Hokage's office. Songjie stepped over the threshold. The office was larger than he had imagined. In front of him was a massive floor-to-ceiling window through which the morning light poured in from the shattered glass frame. On the left wall hung 4 portraits from left to right, the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk. His hands were clasped under his chin, his pipe-absent lips pressed into a thin line. The wrinkles on his face were far more numerous than Songjie remembered. The boy who once chased after Tobirama was now a white-haired old man. Songjie's gaze lingered on his face for a second before sweeping to the corner. Danzo. Half of his body was wrapped in bandages with one eye exposed, standing against the wall. His right arm was hidden behind him, exuding a relaxed demeanor, but Songjie could smell the sweat on him. Songjie did not speak immediately. He walked to the left wall and stood before the portrait of the first Hokage. In the portrait, Senju Hashirama wore the Hokage robe, his expression serene, gazing straight ahead. The artist depicted him as refined and dignified. But the Hashirama in Songjie's memory was not like this. The Hashirama he recalled was a carefree giant who laughed without a care in the world and cried with snot and tears. During fights, he loved to shout the names of his techniques, and when drinking, he insisted on playing drinking games, refusing to pay up when he lost. Songjie stared at the portrait for 10 seconds. The office was silent save for the faint sound of shattered glass blowing in the wind. Hiruzen did not move. Danzo did not move. Tsunade stood by the door, also unmoving. Everyone was waiting for Songjie to speak. After 10 seconds, Songjie turned his head. He looked at Hiruzen, his tone casual, as if he were asking what they had for breakfast. Monkey, did the big guy leave a message for me before he died? Hiruzen's face twitched. Monkey. It was a name he hadn't heard in nearly 70 years. The last person to call him that was Senju Tobirama, and Tobirama had only used it when scolding him. Kitabayashi. Songjie. You should address me as the third Hokage. Hiruzen's voice was heavy, as if pressed down by lead. Hokage. Songjie chuckled, pointing at the portrait on the wall. The big guy is the first Hokage and the white-haired one is the second Hokage. They both called me Big Brother. He retracted his hand, lazily gazing at Hiruzen. You who once dared not even look at them, what right do you have to act like Hokage before me? Hiruzen's fingers clenched tightly. The knuckles whitened, the joints creaking. He was the Hokage. He had served as Hokage for decades. In the entire ninja world, mentioning Sarutobi Hiruzen warranted a respectful professor. But the presence of the man before him rendered the title Hokage utterly weightless. Because what Songjie said was the truth. The Hiruzen of that time was merely a promising student under Tobirama, not even a jonin. In front of Kitabayashi Songjie, he didn't even have the qualification to stand tall. Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rising humiliation. Before the first Hokage passed away, call him the big guy. Hiruzen's temples twitched twice. Senju Hashirama did indeed leave a message before he died. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, he said. If one day Songjie wakes up, just hand over Konoha to him. Songjie's expression did not change, but his right hand hanging by his side clenched for a moment before relaxing. And then, Hiruzen paused. The village needs a stable leadership structure. The Hokage position cannot be left vacant. So you just pretended not to have heard those words. Songjie finished for him. Hiruzen fell silent. Songjie turned around, no longer looking at the portrait. He faced Hiruzen, stepping closer to the desk. The sound of footsteps created a dull rhythm on the floor. With every step, the documents on the desk trembled. Hiruzen did not retreat. He sat in the chair, his back straight. As Hokage, his dignity did not allow him to retreat before anyone. Songjie stopped 1 meter in front of the desk. He did not look at Hiruzen. He turned his head to look at Danzo in the corner. You! Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. Songjie's tone was very flat. Last night you sent someone to ambush my daughter at the Senju clan's territory, didn't you? That was a routine. I didn't ask you for the reason. Songjie interrupted him. What I asked is, was it you? Danzo's back pressed against the wall, his right arm still hidden behind him. His lips moved slightly, the light in his single eye flickering. Songjie felt it. A faint fluctuation of chakra was released from Danzo's single eye like an invisible thread trying to penetrate into his consciousness. It was not the Kodo Amatsukami. No, it was not the Kodo Amatsukami. That technique could only be used by Shizui's Mangekyo. This was merely an ordinary Sharingan Genjutsu, but used by Danzo in an extremely concealed manner close to the level of hypnotic suggestion. If the target were an ordinary jonin or even a cage-level ninja, this trick might indeed be effective. But the target was Songjie. Songjie looked down at Danzo for just a moment. Just a glance. In those black pupils, a golden-green light suddenly brightened. Pure yang chakra surged back through the invisible line of illusion upon their gaze meeting. Pooh! Danzo grunted. The blood vessels in his single eye burst, blood streaming from the corner of his eye, soaking into the bandages. He was hit as if struck by a hammer, his head hitting the wall, knees buckling slightly. Hiruzen abruptly stood up. Songjie! Sit down. Songjie did not look at him. His voice was not loud, but Hiruzen's rear suddenly felt as if pressed down, and he sat back in his chair. Songjie's gaze remained on Danzo. Sharingan. He stared at Danzo's bleeding eye, his tone finally carrying a hint of temperature. Cold. You with the surname Shimura, where did you get your Sharingan? Danzo covered his right eye, remaining silent. Songjie did not press further. He turned back around, his gaze landing on Hiruzen's face. Monkey, I didn't come here to reminisce with you this time. He pointed at Tsunade at the doorway. Tsunade stood by the shattered door frame, her golden hair cascading over her chest, her amber eyes quietly watching the room. The morning light illuminated her from behind, outlining her slender waist and the taut contours of her clothing. Songjie retracted his hand. The granddaughter of the big guy, forced to live in a broken apartment, gambling day by day, with no one to care for her hemophobia. The Senju clan's territory, secret vault, research institute, and training grounds have all been completely divided by you. I walked from here to the Hokage building, asking 11 places. Not a single one still carries the Senju name. Songjie's voice was flat, every word unweighted. But Hiruzen's hands trembled under the table. I do not need you to explain why. Songjie looked at him. I need you to tell me 3 things. Songjie's voice was not loud, but every word struck the floor, causing the stack of documents on the table to slide and tremble. First, how was the territory of the Senju clan invaded? Who signed the documents and who stamped the seals? He raised a finger. Second, who ordered the attack on Tsunade last night, and what was the objective? He raised a second finger. Third, present to me the authorization documents for the takeover of the Senju secret vault right now. 3 fingers stood before Rijan, their knuckles thick, the veins prominent from the back of his hand to his forearm. Rijan stared at those 3 fingers for 2 seconds, swallowing hard. His gaze passed over Songjie's shoulder, landing on Tsunade at the door before returning. Songjie, you have been asleep underground for 70 years, and know nothing of the village's operational system. Rijan placed both hands on the table and slowly stood up, his tone very low. The Senju clan voluntarily disbanded and the clan territory was returned to public use. These are decisions made through legal procedures for the overall benefit of Konoha. Benefit? Songjie finished the last 2 words for him. Rijan's mouth closed. Song Jie stepped forward, his 2-meter-tall figure, casting a shadow over Rijan, enveloping him in darkness. Monkey, I didn't come to discuss benefits with you. He extended his right hand, fingers spread palm, facing down, gently pressing on the table's surface. What I asked is, who approved this? Boom! At the moment his palm exerted force, the thick wooden desk 3 inches thick exploded in the center, its surface shattering into uneven pieces, shooting in all directions. A sharp wooden splinter flew toward the corner with a swirling airflow, precisely piercing the floor by Danzo's feet less than 2 inches from his toes. The splinter embedded itself 3 inches into the ground, its tail still vibrating. Danzo's body stiffened for a moment, his single eye fixated on the splinter, his pupil constricting to a pinprick. Rijan's hands hung in midair. Without the desk, the support he relied on was gone. Papers scattered across the floor, ink bottles shattered, black ink spreading out over the broken wood. Song Jie retracted his hand, brushing the debris off his palm. Don't try to play tricks with me. There's not much oil left on your flame hat that can soak through my fists. Rijan's fingers clenched into a fist within his sleeve, his nails digging into his palm. He remained silent for 5 seconds. The proposal to return the clan territory was passed in a joint meeting early in the 3rd Hokage's administration. Rijan's voice was as coarse as sandpaper rubbing against iron. At that time the Senju clan's numbers had sharply decreased, and many assets were idle, prompting a joint proposal from various clans. Who was involved in the proposal? Song Jie interrupted him. Rijan's lips pressed together. In the corner, Danzo's single eye turned blood still lingering at the corner, but he spoke up. These events happened decades ago and have nothing to do with the root. Danzo's voice resumed its usual gloom, his right arm still hidden behind him. The return of the Senju clan's territory was a draft laid down during the tenure of the 2nd Hokage. Lord Tobarama advocated for the public ownership of clan resources during his lifetime, and this is documented. Song Jie turned his head to look at him. Danzo's single eye met that gaze, straining to hold his ground. Lord Tobarama believed that the operation of ninja villages should not rely on the private resources of a single clan, so Danzo. Song Jie pronounced the name in a lazy manner, as if calling a dog. Danzo's mouth closed. Song Jie tilted his head slightly, the curve at the corner of his mouth slowly flattening. Are you trying to pin this blame on the white-haired man? He took a step closer to Danzo. Danzo's back pressed tightly against the wall. That white-haired man has a foul temper, a sharp tongue, and calculates better than anyone else. Song Jie approached step by step, the hem of his robe sweeping across the scattered wood. But he cares about 2 things most in his life. He took another step closer. The first, the Great Pillar. The second, the Senju clan. Song Jie stood firm before Danzo, less than half a meter apart. The shadow cast by his 2-meter frame enveloped Danzo entirely in darkness. Even if the white-haired man gathers all the money in Konoha into the national treasury, he won't touch the ancestral property of the Senju, because that was earned at the cost of his brother's life. You stuff the words of the dead into your own mouth and think I can't tell. Danzo's breath caught for a moment. At the door, Tsunade's nails dug into the shattered doorframe. Her eyes were red, not from fear, but from years of humiliation finding an outlet at this moment. Grandpa never said such things. Tsunade's voice came from behind, clear enough for even the umbu in the corridor to hear. I've seen the original will left by Grandpa, which states the Senju's property shall be decided by the Senju themselves. She walked into the office, her footsteps crunching on the broken wood, and ink stepping over scattered documents, and walked step by step to Song Jie's side. Her amber eyes locked onto Danzo. That draft was forged by you, Danzo. Danzo's single eye finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Tsunade, don't. The Flying Thunder God scroll left by Grandpa was sealed by you under the pretext of public safety into the underground warehouse of Root. The Senju sacred grove planted by my grandfather was cut down by you under the guise of construction planning. My medical research institute was transformed into an interrogation room for Root by you under the justification of resource integration. Tsunade took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. Every authorization document bears the Hokage's grand seal signed with the name of the 3rd Hokage. But the proposer, every single one, is you, Shimura Danzo. Rijan's complexion turned gray, his gaze averted from Tsunade's. Song Jie glanced at Tsunade, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Girl, you knew all along. And what of it? Tsunade's eyelashes fluttered, lowering before lifting again. When my blood phobia acts up, I can't even muster a shred of chakra. How am I supposed to fight back against them? Song Jie said nothing. He turned back to look at Danzo. This time there was no hint of amusement in his eyes. Danzo, I haven't settled the score with you regarding that Sharingan you just used. His fingers released the bandage on Danzo's shoulder, pointing at the right arm hidden behind Danzo. Let me see that arm too. Danzo's body tensed to the extreme, the muscles beneath the bandage quivering. Kitahara Sōsuke, you are not from Konoha, you have no right. Whoosh. A sudden rush of air came from the shattered window. A golden flash burst through the window, moving so fast that even the air couldn't react in time. A young man crouching and holding a three-pronged kunai landed between Rizhan and Songjie, his golden short hair dazzling in the morning light. Wearing the standard Konoha Jonin vest, he had a tight-fitting dark blue ninja outfit underneath. Approximately 1.78 meters tall, his figure was tall but not skinny, and his blue pupils accurately locked onto Songjie's chest as he landed. The blade of the three-pronged kunai was engraved with special technique inscriptions gleaming with a faint blue light. Songjie's gaze landed on that kunai. His eyes narrowed slightly, not out of threat but because of that technique. Songjie recognized the underlying structure of that technique. Although it had been significantly simplified, at least 3 layers of nesting had been removed, the framework remained. The anchor point markings of space-time ninjutsu, the white-haired man's creation. Lord Third, are you all right? The young man's voice was crisp and clear, his blue pupils monitoring Songjie, the three-pronged kunai positioned before him in a textbook-perfect stance. Rizhan's hand lifted slightly. Kushina stepped back. Namikaze Minato did not move. His gaze swept between Songjie and Tsunade, noticing Tsunade standing beside Songjie, her demeanor calm, showing no signs of being coerced. Yet he still did not lower the kunai. Songjie did not look at Minato's face. His gaze was still fixed on that three-pronged kunai. You say step back and I just step back. Kid, where did you learn the technique inscribed on that kunai? Minato frowned slightly. It's none of your business. Oh. Songjie finally raised his eyes and glanced at Minato. Young clean, his gaze shone bright. He was not at all on the same wavelength as Danzo and Rizhan. Songjie extended his hand, tracing in the air a series of complex inscriptions far beyond Minato's kunai, leaving traces of chakra with his fingertips. Those inscriptions appeared in the air for 2 seconds, shimmering with a silvery light before dissipating. Minato's pupils contracted sharply. His hand, the one gripping the kunai, started to tremble. Not out of fear. He was shaking because he understood the set of inscriptions. That was the complete version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Not the simplified version he had spent 5 years reverse engineering from incomplete documents, but the original. Just the 3 layers of nested anchor point circuits were enough to triple the speed of his current Flying Thunder God technique. You! Minato's voice became hoarse for a moment, his blue pupils reflecting the already dissipated silvery inscriptions. How do you have the second Hokage taught me? Songjie retracted his hand, tucked it back into his sleeve, and wore an indifferent expression. Did you come up with that Flying Thunder God on your own? Minato did not respond, but his expression answered everything. Songjie glanced at the simplified technique on the three-pronged kunai, the corners of his mouth twitching. The white-haired man's Flying Thunder God uses 36 layers of nested anchor points, ignoring timeline shifts, to directly fold spatial coordinates. He cast a sidelong glance at Minato. Your version only used 12 layers of anchor points, simplifying the spatial folding to unidirectional displacement. Songjie extended his hand, virtually tapping 3 times above the blade of Minato's kunai. Here, and here, at least 3 layers of core circuits have been lost. Fast enough but lacking in precision, encountering high-dimensional spatial interference will lead to deviations. Minato's hand gripping the kunai had completely lost its will. He was a genius, recognized as the genius of all of Konoha. The Flying Thunder God technique was his proud creation, which he had labored for years to deduce from fragmented literature. Yet this man before him had merely glanced at his technique and pointed out all its flaws one by one. Who exactly are you? Minato's voice caught in his throat. Tsunade spoke up beside him. Minato put away the kunai. Her tone was calm but left no room for refusal. His name is Kitahara Sōsuke, the sworn brother of the first and second Hokage. Minato's hand relaxed. The 3-pronged kunai slipped from his grasp, the tip embedding into the pile of broken wood with a clatter. His mind exploded into a blank space. At the end of the corridor, a pair of gray-blue eyes flashed around the corner. A strand of purplish red hair peeked out from behind the wall before retracting. The kunai of Watergate was embedded in the pile of shattered, wood still buzzing and vibrating. He stood still, his blue pupils fixated on Songjie, as the processing speed of his mind struggled to keep up with his mouth. The first and second generations. Sworn brothers. Watergate chewed on these words, his gaze instinctively sweeping to the portrait on the wall. The first generation. The second generation. He was more aware than anyone of what those 2 names meant in Konoha. Songjie was too lazy to repeat it, glancing at Tsunade. You kids from Konoha are all so slow. The questions are all the same. Tsunade didn't respond, but the corner of her mouth curled, slightly a faint smile that quickly vanished. Watergate bent down to pick up the trident kunai from the ground, his thumb rubbing over the technique inscriptions on the hilt. He was a clever man. To reverse engineer the Flying Thunder God from incomplete texts, his mind worked faster than anyone else's. The complete inscriptions that Songjie had just drawn in the air, though Watergate had only seen them for 2 seconds, he had at least memorized 70%. The logical coherence of that three-layer nested circuit far surpassed his simplified version, which could not be provided by the fragmented text circulating among the populace. This meant that the man before him had indeed come into contact with the core technology of the second generation. Watergate's gaze lifted from the kunai landing on Songjia. The 2-meter-tall figure wore a deep blue long robe of the Senju clan with rolled-up sleeves revealing forearms thicker than the thighs of an average person with veins coiling like old vines. Yet that face was absurdly youthful, the sharpness in his eyes contrasting completely with this dominant physique. Watergate returned his kunai to the pouch at his waist. Lord Songjia. He slightly bowed, his manners appropriate, but neither servile nor arrogant. If you truly are a close friend of the second generation, then the complete technique of the Flying Thunder God. You want to learn? Songjia raised an eyebrow. Watergate's mouth closed for a moment, a glimmer of light flickering in his blue pupils. He neither nodded nor shook his head. Songjia crossed his arms, leaning against the shattered window frame. Broken glass scattered behind him as morning light shone down from above, casting an exaggeratedly long shadow on the floor. Your Flying Thunder God, the core idea is not wrong and the foundation is solid. Kangji's speech was slow, as if teaching an apprentice, but his casual attitude made one want to hit him. But the white-haired one told me one thing when he taught me back then. He curled his index finger and casually flicked it in the air. The chakra that flicked out drew a miniature inscription ring in the air, spinning half a turn before shattering, but the amount of information contained in that half-circle nearly glued Watergate's eyes to it. The Flying Thunder God is not a displacement technique, it's a coordinate reset technique. You are not moving from point A to point B. You are erasing your existence at point A while regenerating it at point B. Watergate's breathing quickened. He stared at the dissipating remnants of the inscription, his lips moving slightly. So the core is not in speed. Not in speed. Songjia continued. It's in precision. Your 12 anchor points are fast enough, but the folding precision is insufficient. In other words, he extended his hand, 2 fingers pinching in the direction of Watergate's kunai pouch, making a twisting motion. Every time you land with the Flying Thunder God, the molecular arrangement of your body will result in a 3/10 shift. You won't feel it yourself, but after a few thousand times subtle damage to your meridians will accumulate. Watergate's expression changed. He was a combat-type ninja, and the Flying Thunder God was a skill frequently used in battle. A 3/10 shift after a few thousand times. His hand clenched and then relaxed. The 36 nested layers that the white-haired one taught me back then were to compress that shift to 0. Songjia withdrew his hand, tucked it into his sleeve, and stifled a small yawn. But for you to reverse engineer to this extent from the fragmented texts, your talent is indeed remarkable. Much better than that group of students from back then. He glanced at Hizashi. Hizashi sat behind the remnants of the broken desk, his face ashen, but not a word was spoken. Watergate's fists clenched and then relaxed again, then clenched once more. He was a proud man, but in the face of a true crushing cognitive gap, pride automatically transformed into a thirst for knowledge. Lord Songjia, that 3-layer nested circuit structure, can you? We'll talk about it later. Songjia pulled his hand from his sleeve and waved it at Watergate. I have important matters to attend to now. As for the issues with your Flying Thunder God, I'll sort them out for you later, or otherwise the white-haired one will be so angry, he might come back to life. Watergate opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Tsunade spoke up first. Watergate, when he says later, he means later. Tsunade's tone carried a subtle hint of protectiveness. Watergate glanced at Tsunade. He was familiar with her. The Konoha Jonin circle was small. But the Tsunade he remembered was not like this. The Tsunade in his memory had a fiery temper, fierce eyes, and would kick down any utility poles that got in her way while walking down the street. Yet the Tsunade standing beside Songjia now had a rosy complexion, the mark of the 100 healings faintly glowing on her forehead, and her chakra was so dense and full that even he, a sensory-type ninja, found it dazzling. But what concerned Watergate the most was not these things. It was Tsunade's positioning. She stood half a step to the right of Songjia, her body slightly angled towards him, her center of gravity leaning heavily in that direction. This stance indicated dependency. One of the legendary Sannin Tsunade Senju was actively relying on another person. Watergate silently swallowed this information, no longer pursuing the matter of the Flying Thunder God. He took half a step back, moving to the side of Hizashi. Lord Third, I roughly understand the situation. Watergate lowered his voice. What do you need me to do? Hizashi's fingers tapped twice on the edge of the broken desk, his gaze towards Songjia filled with complexity. Songjia was no longer looking at him. His gaze was directed towards the office door, his nose twitching slightly, as if he were sniffing something. Kid, he suddenly called out to Watergate. Watergate looked up in response. Your wife. Kangji's chin pointed towards the corner of the corridor. Watergate was taken aback. At the corner of the corridor, a strand of purplish red hair swiftly retreated. Then came a low suppressed sound like a cat stepping on its tail. Watergate's expression cracked for a moment. Kushina, come out. He rubbed his brow. 3 seconds of silence. Then a woman walked out from the corner wearing an extremely guilty smile. Her purplish-red hair hung down to her waist with the ends slightly curled. Standing around 1 meter 63, her figure was balanced but distinctly curvy. Her ninja vest obscured most of her upper body outline, but the cinched waist accentuated a remarkably thin waist, creating a curve pushed out by the vest. Her facial contours were rather round with large eyes that had a fierce intensity that seemed mismatched with her appearance, and her fair cheeks bore a faint blush. A pair of legs emerged from beneath her shorts, long and slender with skin so fair it reflected light. Songjie glanced at her and then furrowed his brow. Not because of Kushina's face, but because at her abdomen, a massive amount of chakra was sealed, murky and turbulent, radiating a scorching demonic aura. This girl is keeping that stinky fox in her belly. As soon as Kanji's words came out, the temperature in the office dropped 3 degrees. Kushina stood at the door, her smile frozen on her face. Minato's body instantly tensed, the warmth in his blue pupils vanishing as his hand pressed against the kunai pouch at his waist. The identity of the Jinchuriki was an rank secret of Konoha. Only a handful of people knew about it. Hizashi suddenly lifted his head from behind the broken table and Danzo's single eye shot over. For people in the office simultaneously fixed their gaze on Koji. Koji remained oblivious to their stares. He tilted his head slightly, his nostrils flaring, as if he were a hunting dog catching the scent of an old rival. That's right, it's that foul smell. He extended his finger and pointed vaguely in the direction of Kushina's abdomen. The chakra of the Nine Tails, I can smell it even from 800 meters away. Back when we fought in the Valley of the End, that beast was extracted from the Ten Tails by Obito and immediately bared its teeth at me. Koji withdrew his hand and tucked it into his sleeve. As a result, I shot it a glare, and it instantly tucked its tail and lay down whimpering for a long time before daring to get up. Kushina's mouth opened slightly. She instinctively pressed down on her abdomen. Beneath her palm, the ceiling patterns were slightly warm. The chakra of the Nine Tails was fluctuating violently. But it was not the kind of fluctuation that indicated a rampage. It was a retreat. Kushina had been a Jinchuriki for 20 years, and had never experienced such a reaction. The Nine Tails was always struggling, always testing the seams of the seal, always burning her meridians with its scorching chakra. But at this moment, that colossal beast was eerily quiet. It was not the quiet of slumber, but the quiet of curling up in fear. Like a cat frightened by thunder, it curled its tail beneath its body, desperately trying to minimize its presence. Kushina's gray-blue pupils widened. What's going on? She looked down at her hand pressing against her abdomen, and the temperature of the ceiling patterns was rapidly decreasing from scorching to warm, then to normal. For 20 years, as a Jinchuriki, she had never felt the Nine Tails chakra behave so obediently. Is that foul fox of yours suddenly not causing any trouble? Koji's voice came from the front. Kushina abruptly lifted her head. Koji leaned against the broken window frame, his deep blue robe catching the morning light with a golden edge on his shoulder. He looked at Kushina with an expression that carried a casual reminiscence. That beast has a pretty good memory. Decades later, it can still recognize my yang release chakra and knows to be afraid. Minato's hand slowly relaxed from the kunai pouch. His mind was racing. The man before him not only knew that Kushina was a Jinchuriki, but he also understood the nature of the Nine Tails and could instill fear in it. What kind of existence could make a tailed beast fear? Minato couldn't fathom it. He looked toward Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, slightly confirming the weight of Koji's words. As Kushina walked into the office, the intense heat in her abdomen diminished with each step. The closer she got to Koji, the quieter the Nine Tails became. By the time she was 3 meters away from Koji, the Nine Tails chakra had nearly completely retreated, and even the usual faint traces of its demonic energy had ceased. Kushina was stunned. Since she could remember, her meridians had always been scorched by the Nine Tails' demonic energy. The pain was not acute but chronic, persistent, like lava flowing through her veins. She had grown accustomed to it, but at this moment the lava had cooled. Her meridians felt calm and cool like a mountain stream. She had never known what a normal person's body felt like. Kushina's nose tinged with acidity. She blinked twice, desperately trying to push that layer of moisture back. You? Her voice was muffled. How did you do that? Koji glanced at her, his gaze resting on her face for half a second before shifting down to her hand pressed against her abdomen. I didn't do anything, and my yang release chakra is just too dense, and that beast was suppressed in its instinctive reactions. He twisted his neck and a crisp crack echoed from his cervical vertebrae. It's like a mouse sensing the scent of a cat. It's a natural law. Kushina fell silent. She stood there, her hand pressed against her abdomen, her gray-blue eyes watching Koji's profile, her expression growing complex. Minato noticed his wife's unusual demeanor. He walked over and placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine. Kushina turned her head to glance at Minato, then back to Koji. Minato, is this person really the sworn brother of the first Hokage? It seems so. Minato's blue pupils flickered, his voice low enough only for the two of them to hear. The complete flying thunder god technique can't be forged. Only the second Hokage himself and his closest people would possibly know about it. Koji ignored their whispers. His focus returned to Hisashi and Danzo. Deep within Koji's mind, the system's notification tone quietly lit up. Ding. Rank in attribute chakra source detected. Target Uzumaki Kushina. Distance 3 meters. Bloodline identification pure blood of the Uzumaki clan. Chakra quality rating S rank with the Ninetales demonic energy enhancement it can reach SS rank. This target's physique has a very high affinity with the host's Yang release, and the Yin-Yang harmony can additionally grant resonance enhancement of tailed beast chakra. Recommendation for the host. Koji dismissed the prompt in his mind. He glanced at Danzo. Danzo leaned against the corner wall, his single eye half closed, his right arm still hidden behind his back. The blood vessels that had burst at the corner of Koji's eye during the earlier Genjutsu had stopped bleeding, but the dried bloodstains still clung to his face. Koji noticed a detail. Since Kushina entered the room, there had been an extremely subtle change in Danzo's chakra fluctuations. It was not tension, it was signaling. Danzo was using a minuscule amount of chakra to send signals outward. The frequency was very low with long intervals, hidden within the noise of normal physiological fluctuations undetectable by ordinary sensory ninjas. But Koji was not an ordinary sensory ninja. The corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't expose it. He wanted to see what else this mouse could come up with. Koji turned his attention back to Hisashi. Monkey, where were we just now? Hisashi's face looked as if he had aged 5 years. You said, you wanted me to disclose 3 things. Right? You mentioned the first one but were interrupted. Koji glanced at the kunai stuck in the ground by Minato. Now continue. Who signed off on the Senju clan's confiscation? Where are the documents? Hisashi closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze was directed at Danzo. Danzo's single eye narrowed, his lips pressed tightly together. There was a brief moment of eye contact between the two elders. Koji clearly saw this exchange of glances. All right, stop exchanging secret signals. He straightened up from the window frame, the hem of his robe brushing against the shattered glass with a rustling sound. I'll give you a day to dig up the documents. If you can't find them, I'll go to the root myself. He walked toward the door, paused after a few steps, and turned to look at Danzo. By the way, about your right arm. You won't need to explain it. I will eventually take it apart myself to see what's hidden inside. Danzo's expression finally broke and his right arm twitched beneath the burlap bandages. Koji no longer looked at him and strode out of the office. Tsunade followed behind, and as she passed by Kushina, their eyes briefly met. Kushina looked at Tsunade's face. The corridor on the 5th floor of the Hokage building was strewn with shattered glass, and 3 umbu were embedded in the walls, having been struck in by Songjie. Songjie stepped over the broken glass and walked toward the stairs, his pace leisurely, the hem of his long robe trailing on the ground amid the chaos. Tsunade walked half a step behind him on the right, glancing at the umbu who had passed out embedded in the wall. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Sudden footsteps approached from behind. Lord Songjie, please wait a moment. Minato caught up. Songjie did not turn back. We'll discuss your flying thunder god later, don't rush. It's not about the flying thunder god. Minato caught up to Songjie's side, matching his pace as they descended. The light in his blue pupils was bright. The 3rd Hokage asked me to escort you and Lady Tsunade back. Finally, Songjie glanced at him. Escort? Escort whom? He looked down at Minato and then at himself. Do you think anyone in Konoha could threaten me? Minato's mouth twitched. It was the 3rd Hokage's orders. The monkey's face isn't worth much. Songjie continued down the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stairwell. But you're somewhat agreeable, so if you want to follow, go ahead. Minato silently followed. He noticed that Tsunade had maintained her position at Songjie's right side the entire time. The 3 of them exited the main gate of the Hokage building. All 8 umbu guards were gone, having retreated 50 meters away to crouch on rooftops and observe. Songjie stood on the steps in front of the building, looking up at the mountain carved with the faces of the Hokage. The morning light illuminated the 4 enormous stone faces clearly. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, wait a minute. Who is the 4th? Songjie's gaze landed on the unfinished statue on the far right, his brow furrowing. Tsunade and Minato fell silent simultaneously. Songjie turned to look at Minato. Minato rubbed the back of his head. He hasn't officially taken office yet. Songjie stared at him for 3 seconds. You? Minato did not speak, but his expression said it all. Songjie's gaze flickered between Minato's face and the unfinished statue on the mountain. All right, you have some skills you can manage as Hokage. He withdrew his gaze and strode down the steps, stepping onto the long street leading to the southern district. Minato walked on the left side, Tsunade on the right as the 3 headed back along the main street. The number of people on the street had doubled since they arrived. The sound of shattered glass from the Hokage building had echoed throughout half the village, curious residents, and passing ninjas crowded along the sides of the street whispering as they watched the 3. Songjie walked in the middle, his 2-meter-tall figure standing out among the crowd, his deep blue robe, tightly bound by his muscles each step, creating a gust of wind that made people around him instinctively step back. Lady Tsunade, someone in the crowd called out. It was a middle-aged woman with a vegetable basket, a resident of the southern district who considered herself Tsunade's neighbor. How come your complexion has improved so much? Didn't you say you had hemophobia? Tsunade shot her a glance and remained silent. Songjie answered for her. It's been cured. 2 words spoken softly were heard clearly by everyone within 5 meters. The middle-aged woman's mouth fell open in shock. Songjie ignored the onlookers and glanced at Minato. Kid, your flying thunder god has one major flaw. Do you know what it is? Minato's mind instantly focused. Please enlighten me. Songjie extended his left hand and traced a short arc in the air, leaving a silver-white trail of chakra. The original intention of the white-haired design of the flying thunder god was not for displacement in battle, but for protection. Minato's steps slowed slightly. Protection. The core function of the 36 nested anchor points is to precisely fold spatial coordinates, but the white-haired concealed a circuit in the innermost layer specifically for marking the protected object. Songjie retracted his hand, the chakra trace dissipating in the morning breeze. As long as you mark someone, no matter how far apart you are, the flying thunder god can instantly send you to their side. No need to preset kunai, no need to lay points in advance. Minato halted. He stood in the middle of the street, something violently churning in his blue pupils. Marking a protected object. No need to preset kunai. He repeated this phrase softly to himself. His flying thunder god could not achieve this. His flying thunder god relied on 3-pronged kunai as spatial anchor points. Without kunai there would be no landing point. But if there were a set of circuits that could directly mark living beings. Have you figured it out? Songjie had already taken several steps ahead, his voice drifting back. That 3-layer nested circuit was not just for show. It was a safety net he left for himself. The reason he designed the flying thunder god back then was to reach the great pillar on the battlefield at any time. Songjie's voice had a fleeting pause. Unfortunately, the white-haired man never made it. Minato stood still. The people on the street moved back and forth, sunlight scattering across his golden hair, creating a halo. He glanced down at the 3-pronged kunai at his waist. Then he heard Kushina's breathing from around the corner of the corridor. The girl was coming. A head of purplish-red hair peeked out from the alley, her gray-blue eyes staring at him. Minato suddenly tightened his grip on the kunai. If the flying thunder god could mark a protected object and reach that person instantly without needing kunai, it was obvious who he would mark first. Come on, what are you dawdling for? Songjie's voice had already drifted several meters ahead. Minato hurriedly quickened his pace, his steps much more urgent than when he arrived. As he caught up to Songjie, he noticed a woman in deep purple kimono standing on the edge of a rooftop to the southeast. With black hair tied back, her posture was straight. At a distance of 2 streets, her face was not clearly visible. But Minato recognized her. Uchiha Mikoto, the wife of Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. She stood on the rooftop facing the main street, having watched since Songjie stepped out of the Hokage building. Minato noticed a detail. The hand Mikoto rested on the rooftop railing was pale, the knuckles losing color. It was not a reaction of fear. Minato turned back to glance at Songjie's back. The 2-meter-tall figure clad in the Senju clan's long robe walked under the bright sunlight like a moving mountain. Tsunade followed at his right side, her golden hair fluttering gently in the wind. Suddenly, Minato thought of something. Just earlier in the Hokage office, Songjie had made 3 requests to Hiruzen. But he only mentioned the first 2. The third, after Tsunade and Kushina spoke one after the other, was interrupted. Songjie had not yet mentioned the third condition. When they reached the bottom of Tsunade's apartment building, Songjie came to a halt. He turned to look at the Hokage building, the one with shattered glass everywhere, looking quite pathetic in the sunlight. Kid, Songjie called out to Minato. Go back and tell the monkey 3 things. Minato stood at attention. First, all Senju clan properties, including the secret vault, must be immediately returned to Tsunade. Songjie raised one finger. All Senju assets taken over by Root, including the Ninja Tool Workshop Medical Research Institute, and storage for the Flying Thunder God Scrolls must be returned intact. Second finger. Second, all records of Root's actions against the Senju clan must be made public. I want to see every document, every command, every signature. Third finger. Third. Songjie turned his head, the smile at the corner of his mouth flattening. Danzo himself must come to the Senju ancestral grounds and bow in apology before the tablets of our ancestors. Minato frowned slightly. Lord Songjie, the third one might what? Songjie retracted his 3 fingers and patted Minato on the shoulder. His palm almost covered Minato's entire shoulder, the pressure perfectly controlled, to let Minato feel the terrifying muscles lurking beneath that skin. I give them 1 day. If I don't see results by sunset tomorrow, Songjie withdrew his hand and pushed open the door to the apartment building. He turned back the morning light outlining the contours of his profile, a smile on his youthful face that seemed extraordinarily innocent and harmless. "I'll go get it myself." He walked into the hallway. Tsunade, following behind, glanced back at Minato as she entered. There was a faint smile in her amber eyes, her mouth moving silently. Minato read her lips. She was saying, "He means what he says." The apartment door closed. Minato stood downstairs, gripping the three-pronged kunai so tightly that his fingerprints were almost embedded into the metal. Makoto was still there. Her black hair fluttered gently in the wind, the hem of her deep purple kimono lifted by the morning breeze revealing a dazzlingly white calf. She did not look at Minato. From start to finish her gaze remained fixed on the door, through which Songjie had disappeared. Minato took a deep breath and turned to run toward the Hokage building. At the alley entrance behind him, Kushina poked her head out, her gray-blue eyes focused on the window of the apartment on the second floor, where the curtains had been drawn. Her right hand pressed against her abdomen. Under the seal, the Ninetales demonic chakra was quiet, showing no signs of movement. It was the first time in 20 years. Kushina's fingers tightened around the hem of her vest, her knuckles reddening as she bit her lip. On the rooftop, Makoto withdrew her gaze and turned to descend the stairs. The kimono clung to her body, outlining her narrow shoulders and slender waist, the taut fabric across her chest subtly rising and falling with each step. She reached her front door, her hand resting on the doorknob, pausing for 3 seconds without pushing it open. In the depths of her right eye socket, the pattern of the Sharingan swirled beneath the iris, flashing red intermittently. Her other hand pressed against her heart. It was beating very fast. Too fast. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the tattered curtains, casting a crooked golden line on the floor of the Tsunade apartment. Kuji sat on the rickety wooden chair by the window, his left foot resting on the windowsill, while his right hand tore a piece of hard biscuit that could crack a walnut, munching on it with a crunch. Tsunade sat cross-legged at the low table opposite him, skillfully peeling an apple with a small knife, the skin curling thin and long, wrapping around 3 times without breaking. "Girl, your knife skills would probably serve well for cutting people too." Tsunade's knife paused and her amber eyes rolled. "Can you be serious for a moment?" "I've always been serious." Kuji stuffed the last piece of biscuit into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel, mumbling something indistinct, nearly spraying saliva onto Tsunade's face. Tsunade flicked her wrist, the small knife whizzed past Kuji's ear and embedded itself into the wall behind, sinking half an inch deep. "Don't talk while eating." Kuji turned his head to glance at the knife, buzzing against the wall, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed the biscuit. "Your strength is recovering well, much stronger than last night." Tsunade's ears flushed slightly, nearly dropping the peeled apple in her hand. "Shut up." Kuji smirked, ready to tease her again, but his smile suddenly vanished. His nostrils flared slightly, and his head slowly turned towards the southeast. Tsunade noticed the change in him, and her hand that was peeling the apple stopped. "What's wrong?" Kuji didn't answer, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee. His perception spread out in that instant, covering most of Konoha. To the southeast, about 1,200 meters away, a surge of scorching demonic energy was rapidly expanding like a disturbed anthill, red chakra wildly seeping from a certain point. The presence of the Ninetales, and it was more intense than what he had sensed earlier in the Hokage's office, at least 10 times stronger. Kuji furrowed his brows. That stinking fox has stirred up trouble. Tsunade leaped to her feet, the apple rolling to the corner of the wall. "Ninetales, the Jinchuriki is in trouble." Kuji stood up from the chair, his 2-meter-tall frame blocking all the light from the window. He reached out his hand, probing the air, his fingertips brushing against a trace of extremely weak residual yang release fluctuation tracing back along its trajectory, landing precisely on the seal within Kushina. Ding! Emergency alert. Detected a disruption in the seal within Uzumaki Kushina. Reason analysis: the host's yang release chakra briefly suppressed the Ninetales' demonic energy, and after the target left the effective range of the host, the Ninetales produced a reactive rebound, causing a 30 expansion of the seal crack. Current danger level a rank. If not intervened within 40 minutes, the seal will enter an irreversible damage stage. Kuji read the system prompt and let out a single word. Damn! Tsunade had never seen Kuji speak in such a tone. Her heart skipped a beat. What exactly is going on? Kuji had already moved to the window, 1 foot stepping onto the sill. That stinking fox, it didn't dare to make a sound while I was nearby, but as soon as I walked away it rebounds. He glanced back at Tsunade, his gaze shifting from casual to serious. The demonic energy is attacking the seal. If we don't intervene, that girl's seal is going to crack. Tsunade's expression changed. She understood all too well what it meant for the Ninetales to break free. The disaster from over 10 years ago, half a street in Konoha was flattened and several names were suddenly removed from the candidate list for the 4th Hokage. "I'm going with you. Stay here." Kuji's tone left no room for discussion. He pushed off the ground, causing the wooden board of the windowsill to crack like a spider web. "I'm going to pin that beast's head down and teach it to behave. You just wait here." Before his words had even faded away, his figure had already shot out of the window, his deep blue robe creating a straight residual shadow in midair as he dashed towards the southeast along the rooftops of the opposite building. Tsunade leaned halfway out of the window, her golden hair blown into her face by the wind. She stared at the increasingly distant deep blue figure, her fingers gripping the edge of the window frame, her nails digging into the wood. To the southeast, the home of Uzumaki Minato. It was a small two-story house located at the edge of a residential area, with a small courtyard vines of morning glory climbing up the walls. At this moment, the window of the second-floor bedroom was shaking violently with several cracks already appearing in the glass. Minato knelt before Kushina, his hands forming the hand signs, the blue chakra swirling between his 10 fingers, weaving a dense net of seals covering the spreading red patterns on Kushina's abdomen. Sweat dripped down from his forehead, hitting the floor, instantly evaporated by the red demonic energy spreading beneath. Kushina curled up on the ground, hugging her belly, her purplish-red hair scattered everywhere, curled and distorted by the heat waves of the demonic energy. Her pale face was drenched in cold sweat, her gray-blue eyes widened, the pupils reflecting the surging red light from her abdomen. The light-colored loungewear was soaked in sweat, clinging to her body, outlining her smooth waistline and distinct contours, the fabric at her chest rising and falling violently with her rapid breaths. But at this moment, no one cared about such things. On Kushina's abdomen, the lines of the four-symbol seal were cracking at a visible speed, red demonic energy surging out from the cracks, having already burned through 2 layers of flooring beneath her, exposing the ceiling of the living room below. Minato! It's gone mad. The Ninetales has gone mad. Kushina's voice was intermittent with each word, causing a wisp of red steam to escape from her mouth. I'm holding it down, don't speak. Minato's voice was distorted from clenching his teeth, his hands exerting all their strength in the sealing technique, but the rebound force of the Ninetales far exceeded his expectations. This was not normal. In 20 years, the Ninetales had never gone berserk at this level, not even during the months when Kushina's emotions were at their most unstable. Minato's mind raced. What was different about today? The answer almost instantly surfaced in his mind. Kuji North. In the Hokage's office, when Kushina was close to Kuji, the Ninetales' demonic energy had been as calm as a still pond. For the first time in 20 years. And now, less than half an hour after leaving Kuji, the Ninetales' rebound was more violent than ever. It was like a balloon forcibly pushed underwater. The moment the external force disappeared, it would shoot up 3 times higher than normal. Ugh! Kushina let out a suppressed scream. The outermost lines of the seal on her abdomen exploded with a crack the width of a finger, scorching red demonic energy, gushing out directly, toppling the wardrobe in the bedroom. Minato's sealing net was blown apart halfway, his fingers burned with a charred mark by the demonic energy, but he didn't even furrow his brows, forming the hand signs again, adding a second layer of seal. Kushina, hold on, it's too late, kid. A voice came from outside the shattered window. Minato suddenly looked up. A person was crouching on the window frame, their deep blue robe filled with wind, a 2-meter-tall figure squeezed in the window shoulders, distorting the frame. Kuji tilted his head to glance at the chaos inside the room, his lips twitching slightly. I left for less than 20 minutes and this beast is already causing a ruckus. Minato didn't have time to be surprised how Kuji found this place, urgently spoke. Lord Kuji, the Ninetales suddenly went berserk. I can't contain it with my sealing technique. I see it. Kuji jumped down from the windowsill, the impact causing the entire building to shake. He glanced at Kushina, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the red patterns surging on her abdomen. The demonic energy was thicker than before, even the air burned with distorted heat waves. Get out of the way. Just 2 words, crisp and decisive. Minato hesitated for a moment. Kuji had already stepped over. Song Jie's feet stepped onto the scorched floor, the charred wood groaning under his weight. Move aside. Song Jie's gaze swept past Watergate's face, his tone as casual as asking someone to shift a stool. Song Jie crouched down. On the floor, Kushina was curled up, her purplish-red hair stuck to her cheeks and neck with sweat, her gray-blue eyes filled with painful tears. The thin homeware was burned with several small scorched holes by the demonic energy, the fabric clinging to her body, and her fair waist peeking out from the hem tinted with an eerie pink by the red demonic energy. Song Jie didn't look at those. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling cracks that were continuously spreading across Kushina's abdomen, his right palm facing down as he slowly pressed down. Hang in there, girl. The moment his palm touched Kushina's abdomen, the pure yang chakra within Song Jie surged forth like a floodgate, golden-purple light overflowing from the edges of his palm, frantically pouring into the ceiling patterns. Hiss! Kushina gasped sharply, her body arching as her back momentarily lifted off the ground before falling back. Song Jie's other hand pressed down on her shoulder, forcing her back onto the floor. Don't move. At the moment the scorching yang release chakra crashed into the ceiling space, Watergate's perception clearly captured an absurd scene. The demonic energy of the Ninetales was retreating. Not slowly retreating but collapsing, as if its spine had been pulled out, shrinking from the vast red mist into a ball of flame curled deep within the seal. The fissure on the seal started to close, the cracked patterns being filled one by one, with golden-purple chakra becoming smooth and complete once again. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Watergate opened his mouth slightly then closed it again. His sealing technique could barely maintain stability with all his strength, while Songjie had pressed the Ninetales back with just one palm. Songjie's brows furrowed slightly, the chakra flowing from his palm steady. He closed his eyes, his consciousness probing along the channels of yang release chakra. Sealing space. Dark damp with water pooling around his ankles ahead was a massive iron gate with yellowing sealing characters affixed to it. Songjie stepped forward in the water, taking 3 steps. Behind the iron bars, a mass larger than a hill was desperately shrinking into a corner, its 9 tails tightly coiled beneath its body, only 2 vertically slit eyes peeking out, secretly watching the newcomer through the gaps in its fur. In those slit eyes fear was written all over. Songjie stood with his arms crossed in front of the bars, tilting his head slightly. Haven't seen you in decades, you've put on weight. The Ninetales blinked its giant eyes, opening its mouth slightly, a gust of hot wind blowing through its teeth, but no sound came out. Songjie lifted his right foot, placing the sole on the iron bar chakra, vibrating, causing the entire bar to hum and tremble. The Ninetales' body shuddered, shrinking half a step further into the corner. Come out. The Ninetales remained motionless. Songjie raised his eyelids slightly. Come out, I won't say it a third time. The massive orange fur ball slowly crawled out from the corner, its 9 tails, still tightly pressed beneath it, its head lowered, the tip of its nose nearly touching the pooling water. Songjie crossed over the bars, stepping on the Ninetales' head. His foot was many times smaller than the Ninetales' eyes, but that tiny point of contact conveyed a pressure of yang release like an invisible mountain. The Ninetales flattened its body, its 4 legs going limp, its belly pressed against the water, emitting low whimpering sounds from its throat. That sound was exactly like a stray dog outside the village being stepped on its tail. Stinky fox. Songjie ground his foot on the Ninetales' head. You act like a coward when I'm around, but the moment I turn my back you bully the girl. The Ninetales' whimpers grew louder, its body curling into a ball, its 9 tails clamping down tighter. Why aren't you howling anymore? You were quite impressive before. Songjie crouched down, placing a hand on the Ninetales, knows the pressure not strong, but each tap carried a yang release pulse that made the Ninetales' scalp tingle. Let me set a rule for you. Songjie tapped the Ninetales' nose. Starting today you will obediently shrink the demonic energy within this girl's body, not allowed to actively strike the seal or burn her meridians. The Ninetales' slit eyes blinked once. Can't understand. Songjie's fingertips flashed with yang release chakra, causing the Ninetales' head to buzz, its giant eyes rolling back. Woo woo woo. The Ninetales' cries sounded like it was being spoiled, and begging for mercy, its massive claws digging in the water, splashing water all over Songjie's face. Songjie wiped his face dry and stood up. If there's a next time, I'll pull off your 9 tails and wear them as a scarf. The 9 tails pressed its entire body against the water surface, even its breathing minimized. Songjie turned and stepped out of the sealing space. In reality, he withdrew his palm from Kushina's abdomen, clapping his hands together. Kushina lay on the floor gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling, as if she had just sprinted 100 meters. Her complexion was visibly regaining color, the sealing patterns had returned to their place, quietly lying beneath the skin of her abdomen. The demonic energy had completely dissipated. The residual heat in the air was gradually fading, diluted by the evening breeze blowing in from the broken window. Kushina's gray-blue eyes were wide open, gazing at Songjie, who was squatting beside her, her lips moving several times. The 9 tails. It's not causing trouble anymore. Of course I stepped on its head and taught it a lesson. Songjie stood up, twisting his wrist, his knuckles cracking twice. That beast deserves a beating. It doesn't understand reason and needs to be taught with fists. Watergate stood 2 steps away, his whole being seemingly nailed to the floor. He had been tracking everything happening in the sealing space with his perception. Songjie's every move, the 9 tails, every reaction, he could see it all clearly. The sealing technique of the Jinchuriki is the highest level forbidden art since the 4th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage could only maintain the stability of the seal throughout his life. Yet Songjie stepped in and solved the problem with a single kick. Watergate opened his mouth, realizing he didn't know what to say. Kushina propped herself up on her elbows, her purplish red hair cascading behind her, damp strands sticking to her fair forehead. She looked down at her abdomen, placing her palm against it to test. Cool. Quiet. Just like when she was close to Songjie in the Hokage's office. Her nose began to sting again. Why are you crying? Songjie was pushing the wardrobe back into place, not turning his head as he tossed out a remark. I'm not crying. Kushina quickly wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve, her voice muffled. Songjie straightened the wardrobe, glanced at the messy room, then at the burned floor, his lips twitching slightly. Kid, you can ask Danzo to reimburse your renovation costs. Watergate didn't smile. He squatted down beside Kushina, placing a hand on her shoulder, but his gaze was directed at Songjie. Songjie, the 9 tails rampage this time was due to your yang release chakra. Songjie folded his arms. Yeah, I know. Watergate's blue pupils tightened slightly. When you were here, the 9 tails was suppressed, but when you left it rebounded. He paused, the warmth in his voice dropping a notch. Will the next rebound be stronger? Song Jie glanced at him. This kid's mind works quickly. Yes. Watergate's grip tightened on Kushina's shoulder. The bedroom fell silent for 3 seconds. A breeze from outside rustled the burnt edges of the curtains, producing a faint rustling sound. Kushina looked up at Kosuke, her gray-blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she bit her lip to hold them back. Minato's hand rested on her shoulder, his fingers tightening slightly. Lord Kosuke, can you clarify? Minato's voice was steady, but the leg he was crouching on trembled slightly. Kosuke raised a hand to rub the back of his head, tilting his neck to one side, as if finding this difficult to articulate. My yang release chakra is overly concentrated, belonging to the pure yang's extreme yang. He extended a finger pointing at Kushina's abdomen. Just now at the Hokage building, once I got closer, my yang release automatically seeped into her seal, suppressing the Ninetales' demonic energy tightly. Minato nodded. He had witnessed this part firsthand. But the problem lies here. Kosuke's finger moved away from Kushina's abdomen, drawing a circle in the air. My yang release chakra is easy to enter, but when it exits it brings a hook with it. Minato's brow twitched. A hook? The underlying structure of the seal got contaminated by my yang release, just like if you spread glue on a wall it's easy to stick paper on, but when you peel it off it will take the paint with it. Kosuke withdrew his hand, tucking it into his sleeve. When I was nearby the yang release kept supplying energy, the Ninetales was suppressed and the seal was stable. But once I moved far away the supply of yang release was cut off, and the underlying structure of the seal became compromised due to the adhesion, causing the Ninetales' rebound force to increase several times compared to before. Minato slowly processed Kosuke's words. His mind worked like a finely tuned gear, fitting together every piece of information, ultimately leading to a chilling conclusion. In other words, what you just did was suppress her, once deepening the adhesion of the seal's underlying structure. Kosuke rubbed his thumb against the tip of his nose. You're quite clever, kid. Minato's breath grew heavier. Deeper adhesion meant stronger dependence, and stronger dependence meant that the Ninetales' rebound would be even more violent after Kosuke left next time. A vicious cycle. What if you stayed near Kushina? You want me to be a bodyguard for your wife? Kosuke raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Minato's lips pressed into a thin line. I'm asking if there is another way. Kosuke didn't respond immediately. In the depths of his mind, the system's notification tone quietly chimed in. Ding. Adhesion resonance of the seal has been confirmed. Current status: host's yang release chakra has formed a one-way resonance, binding with the target, Uzumaki Kushina, S4 symbol seal. Estimated collapse time limit 72 hours. If the host does not complete a deep yin-yang interaction with the target within 72 hours, the underlying structure of the seal will completely collapse due to the yang release's cessation with a 98.7 probability of the Ninetales escaping. Recommended plan: executes glass yin-yang interaction on the target using the host's pure yang chakra to reshape the underlying structure of the seal from the root level while completing a dual resonance anchoring. This action can permanently eliminate the risk of seal collapse and additionally gain a tail beast chakra resonance boost. Estimated additional benefits: divine tree core fusion degree 15 to 20, unlocking pending. Kosuke reviewed the system prompts in his mind twice. His expression turned somewhat nuanced. On the ground, Kushina slowly stood up with Minato's help. Her legs were still a bit wobbly, and her body swayed slightly, supported by Minato at her waist. Her fair face still bore a faint blush from the demonic energy's burn, and her gray-blue pupils reflected Kosuke's shadow, filled with a complex emotion that even she couldn't untangle. Lord Kosuke, will my seal always be like this? Kushina's voice was a bit hoarse as she swallowed hard. Every time you leave, will it rebound? Kosuke looked at her, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before shifting down to her hand resting on her abdomen. There was no blame in her eyes, only unease. 20 years tormented by the Ninetales, having just tasted a moment of peace only to have it snatched away. Anyone would panic. Kosuke pushed the system prompt to the back of his mind, lifted his hand, and pinched the bridge of his nose. There is a way to resolve this. Kushina's eyes brightened. Minato turned his gaze as well. But this method is rather... Kosuke pondered his wording for a moment, realizing there was no need to hesitate. His gaze shifted from Kushina to Minato's face, pausing. Kid, your wife's situation is a bit tricky. Minato's blue pupils flickered with alternating light. You say. Kosuke dragged a chair over from the wall, sitting down with his long legs, stretched out his heels, resting on the edge of the scorched floor. My yang release chakra has already bonded with the foundation of her seal. The only way to completely remove this adhesion is one method. It's not about removing it, but rather reversing it, making the adhesion complete. Minato's Adam's apple bobbed. What does making it complete mean? It means turning my yang release from that thin layer of glue on the outside into a part of the seal's underlying structure. Kosuke traced a circle on his knee with his finger. To put it simply, my chakra needs to penetrate the deepest layer of the seal, completing a dual anchoring with the yin attribute chakra within her. This process is called yin-yang interaction, similar to how I treated Tsunade's hemophobia before. The bedroom fell silent. The wind blew through the shattered window, brushing against Kushina's flowing purplish-red hair, with a few strands sticking to her collarbones starkly white. Minato's face revealed no emotion. The light in his blue pupils gradually constricted until it formed two tiny bright points. Yin-yang interaction. He pronounced these 4 words slowly. What you did with Lady Tsunade is the same thing. Kosuke did not deny it. Minato's fist slowly clenched at his thigh. The bones of his fingers pressed together, producing an extremely faint creaking sound. Kushina's face turned from a pale red to a deep crimson, spreading all the way to her ears, trailing down her fair neck and disappearing into her damp collar. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, her gray-blue pupils wildly darting between Kosuke and Minato. Wait. She finally panicked, her voice rising by 2 pitches. You mean that Lady Tsunade and you both healing? Kosuke's tone was as natural as could be. Otherwise, do you think Tsunade's hemophobia was cured overnight after so many years? Kushina's mouth hung open, unable to close. Minato's gaze fell on her face, looking at her for 3 seconds before turning back to Kosuke. What if we don't do it? After 72 hours, the seal will crack and the 9 tails will escape. Konoha stood for a long time, long enough for Kushina to think he had left, propping herself up halfway from the floor to glance at the doorway. He hadn't left. He stood next to the floorboard, burned through by demonic energy, his hands hanging at his sides, the fingertips of his right hand trembling slightly. Kokai leaned against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest. The sleeves of his long robe rolled up to the middle of his forearms, revealing a muscular forearm. He was waiting. Konoha's Adam's apple bobbed, the light in his blue pupils gathering and dispersing repeatedly. Lord Kokai. Your method for treating Tsunade. Konoha's voice was low enough that only Kokai 2 steps away could hear it. The method you mentioned for treating Kushina is the same one. Kokai's eyelids lifted slightly, the curve of his lips unchanged. Are you asking a question or making a statement? What are you confirming? Confirming how I treated the illness. Konoha's fists tightened. Kokai tilted his head to look at him, his gaze carrying something hard to describe, neither provocation, nor merely an elder assessing whether the younger's backbone was strong enough. Kid, let me tell you something. Kokai stood up straight from the wall, his 2-meter-tall figure blocking the overhead light in the narrow corridor, casting a shadow over Konoha's face. Do you want to learn about the flight technique of the Flying Thunder God? The one that the white-haired protector marked? Konoha's pupils constricted. The transition was too abrupt, but his mind worked faster than anyone else's, 3 thoughts colliding within a moment, crystallizing into a clear answer. Kokai was making a deal with him. What you mean is... Konoha's voice lowered half a tone. You treat Kushina and I learn the complete version of the Flying Thunder God technique. It's not a deal. Kokai shook his head. He reached out and patted Konoha on the shoulder, the force just enough to bend Konoha's knee slightly. I treat her because that damned fox's mess is something I caused. Even if you disagree, I must treat her. Konoha's brow twitched. Then the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God is a different matter. Kokai withdrew his hand, turned away, and walked a few steps to the window at the end of the corridor, the moonlight slicing his face into light and shadow. When the white-haired one designed that circuit, it was to arrive beside the great pillar at any time. He tapped a knuckle on the window frame. Once you learn it, you can reach the person you want to protect at any time without needing kunai, without needing a landing point. Kokai looked back. Your wife has a beast sealed inside her that could destroy the entire Konoha. Do you think you need this ability? From the other end of the corridor, a muffled groan from Kushina leaked through the crack of the door. The sound was faint, caught between clenched teeth, carrying the echo of 20 years of suppressed pain. Konoha's spine straightened. His gaze passed over Kokai's shoulder, landing on the half-open door, pausing for exactly 10 seconds. Teach me. The 2 words were squeezed out between his teeth. Kokai's lips curled slightly. You're much quicker than a monkey. He pulled a short pen from his sleeve, grabbed Konoha's arm, and began to draw on the inner side of Konoha's forearm. The silver-white chakra marks drawn by the pen twisted and interwove on the skin, each stroke precise to a terrifying degree. Konoha looked down at the gradually forming technique on his forearm, the turmoil in his blue pupils shifting from anger to struggle, finally settling into a sharp resolve. 3 layers nested the core in the second layer's reverse fold. Kokai's pen tip paused at a node. Once the circuit is engraved, the moment the marked person is in danger, your body will move faster than your mind. What's the marking limit? Konoha stared at that node for 3 seconds. The white-haired one only marked 1 back then. Kokai put the pen back in his sleeve and patted Konoha's shoulder. But with your talent, 3 won't be a problem. Konoha's gaze shifted from the technique on his forearm back to that door. A heavier muffled groan came from the crack, the tail end trembling slightly. Kokai turned sideways, blocking Konoha's view. You don't need to watch what happens next. Konoha's fists clenched at his thighs and then relaxed. Will she feel pain? No. Kokai walked towards the doorway, resting his hand on the frame, replying with a single word. Konoha stood motionless in the moonlight. Before Kokai pushed the door open, he added one more sentence. Kid, you'll be able to calculate the folding precision of the second layer circuit of the flying thunder god tonight. He tilted his head, the moonlight illuminating his remarkably youthful profile. Go practice, don't just stand here. Konoha tightened his grip on the trident kunai at his waist and turned to leave. His footsteps grew fainter in the staircase, each step heavy, causing the wooden boards to creak. Kokai listened to the footsteps fade away, retracting his hand from the door frame. He pushed the door open and walked in. In the bedroom, the residual heat mist from the demonic energy lingered. Kushina curled up on the bed, her purplish-red hair spread across the pillow, her gray-blue eyes half open to look over, sweat beads rolling from her chin into the indentation of her collarbone. The red light from the seal on her abdomen began to flicker again. Kokai walked over and squatted down by the bed's edge. Girl, your man has left. Kushina's lips moved slightly, her voice rough like sandpaper scraping wood. Did he agree? Kokai reached out 2 fingers, probing her abdomen, measuring the temperature of the seal. It was hot enough to fry an egg. He's smarter than you think. Kushine's back was pressed against the wooden wall, warmed by the lingering aura of the demon. Her long purplish-red hair cascaded down her shoulders, reaching her waist, with the tips glistening with fine beads of sweat. Songjia withdrew his hand from her abdomen, the residual warmth of the red demon energy dissipating into the air like a thin mist. The foundation of your seal is worse than I imagined. Kushine's gray-blue pupils were misty, as if she were looking at him through a curtain of water. I know the body of the Uzumaki clan has held out for 20 years, which is already quite long. She bit her lip, a small bead of blood oozing out. Shizune secretly examined me and said the seal is being eroded every year, and my meridians are becoming increasingly fragile. Songjia turned his hand over palm, facing up as golden-purple yang released chakra flowed between his fingers, resembling a handful of liquid sunlight. Did it hurt before? Kushina was taken aback. For 20 years no one had asked her that question. Minato asked if the seal was stable, the third Hokage inquired whether the Ninetales was acting out, and the Umbu questioned the mental state of the Jinchuriki. No one had ever asked her if it hurt. Her nose tinged with a sourness as she forced her head back to suppress the feeling. I've gotten used to it. Songjia looked at her for 2 seconds. Getting used to it still means it hurts. His palm returned to her abdomen, the warm yang release, seeping into the gaps of the seal, like melted honey, bringing an unprecedented coolness to the meridians that had been scorched for 20 years. Kushine's fingertips clutched the bedding beneath her, her knuckles turning red. That sensation was too unfamiliar. It wasn't merely pain relief, or it felt as if the pain itself was being pulled out from the roots. The chakra on your body, she said, her voice trembling uncontrollably. It feels like sunlight. Kanji's mouth twitched slightly. Girl, your flattery is just like what Big Pillar said back in the day. He also said I felt as warm as a furnace. Kushina didn't hear the latter part of his sentence. Beneath the seal on her abdomen, the flames that had ravaged for 20 years were gradually receding inch by inch, the burning pain pressed against the walls of her meridians like a beach exposed after the tide recedes, the cool air finally touching those scarred tissues. Her eyes finally turned red, not from pain but from the absence of it. Songjia decreased the output of the yang release slightly, and the temperature of his palm dropped by half a degree. Don't cry. If you do, the chakra in my hand will become unstable. I'm not crying. Kushine's voice was muffled in her throat nasally, as if she had caught a cold for 3 days. Kanji's gaze drifted down half an inch from her face, landing on her collarbone. Sweat trickled down that slender bone, soaking into the drenched collar of her clothing, the fabric clinging to her rising contours, her skin pale, to the point of glowing, contrasting with the faint red scorches from the demon energy, resembling a streak of twilight breaking through the snow. Kanji's Adam's apple moved slightly. He pulled his gaze back, fixating on the swirling patterns of the seal beneath his palm. Ding! The seal's disconnection reaction is entering an accelerated phase, with a remaining stability window of 42 minutes. It is recommended that the host immediately initiate the class yin-yang harmonization process. Delay will result in irreversible collapse of the seal level. Songjia closed the system prompt in his mind. Girl! Kushina wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, her gray-blue pupils meeting his gaze. What happens next might be a bit excessive. Kushine's eyelashes fluttered. She wasn't foolish. From the conversation between Songjia and Minato in the corridor to now, she had already pieced all the information into a single thread. Songjia waited for her reaction. The moonlight outside was sliced by the clouds flickering on and off against Kushine's face, casting her gray-blue pupils into a dance of light and shadow. It's been 20 years. Kushine's voice was as light as smoke. Every night the Ninetales rolls around in my belly, and my meridians feel like they are being squeezed by heated iron wires. She lowered her head, her purplish-red hair falling down to cover half her face. Just now when your hand touched me, it was the first time in 20 years that I felt my body truly belonged to me. Her fingers released the grip on the bedding, slowly covering the back of Kanji's hand resting on her abdomen. Her fingertips were cool. Kanji's hand was warm. You do it. 3 words spoken so softly, they almost got blown away by the wind outside. Songjie did not move immediately. He looked down at Q Shine's hand, resting on the back of his hand, her fair and slender fingers overlapping with his rough and broad palm like two elements that shouldn't coexist in the same frame. Girl, your man agreed, but whether you are willing or not is another matter. Q Shine's fingers tightened, slightly gripping his knuckle. I said you do it. She raised her head, her damp gray-blue eyes looking straight at him, devoid of fear, only a kind of desperate courage left over from 20 years of torment, a gamble of all or nothing. Songjie locked eyes with her for 3 breaths. Then he smiled. Not the innocent and harmless smile from before, but a deeper one carrying an indescribable warmth. Then don't blame me for being rude. His hand moved away from her abdomen, fingers hooking onto the edge of her collar. Q Shine's breath caught for a moment. The moon outside slipped into the clouds. The room darkened. When the moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, the temperature in the bedroom had already risen to an unbearable level. Thin white smoke wafted from the cracks in the burned floor, the air thick with the dry heat of yang released chakra evaporating. Q Shernai curled up on the bed, her purplish red hair spread across the pillow like an ink-splashed silk. Kangji's outer robe was draped over the wooden rack at the head of the bed, that deep blue long robe hanging pitifully, the sleeves still dripping with the residual water spilled by Minato in the corridor. He sat at the edge of the bed, his bare upper body under the moonlight resembling a carved statue, the lines of muscle between his chest and abdomen subtly rising and falling with his breath, the golden-purple chakra glistening on the surface of his skin. Q Shernai turned her head to look at his back, her gray-blue eyes still hazy with unshed tears. Kangji's hand rested on her waist, his palm pressing against a patch of skin dampened with sweat far too delicate for someone who had borne the burden of a tailed beast for 20 years. Are you afraid? Q Shernai bit her lip and shook her head. The belt of her nightgown was half undone, the collar opened wide, revealing a large expanse of skin so white it was blinding, the curve below her collarbone rising and falling in the shadows, while the moonlight illuminated only one side of her shoulder. Kangji's gaze slowly traveled down from her face. Her figure was not tall among ninjas, but the Uzumaki clan's bloodline granted her a supple and ample body, her waist narrow enough for one hand to encompass most of it, yet the places that needed to be full were excessively so. Q Shernai noticed his gaze, her ears burning, as she raised her hand to pull up her collar. Songjie caught her wrist. Don't cover. The 2 words were spoken with complete candor. Juxune's fingers struggled in his palm, but couldn't break free, as if they were cast in steel. Songjie pressed his other hand on the seal on her abdomen. The moment the golden-purple yang release flowed from his palm, Juxune's waist arched, her lips parted, and then bit down, a wavering whimper escaping through her teeth. Deep within the ceiling space, the consciousness of the Nine Tails was pushed to the lowest level by the torrent of yang release, its 9 tails clenching tighter than before, even its vertical pupils were shut, the entire furry giant curled up in a corner playing dead. It dared not move. Even its breathing was held to the limit. In reality, the output of yang release transitioned from gentle to tumultuous under Kangji's control. Chakra surged along the meridian walls, scrubbing away layers of 20 years' worth of burns and microcracks, as a brand new meridian structure rapidly regenerated under the catalysis of yang release. Juxune's 10 fingers clutched tightly into the bedding beneath her, her nails embedding into the fabric, producing faint tearing sounds. Songjie leaned down. The distance between the two was compressed to the extent of entangled breaths. Juxune's gray-blue pupils reflected Kangji's face, that young and captivating visage was less than a punch's distance away, close enough for her to see the curve of his eyelashes. Little girl, it will feel very pleasant next. His voice was low, warm breath brushing against her earlobe. But you must endure and not cry out too loudly. Your neighbors next door are listening. Juxune's face flushed from her neck to her hairline. Then Songjie moved. 3 hours passed. The moon shifted from the east to the west, and the clouds gathered and dispersed 3 times. The neighbor's cat listened at the windowsill for half the night before finally scampering away. When the bedroom finally fell silent, Juxune felt as if she had been pulled from water, her purplered long hair clinging to her back, her chest and neck flushed with a sheen of sweat. She lay on the bed, face buried in the pillow, the half-exposed ear so red it seemed ready to bleed. Her limbs were so weak that she couldn't lift a single finger. Songjie sat at the edge of the bed, leaning against the wall, breathing steadily, as if he had just completed a set of calisthenics. Ding! S-class yin-yang harmony completed. The underlying structure of the 4-symbol seal within Vortex Juxune has been completely reconstructed, and the yang release bidirectional anchoring is successful. Stability of the Nine Tails seal 100. Risk of seal collapse 0. The active attempts of the Nine Tails Yukai to impact the seal have been permanently suppressed, and the tailed beast has entered a state of complete submission. Core fusion degree of the Divine Tree 21. 334. 7. New skill unlocked would release flower tree domain arrival muscle catalysis version skill description. Can summon a giant flower tree formation that releases hypnotic pollen with pollen concentration proportional to the caster's current heart rate. The higher the heart rate, the stronger the hypnotic effect. It is recommended that the host use it when emotionally charged for best results. Songjie stared at this segment of skill description in his mind, remaining silent for 3 seconds. White-haired, did you drink too much when you designed this system? He closed the system panel and glanced at Tsunade, who lay motionless on the pillow. Little girl, are you alive? Tsunade lifted her face slightly from the pillow, her gray-blue eyes misty and unfocused for several seconds before finally aligning with Kangji's face. Are you human? Songjie tilted the corner of his mouth. Of course I'm human. Tsunade buried her face back into the pillow, her voice muffled. Humans can't go 3 hours without getting tired. Songjie reached out, brushing aside a strand of purplered hair, stuck to her back, his fingertips gliding over the curve of her shoulder blade. My physique is different from ordinary people, you know that. Tsunade's shoulder trembled, slightly burying her face deeper into the pillow. Songjie withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on her abdomen. The sealing patterns lay quietly on her skin, devoid of any red glow, resembling a well-dried ink painting. Not a trace of the Nine Tails Yukai energy could be felt. It wasn't suppressed. It was completely tamed. How do you feel? Tsunade turned over from the pillow, lying on her back, her purplered long hair fanning out on the pillow, her fair body glowing faintly under the moonlight. Her hand slowly lifted, pressing against her abdomen. Cool. Quiet. The meridians felt as if they had been washed by spring water, each inch renewed. Her nose tinged with sourness. It doesn't hurt anymore. Her voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Not at all. Songjie pulled over the thin blanket that had been lying aside and casually draped it over her. Of course it's nonsense. The seal I personally restructured couldn't possibly hurt. Tsunade clutched the edge of the blanket, her gray-blue eyes gazing at the ceiling, silent for a while. Then she turned her head to look at Songjie. That gaze was quite peculiar. It contained gratitude, shyness, a sense of exhaustion after shedding a heavy burden, and a vague, unacknowledged affection for the warm body beside her. Songjie understood her gaze, but he did not speak it out loud. He stood up, picked up the deep blue long robe from the ground, and draped it over his shoulders, walking to the broken window, where the moonlight cast his 2-meter-tall silhouette into a long shadow that crossed the entire room. Sleep, there are serious matters to attend to tomorrow. Tsunade's fingers tightened around the edge of the blanket, hesitating for 2 seconds before speaking up. Kangji Darren. Will you come again tomorrow? Songjie did not turn back. What are you addicted after just one time? Tsunade's face instantly flushed, grabbing the pillow and throwing it at the back of his head, but her arm was so weak that she only managed to toss the pillow under the bed. Songjie turned back, the moonlight illuminating his innocent and harmless face, the curve of his mouth twisted to an almost infuriating extent. Rest assured, the seal within you is bound to my yang release. That stinky fox won't dare to stir any waves from now on. He turned towards the window, his gaze sweeping over the sleeping Hidden Leaf Village, landing on the outline of the Hokage building in the distance. But some people won't be able to stir up any waves tomorrow. A breeze swept in from outside, carrying the chill of the night dew. In a training ground 3 streets away, Minato crouched on the ground, the silver-white chakra circuit on the inner side of his arm glimmering faintly under the moonlight. His right hand formed half a seal, the chakra at his fingertips weaving a net so fine it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Second layer, reverse fold, marking the target. The light of the technique reflected in his blue pupils, something deep within his eyes settling down. Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of the hidden leaf, a lamp still shone. Makoto sat by the window, her right hand pressed against her chest, the red light of her Sharingan flickering in the darkness. Her other hand lay open on her knee palm, clutching a yellowed page retrieved from the depths of the clan's confidential archives. At the bottom of the page was a line penned by Uchiha Madara himself. She rubbed her fingers over that line for a long time, smudging the ink with her fingertips. The flickering flame cast her shadow trembling on the wall. Her heart raced too fast. The morning sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting a golden strip on the floor. When Shimura pushed open his front door, he exuded a sense of exhaustion, as if his spirit had been completely drained. Beneath his blue eyes dark circles hung, and his golden bangs were disheveled on his forehead, the collar of his ninja jacket skewed without him bothering to straighten it. The entire night he had squatted in the training ground, disassembling the second layer of the Flying Thunder God technique, engraved on his forearm 97 times. By the 63rd attempt he finally grasped the core precision of the reverse folding. By the 89th attempt he calculated the reconstruction scheme for the anchor points of the protection target. With 8 attempts left he used them to persuade himself not to think about what was in the bedroom. Then he caught the aroma of frying eggs. Shimura's steps paused for a moment. From the direction of the kitchen came the sound of oil sizzling in the pan, mixed with the low hum of a man's voice, the tune as ancient as a military song from the Warring States period. Shimura walked into the living room, and the first thing he saw was Kushina. She was wrapped in a thin blanket, sitting at the dining table, her purplered hair brighter than the previous night, each strand glistening, as if washed by sunlight. A faint blush floated on her fair cheeks, spreading from her ears to her collarbone, complementing the voluptuous figure of the Whirlpool clan, as if she had been soaked in peach juice. Her complexion was astonishingly good. However, her posture was very stiff, both hands gripping the edges of the blanket, her knuckles turning white from the tension, her gray-blue eyes fixed on a wood grain on the table, refusing to glance towards the kitchen. Shimura's gaze passed over her and fell into the kitchen. Songai stood at the stove, his 2-meter-tall frame filling the entire cooking area. He was wearing Shimura's loungewear, the sleeves short, by a large margin, revealing muscular forearms with a frog-patterned apron tied around his waist. The apron was bought by Kushina at the market last year, hanging on Songai like a handkerchief tied around a bear. Songai juggled the pan in his right hand while his left hand scooped up an egg from a bowl, cracking it on the edge of the pan, with one hand the egg liquid sliding through his fingers into the sizzling oil, the movements fluid, as if he were not a man who had been asleep for 70 years. Back already? Songai didn't turn his head, his voice lazy. Shimura stood in the center of the living room, his gaze sweeping from wrap-it-up Kushina to Songai wearing his apron, pausing for 3 seconds. His lips moved. Don't fry the eggs too hard. Songai flipped the spatula in his hand. You don't hold grudges, do you? Shimura didn't respond, walking past the dining table to Kushina's side, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear that had fallen down. Kushina's shoulder trembled slightly, and she finally raised her head to look at him. Panic, guilt, and a complex emotion that even she couldn't define flickered in her gray-blue eyes. Shimura, Shimura's hand rested on her shoulder, his thumb gently pressing above her collarbone. Where's the seal? It doesn't hurt anymore. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. It hasn't hurt all night. Shimura's fingers tightened for a moment on her shoulder, then relaxed. He said nothing more, pulling out a chair from the table and aligning a pair of chopsticks on the tabletop. Songai walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of fried eggs, the apron stained with a couple of oil spots, one of the frog's eyes obscured by grease. Kid, your pan is too small, I can't even grip the handle with one hand. He placed the fried eggs on the table, pulled out a chair, and it creaked twice under his weight. The 3 of them sat in silence at the dining table. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of fried eggs, and the dry heat lingering from the yang-released chakra. Kushina's chopsticks poked at the eggs on her plate, but after 4 attempts, she still couldn't pick them up, her ears turning red as if they might bleed. Shimura took a bite of an egg, chewing slowly. Not bad. Sangae's mouth twisted slightly. I served as a fire support for the Big Pillars during the Warring States period for 10 years, so I do have some skills. Delicious. Kushina finally got a piece of egg into her mouth, and the moment her tongue touched the yolk she froze. So good. She looked up at Songai, a fleeting glimmer appearing in her gray-blue eyes, but when she met Sangae's gaze, she quickly looked away, her cheeks deepening in color. Songai tapped the table with his chopsticks. Girl, don't be so awkward while eating, it's not like you haven't. Bang! The front door was kicked open from the outside. The door hit the wall and bounced back twice, splinters flying everywhere. A blonde woman stood in the doorway, her green gambler's coat open, the gray shirt inside clinging tightly to her chest, the Byakugan seal glowing faintly purple in the center of her forehead. Tsunade. Her breathing was slightly hurried, clearly having run all the way here. The fluctuation of her chest with each breath was enough to make anyone's gaze involuntarily slide down. Her gaze swept from the oil smoke in the kitchen to the 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the dining table, from the frog apron on Songai to Kushina wrapped in the blanket, finally landing on Kushina's unusually red face and her striking purplered hair. Silence lingered for 2 seconds. Tsunade's right hand clenched into a fist, her knuckles cracking sharply. Songai chewed on his egg and raised his chopsticks, shaking them at her. Girl, grab a pair of chopsticks. Tsunade's Byakugan seal brightened another shade. You didn't come back all night. Songai speared the last piece of egg on his plate and sent it into his mouth. Emergency call, you know that. Tsunade strode to the dining table, her gaze pinned on Kushina. Why is your face so red? It's hot, the room is a bit warm. Kushina's chopsticks clattered to the table. I'm feeling hot. Tsunade glanced down at the tightly wrapped blanket around Kushina. If it's hot, why are you wrapped in a blanket? Kushina's mouth opened and closed, her gray-blue eyes bouncing wildly between Tsunade and Songai. Shimura remained silent, biting into the egg, his blue eyes fixed on the floral pattern at the bottom of the plate, as if the little flower on the porcelain was the most complex sealing technique in the world. Tsunade sat down heavily beside Songai, the chair scraping sharply against the floor. Be clear, what did you do to her last night? Songai stretched lazily, the apron tie loosening, the frog tilting to one side. Healing, or wasn't that how you were treated by me? Tsunade's face quickly shifted from angry red to shy red, then to furious red, 3 shades of red cycling through in 2 seconds. Who said you could compare that? Songai patted her on the head, the force neither too light nor too heavy. What's the rush? You're the boss, she's second in line, she can't surpass you. Tsunade swatted his hand away. Who's the boss? Who's aligned with her? Kushina clutched the blanket across the table, her face buried below the surface. Shimura finally put down his chopsticks and stood up. I'm going to change clothes. He walked a few steps, paused beside Tsunade, and glanced at Sangae's, noticeably 3 sizes too small loungewear. Lord Songai, my clothes are too small. I'll have Shizen customize a few sets for you later. Songai looked down at his clothes, which were stretched tightly and tugged at the collar. You're indeed too thin, eat more. The corner of Shimura's mouth twitched as he turned to go upstairs. Only 3 people remained at the dining table. Tsunade tapped her fingers on the table 3 times, each tap leaving a shallow dent on the wooden surface. Kitahara Songai, if you plan to treat all the women in Konoha, you'd better give me an explanation first. Songai untied the apron, folded it neatly, and placed it on the table, the frog's eyes looking up at the sky. What explanation do you want to hear? Tsunade stared at him, emotions swirling in her amber eyes that she couldn't articulate herself. Is what you did with me the same as what you did to her? Songai looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he reached out his index finger, lightly tapping the center of Tsunade's forehead, right on the Byakugan seal. Not the same. Tsunade's eyelashes trembled. Songai retracted his finger, standing up his 2-meter-tall figure, casting a broad shadow in the morning light. You were the first person I woke up to see. No one can replace that position. Tsunade pressed her lips together, gently biting the inside of her lower lip, a light flickering in her amber eyes. Across the table, Kushina revealed half her face from behind the blanket, her gray-blue eyes stealing a glance at Songai before quickly retreating. Songai strode toward the door, glancing down at the shattered door panels scattered across the floor. Tsunade, you kicked this door, or you're paying for it. Tsunade's fist tightened again. The underground 3rd level of the Hokage building. The dimly lit secret room was filled with the mingled scent of aged ink and medicinal liquids. Danzo sat behind a stone table, his bandaged right arm resting on the surface with a trace of dark liquid seeping from the end of the bandage. Before him lay 3 scrolls of intelligence returned by pigeons. The first one, Bayuan Songjia, entered the residence of Bofeng Mizunoto last night at the hour of the dog, and had not left by the hour of the rabbit, during which the chakra fluctuations in the secret room were intense. The second one, the sensing team, reported in the early morning that the chakra concentration of the nine-tail seal on Kushina's abdomen had dropped to 0 and current detection methods could no longer observe any beast fluctuations. The third was a curve graph with the vertical axis labeled as chakra frequency, and the horizontal axis representing time, showing an extremely regular pulsating pattern. Danzo single-eye gazed at the curve for a long time. The analysis officer standing beside him bowed his head, his voice was extremely low. Lord Danzo, the periodic pulsation of this chakra does not conform to conventional combat or healing methods. Danzo tapped the peak of the curve with his finger. Get to the point. The analysis officer swallowed. Based on the waveform characteristics, it is inferred that Bayuan Songjia's yang-release chakra output method possesses a strong biological resonance characteristic which must be deeply bound to another ninja's chakra system to be maintained. Danzo's single eye narrowed. Deep binding. Yes. The analysis officer pulled out another scroll from his sleeve, unfolding it to reveal a set of comparative data. We compared the data from Bofeng's residence last night with the data from the Senju clan's secret room the night before, and the basic features of the 2 waveforms are highly consistent. In other words, Bayuan Songjia uses the same method on Tsunade and Kushina, and this method is irreplaceable. He must be personally involved. Danzo slowly leaned back against the chair, the stone seat behind him making a dull sound. Silence ensued for 10 seconds. He needs a woman. Danzo's voice emerged from his throat, carrying a coldness akin to a hunter discovering the weakness of its prey. Whether for healing or maintaining that so-called God Tree Core's power, he must engage in this so-called deep resonance with a female ninja. The analysis officer did not refute. Danzo's palm slowly spread open on the table, the reflection of the curve flickering in his single eye. A man 2 meters tall, strong enough to crush Susanoo, has this weakness. He smirked slightly, the arc hardly qualified as a smile closer to a form of decayed greed. Bring in the links. The analysis officer bent down and retreated. 3 minutes later, the door of the secret room reopened. A woman entered silently. She wore a form-fitting black tactical suit of the Root organization, the fabric hugging a well-trained and curvaceous body. Her waist was extremely slender, her legs straight and long, and the portion of her neck exposed outside the mask glowed pale. Root, codename Lynx. She removed the animal mask, revealing a face almost devoid of expression with features, as if calibrated with a ruler, coldly beautiful and industrialized. Her pupils were light brown, yet those eyes lacked any warmth a living person should possess. They were the remnants of a beautiful shell crushed by the emotional seals and obedience marks of Root. Danzo watched her from behind the stone table, his gaze sweeping from her face to her neck, then to the contours of her chest and waist outlined by the tight outfit, as if examining the specifications of a weapon. Lynx, your seductive technique training score is the highest in Root's history. Lynx stood straight, her back rigid. Yes. Danzo pulled out a sealed small porcelain bottle from beneath the table and pushed it forward. Inside are 30 chakra-tracking insects, a species that has been modified. After parasitizing, they will adhere to the target's meridian walls undetectable by conventional sensing methods. Lynx picked up the porcelain bottle, her fingertip tracing around its body. Who is the target? Danzo slammed an image of Bayuan Songjia on the table. Lynx glanced down, her light brown pupils lingering on the image for less than a second. How do I approach? Danzo leaned back against the chair, his bandaged right arm resting on the armrest, his fingertips gently tapping the stone surface. As a distant relative of the Senju clan, his single eye turned to a torn page of a family tree hanging on the wall. Several branches of the Senju clan dispersed into various small nations during the late Warring States period, most of which have severed their bloodlines, yet the household registration records are incomplete, lacking verifiable evidence. Danzo retrieved a forged identity scroll from his sleeve and slid it in front of Lynx. This is your new identity. From birthplace to chakra attribute detection report, everything has been covered up, even sensing-type ninjas cannot find flaws. Lynx picked up the scroll and flipped through a couple of pages before closing it. He can crush a jonin with a single slap. If the approach fails, my survival probability is 0. Danzo's fingers stilled. Are you questioning the mission? Lynx tucked the scroll into a hidden pouch at her waist, her back still straight. Not questioning, but assessing. Her voice sliced through the air like a blade devoid of warmth. Assessment complete, mission accepted. Danzo's single eye turned half a circle under the dim light, landing on the thin line at Lynx's waist that was barely the width of his palm. Remember, your mission is not just to track. He stood up, walked in front of Lynx, and looked down at her exquisite face. The resonance pattern of his God tree core with yang release chakra is what I seek. Danzo's hand rose, his index finger pointed through the air at Lynx's chest area. If there is a chance to create that deep resonance with him, do not refuse. Lynx's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her light brown pupils reflecting no ripples. Understood. She turned and walked out, her footsteps fading away in the corridor. Danzo remained motionless, his single eye fixated on the direction she had vanished. Beiyuan Sangjia. His voice was low, like a serpent's hiss seeping from stone crevices. Even if you can shatter Susanoo with a punch, you cannot escape this hurdle. At the top window of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on a newly replaced pipe, his gaze crossing half of Konoha, falling towards the direction of the Senju clan's land. The smoke from the pipe dispersed in the morning breeze at the window. Hiruzen's lips moved, the sound only audible to himself. Danzo, what scheme are you up to this time? Afternoon sunlight seeped through the fractured gaps in the crumbling walls of the Senju clan's ancestral grounds, casting golden lattices across the bluestone pavement. Sugai crouched before the ruins of the Senju ancestral shrine, his right hand lifting a shattered stone stele. Only half of the Senju family crest carved upon its surface remained eroded by time. Tsunade stood behind him, her long, luminously pale legs planted amidst rubble and broken tiles, the hem of her green jacket fluttering against her thighs in the breeze. This stele was carved by great uncle and I. Tsunade's voice held a faint rasp. Sugai flipped the stele over. The characters on its reverse were still barely legible, the ancestral precepts of the Senju clan. He studied them for 2 seconds, then ran a finger lightly across the weathered surface. Even now, Shiro's handwriting remains atrocious. A flicker of amusement tugged at Tsunade's lips, only to be swallowed instantly by bitterness. Danzo's people delivered the first asset inventory this morning. They claim the peripheral structures surrounding the clan grounds will be handed over within 3 days. Sugai set the stele down and rose, brushing dust from his palms. What about the core vaults and workshops? Not listed on the inventory. Sugai twisted his neck. 2 sharp cracks echoed from his cervical vertebrae. As expected. Tsunade leaned against a broken wall, arms crossed, her amber eyes fixed on Sugai's profile. What will you do? Before Sugai could answer, his nostrils twitched, subtly like a wild beast catching an unnatural scent upon the open plain. His hand emerged from his sleeve and his fingertips snapped once at his side. A spark of gold-purple chakra flared briefly upon his thumb. Tsunade sensed the shift instantly. What is it? Sugai tilted his head slightly, his gaze settling on the entrance to the clan grounds. We have a guest. 20 seconds later, a figure appeared at the ruined threshold of the Senju ancestral grounds. A woman. She wore a deep gray traveler's cloak. Her hood was drawn low, concealing most of her face. Yet the sliver of jaw visible beneath the brim was exquisitely sculpted, her skin gleaming with a porcelain luster. Her stride possessed a deliberate, almost mechanical composure. Each step measured precisely in length and placement. The wind traced the contours of her form beneath the cloak, a narrow, supple waist, a full, taut curve across her chest that strained the fabric into delicate folds, long, straight legs whose calf muscles moved with taut, fluid grace over the gravel. She halted 10 paces from Sugai and raised her hands to lower her hood. Her face emerged into the afternoon sun. It was beauty rendered nearly unreal, every proportion calculated, cold and utterly inhuman. Her light brown irises glinted faintly amber in the sunlight, yet her eyes held no warmth. Smooth, polished glass beads reflecting nothing. Tsunade's brow furrowed. She had never seen this woman before. The woman bowed deeply, her posture precise, her angle exact. Senju clanswoman Kinoshita Tsubaki pays homage to Lord Hokkaido Sugai. As she straightened, the front of her cloak parted slightly, revealing the sleek, form-fitting undergarment beneath, and the translucent expanse of pale skin stretching from collarbone to sternum. Tsugai held his gaze on her face for a single measured breath. Then his nostrils twitched again, even more imperceptibly than before. A Senju clanswoman. His voice lingered over the 4 words, as if savoring their flavor. Which branch? Yamane the mountain cat withdrew a scroll of identification from a concealed pouch at her waist, and presented it with both hands. During the waning years of the Warring States period, the Kinoshita, a collateral line of the Senju, migrated to the grass country. Our family perished during the Second Shinobi World War, leaving only myself. Her voice was cool and level, each syllable honed smooth, stripped of all roughness or inflection. Months ago I learned that Lady Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, still resided in Konoha, and that Lord Senju's patriarch Hokkaido Tsugai had broken free from his seal. So I journeyed here from the grass country, solely to reclaim my ancestral roots. Tsugai accepted the scroll, running a fingertip around its wax seal. Grass country. Kinoshita family. He unfurled it and skimmed the genealogical records and chakra affinity report within. The forgery was masterful. The paper aged convincingly, the ink's oxidation depth matching authentic specimens almost exactly. Tsugai closed the scroll. Tsunade stepped forward 2 paces, taking position beside Tsugai, her gaze sweeping critically over Yamane. I've never heard grandfather mention any Kinoshita family. Yamane's lashes dipped briefly. Collateral branches severed ties with the main house during the Warring States era. Our lineage may not appear in the official clan register. Tsunade's frown deepened. If you truly bear Senju blood, remnants of the wood-release lineage should still reside within you. A perfectly calibrated rueful smile touched Yamane's lips. Our bloodline has grown too thin to manifest wood release, but our chakra retains dual affinity for water and earth natures. The reply was flawless. Tsunade glanced sideways at Tsugai. He tossed the scroll back to Yamane, slid his hands into his sleeves, and tilted his head. His gaze settled on Yamane's throat, held there for a breath, then drifted slowly downward, not toward her chest but toward the subtle currents beneath it. The pathways of her meridians beneath that flawless skin, the rhythm of her chakra flow, and something fainter still, an alien trace mingled within her blood. A faint knowing curve lifted Tsugai's mouth. A Senju descendant. His tone turned suddenly casual. So offhand it might have been a comment on the weather. Then why does your chakra carry not a single trace of wood-release bloodline? Yamane's pupils contracted, minutely imperceptibly, but Tsugai's senses caught it instantly. By my generation, the Kinoshita line's wood-release heritage had faded below the threshold of detection. Yet its resonance remains embedded in the deepest frequencies of our chakra. Tsugai watched her. His expression held no suspicion, no wariness. Only the quiet, unnerving focus of a cat observing a mouse that had just walked willingly into its lair. His face remained guilelessly kind, smiling warmly. Yet beneath that benign mask something stirred that sent a faint electric shiver up a single vertebra in Yamane's spine. Very well. Tsugai withdrew his gaze and gestured idly to Tsunade. Keep her for now. Find her lodging. Tsunade's brows lifted sharply. You believe her? Tsugai had already turned away, striding deep into the clan grounds. His broad back elongating into a long shadow beneath the afternoon sun. His voice drifted back, languid and unhurried. Belief is irrelevant. 2 days will tell. Tsunade held his retreating silhouette for 2 seconds, then turned, glancing back at Yamane, who stood motionless where she'd been left. The woman stood with perfect disciplined stillness, her exquisite face bathed in sunlight, beautiful yet unsettling. Tsunade's fist tightened, hidden within her sleeve. Follow me. Yamane bowed low and fell into step behind Tsunade. Her gait remaining precise, composed, her light brown eyes finally shimmering with a sliver of unguarded confusion. He had clearly detected the anomaly, so why hadn't he exposed her? Tsunade led the lynx to a relatively intact stone house on the east side of the clan's territory and glanced back at Kokai. Kokai walked up from behind Tsunade, resting a hand on the doorway and tapping the wood twice with his knuckles. Don't rush it yet. He looked down at the lynx standing at the door, her exquisitely beautiful face glowing under the slanting sun, her body wrapped tightly in a deep gray cloak, though the outline beneath the fabric was undeniable. Narrow waist, full chest, long legs. A body trained to perfection with every muscle in just the right place. Kokai's gaze swept over her before landing back in her cold, light brown eyes. Girl, you traveled all the way from the grass country. You must have endured quite a bit of hardship on the way. The lynx lowered her eyelids. It wasn't hard. Kokai turned to Tsunade. You go back and rest. I'll take her to the secret room to check her chakra attributes. Since she claims to be a descendant of the Senju, we ought to verify her bloodline purity. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her amber eyes darting between Kokai and the lynx. Why take her to the secret room for bloodline verification? Can't you check her here? Kokai patted her head. The secret room has the blood resonance stone left by the Great Pillar. It won't be accurate outside. Tsunade swatted his hand away and stared at him for 3 seconds. Kokai Bayuan, you better be just checking her bloodline. Kokai shrugged, a harmless smile on his face. Do I look like that kind of person? Tsunade snorted, turned around, and strode away, the hem of her green coat sweeping an arc across the gravel. After taking 7 or 8 steps, she turned back and shot him a glare. Kokai waved goodbye to her. Once Tsunade's figure disappeared around the corner, Kokai's smile faded. He looked down at the lynx. Follow me. The secret room was located on the second underground level of the clan's territory, with ancient ceiling patterns of the Senju clan carved into the stone walls, and the air was filled with the dry scent of stone dust. Kokai walked ahead, his 2-meter-tall frame almost touching the stone, sealing his broad back, blocking most of the light behind him. The lynx followed at a distance of 3 steps. Her right hand's fingertips had quietly slipped into the hidden pocket at her waist, brushing against the small porcelain vial containing chakra-tracking insects. Her breathing rate remained unchanged, her heartbeat steady at 58 beats per minute, a standard stealth heart rate developed through training. Kokai pushed open the stone door of the secret room and stepped aside for her to enter. The moment the lynx crossed the threshold, she sensed a subtle change in Kokai's chakra, like a slumbering beast awakening. The stone door closed behind them. Inside the secret room, only a single oil lamp remained, its dim yellow light flickering against the stone walls. The lynx turned around to face Kokai, her right hand already pinching the porcelain vial from her hidden pocket. Her lips parted slightly and the front of her cloak opened wide as she turned, revealing the curve of her full bosom beneath the tight outfit and the strikingly pale collarbone. This was the first step of seduction, using visual allure to create an opening. Lord Kokai. She softened her voice, a hint of moisture glimmering in her light brown eyes. I have a personal matter I wish to report to you privately. Kokai stood before her, the side light from the oil lamp casting half his youthful handsome face in shadow. He tilted his head slightly to look at her, the corners of his mouth curving up. Then he raised his hand. The lynx's pupils constricted sharply as that hand approached her, muscles instinctively tensed, the subsequent steps of her seduction technique racing through her mind. Kokai's thumb and forefinger pinched her chin. The pressure was light, yet the lynx felt as if she were nailed to the spot, unable to move a single finger. Kokai's fingers applied slight pressure, lifting her face to meet his gaze. Little girl. His voice was soft, as if soothing an injured cat. I detected those 30 insects in your body the moment you entered the clan's territory. The lynx's heartbeat surged from 58 to 120 in an instant. Kokai's thumb brushed gently over her chin. And that obedience seal on the back of your neck, the emotional seal inside the 3rd rib on your left side, and the chakra lock 3 inches above your right knee. He listed them one by one, like reading off a part's inventory. The lynx's pupils trembled violently. In the mere 10 seconds since she entered, all her trump cards had been laid bare. That old man Danzo sure has some skills. He modified you thoroughly. Kokai released her chin, taking half a step back as golden-purple chakra ignited in his palm. The lynx's hand finally regained movement, her fingers trembling around the porcelain vial, her light brown pupils reflecting something rapidly collapsing. Are you going to kill me? Kokai flicked her forehead with his hand. Why would I kill you? You didn't come willingly. Golden-purple chakra burst from his fingertips, flowing into her meridians. The warmth of the yang release was hotter than fire, instantly scorching through her entire chakra pathways. The lynx's body convulsed violently. The porcelain vial from her hidden pocket shattered against the ground, and 30 beetle-sized tracking insects surged out from the fragments, only to turn to ash in the yang release's searing heat after crawling just 2 inches. But this was just the beginning. The yang release's heat continued to penetrate, scorching the obedience seal, implanted at the base of her neck, the chakra-woven web sizzling and peeling away in layers. Then it targeted the emotional seal inside her left 3rd rib, which had been nailed in place by the roots with extremely cold chakra when she was 7. Kokai's yang release acted like a pair of red-hot tongs, clamping down on the edge of that seal and uprooting it. The lynx's mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Her eyes widened in shock, her light brown pupils cracking fissures spreading from the depths to the surface like an ice lake thawing in spring. Emotions and memories suppressed for 13 years surged back like a flood. She saw a blurred woman in the kitchen smiling and calling her to eat. She saw a man lifting her over his head, spinning around, sunlight illuminating his face. She saw a small wooden house on fire, and a man in a root uniform with blood on his hands within the flames. She had a father. She had a mother. She had a name. Tears streamed from the lynx's eyes, cascading down her exquisitely cold face, one drop after another hitting the stone ground. She couldn't make a sound, her lips trembled, her entire being resembling a porcelain statue shattered from the inside. Kokai stood before her, saying nothing. The lynx's knees buckled. She knelt at Kokai's feet, her forehead pressed against the cold stone, ground her shoulders, shaking, tears soaking a small patch of earth. What was my name? What was it again? Her voice crumbled, squeezing through her teeth. Kokai crouched down, resting a hand on her head. No rush, take your time to think. The lynx lifted her head to look at him, warmth finally returning to her light brown pupils, her tear-streaked face and reddened nose softening her previously cold industrial features. Her lips moved. Yuzu. The sound was so faint it was nearly inaudible. My mom called me Yuzu. Kokai's hand ruffled her hair. Yuzu is much prettier than Lynx. The Lynx no Yuzu lowered her head, pressing her forehead back against the stone ground. Her body still trembled, but her sobs began to find a rhythm. After a long time she lifted her head, her eyes red droplets of water, hanging from her eyelashes, her lips still slightly trembling. Her fingers clutched Kokai's pant leg, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Then she slowly leaned down. Kokai's fingers slipped through her hair, his palm resting on the back of her head. The flickering light from the oil lamp danced against the stone walls, casting Yuzu's shadow on the surface, shifting and undulating. The secret room remained quiet for a long while, until the sound of swallowing broke the silence. Kokai leaned against the stone wall, looking down at Yuzu, at his feet, his hand sliding from her hair to the back of her neck. Danzo filled your body with a lot of dirty things. Yuzu's face was buried against him, her voice muffled. How am I supposed to report back to him? Kokai wiped away the remnants of her tears with his thumb. Tell him my body can't take it anymore. The rejection response from the divine tree's core is getting worse. At this rate I'll go completely berserk within 3 days. Yuzu raised her head to look at him, confusion in her swollen eyes. But you clearly. Kokai's index finger pressed against his lips. Have him send the sealing team over to prepare for extraction. The larger the formation the better, with the more people the better. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, his beautiful eyes reflecting the glow of the oil lamp. I want to see just how many trump cards Danzo still has hidden up his sleeve. System notification: the host has successfully removed all root implants from the target Lynx Yuzu, and obtained the roots level encrypted communication frequency and code system. The counterintelligence information chain has been established and the false information deployment window has opened. Yuzu buried her face back into Kokai's palm, closing her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, there was something in her light brown pupils that had never been there before. I'll play my part well. Kokai stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, striding towards the stone door. Oh right. He glanced back at Yuzu, still kneeling on the ground. Once we're outside you better behave in front of Tsunade. That girl's punches hit way harder than mine. The stone door opened and the afternoon sunlight sliced through the gap. Kokai stepped out of the secret room, stretching lazily as his cervical spine cracked twice. He looked up at the sky above the Senju clan territory, a harmless smile playing on his lips. 3 days. In 3 days Danzo would lay all his most secretive powers bare. What he had to do was pull each of those concealed things out one by one to bask in the sunlight. In the distance, on a rooftop, a pair of Sharingan glimmered momentarily in the shadows. Uchiha Mikoto clutched the handwritten document she had copied from the clan's forbidden archives, her fingertips slightly burning. The last line of the handwritten note contained a phrase, penned by Uchiha Madara himself. Her lips moved soundlessly, reciting the first half of that phrase. The latter half had been obscured by black ink. The oil lamp in the underground secret chamber was replaced again, the wick hissing, as it burned, casting a copper hue over Tuanzang's half-face. The Lynx knelt 3 steps away from the stone table, its cloak stained with the earth of the Senju clan, its back still as straight as a knife. Her report was concise and precise, each word polished through repeated refinement. The core of the divine tree within Kitayama Tsuji has shown a significant rejection reaction, with dark red patterns appearing on the surface of his body multiple times at dawn, lasting about 15 seconds. Tuanzang's fingers paused on the table. Rejection reaction. The Lynx's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He conducted a bloodline test on his subordinates in the secret chamber, during which they observed up close that the meridians in his right arm underwent 2 pulsing expansions, with the flow of chakra briefly reversing. Her voice hesitated for a moment, perfectly adding a hint of doubt. He himself knew that after the test was over he said something. Tuanzang's single eye fixed on her. What did he say? The Lynx looked up, a layer of calculated fear floating in her light brown pupils. He said at this rate his physical body will not be able to hold up within 3 days. The secret chamber fell silent for 7 seconds. Tuanzang leaned back in his chair, his bandaged right arm trembling slightly on the armrest, and then a thin seam appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 days. His voice echoed against the stone wall. Prepare the sealing team and bring out all the materials for the 4-symbol sealing array from storage No. 6. The Lynx bowed and turned towards the stone door. Her footsteps gradually faded in the corridor. Tuanzang did not rise immediately. His fingers traced circles on the table, leaving fine white scratches on the stone surface. A rampage within 3 days. He repeated this phrase, the light in his single eye transforming from cold to an extreme excitement. Sealing is merely a precaution. It won't stop that monster just by relying on it. He pulled out a blank administrative order from a hidden compartment under the table, writing 3 lines of text, sealing it with the root's dark seal. We also need to place an extra pair of eyes around him. Half an hour later, on the 5th floor of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hizashi had just come out of the bathroom, his hair still damp, water droplets cascading down his graying temples. Tuanzang was already seated across from his desk, his bandaged right arm resting on his knee, motionless like a statue. Hisashi glanced at him, draping a towel over the back of his chair. Speak up, what are you planning this time? Tuanzong pushed the administrative order forward. Safety inspector. Hisashi picked it up and glanced at it, frowning slightly. You want to assign a personal inspector to Kitayama Tsuji. Tuanzong tapped his fingers on his knee. He is currently residing in the Senju clan territory, surrounded only by Tsunade, and that recently taken in Senju collateral woman with completely closed information channels. We can't send people from Root anymore, his perception is too strong, and there's residual obedient aura on Root's members which won't fool him a second time. Then what do you mean? Hisashi stuffed his pipe into his mouth without lighting it. Tuanzong raised his hand from his knee, drawing a vertical line in the air with his index finger. Regular organization proper lineage has interacted with the Senju clan with an identity so clean that he won't find any flaws. Hisashi paused, biting down on his pipe. He had already guessed it. Tuanzong spoke the name. Sarutobi Hoka. Hisashi flicked his finger on the table, causing the water in the teacup to ripple. You want my daughter-in-law to keep an eye on that man. Tuanzong leaned back in his chair, his voice low. Hoka is the top genjutsu specialist in Konoha from the Yuhi clan, and after marrying into the Sarutobi family, she changed her surname to Sarutobi. She has worked with Tsunade in the medical department for 3 years, and they share a good personal relationship. Firstly, her identity as the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage means that even if Kitayama Tsuji is arrogant, he won't dare to act against someone from the Hokage family. Secondly, her mastery of genjutsu is exceptionally high and her observational skills far exceed those of an ordinary jonin, making her a legitimate choice for the inspector. Thirdly, if we do not proactively arrange for controllable individuals to enter, he will only be left with Tsunade and Kushina's voices around him. In that case, who will he listen to? Tuanzang's 3 fingers paused in the air. Hisashi turned his pipe between his teeth twice, finally biting down hard on the stem. The office was left with only the sound of the morning breeze rustling the documents outside. Hisashi sat with his eyes closed for a long time. He knew Tuanzong was making sense. The more singular Kitayama Tsuji's sources of information, the greater Tsunade's influence over him, and Tsunade's resentment towards the current high ranks of Konoha needed no further explanation. Hoka won't engage in intelligence work. Hisashi opened his eyes, his voice heavy. If she goes, she will merely act as a normal inspector responsible for observation and reporting, and will not do anything out of line. Tuanzang's mouth twitched slightly, that curve sitting between acceptance and mockery. Of course, all I need is a pair of clean eyes. Hisashi stared at him for 3 seconds, then picked up the pen on the table, signing his name at the bottom of the administrative order. The ink hadn't dried yet, and Tuanzong was already standing up and heading for the door. Hisashi's voice came from behind. Tuanzong. Tuanzang's footsteps halted. If anything happens to Hoka, the last layer of our bond will be severed. Tuanzong did not turn back, the end of the bandage on his right arm swayed in his sleeve. Hisashi, you should not worry about Hoka. You should be worried about him. His voice floated in from outside the door. The stone door closed. Hisashi sat alone in the empty office, the pipe in his hand still unlit. Outside, the morning light spilled over Hokage Rock, casting shadows on the building's facade for stone-carved faces, displaying various expressions. Hisashi's gaze swept over half of Konoha, landing on the ruins of the Senju clan territory, shrouded in morning mist. His lips moved slightly, his voice so soft that even he could barely hear it. Lord Tsuji, I hope you won't blame me. Meanwhile, deep in the corridor of the underground chamber of the Senju clan territory, Yuzu leaned against the cornerstone wall, wiping the last trace of tears from her face. Her fingers pulled out a needle-sized communicator from her dark pouch, twirling it between her fingertips before putting it back. A flicker of light passed through her light brown pupils in the darkness, something slowly taking shape inside. Tuanzong believed in every word she would bring back. And Tsuji believed she could execute her role flawlessly. Both powerful beasts placed their bets on her. Yuzu lowered her head, her fingers tracing a line on the stone wall. Yuzu. She silently repeated the name, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, a tiny arc, but it was the first genuine expression on her face after the emotional seal of the root had been lifted. She turned and walked deeper into the darkness, her footsteps as light as a cat. On the second-floor window of the Senju clan mansion, Tsuji rested one arm on the window frame, golden-purple chakra, sparking at his fingertips. Tsunade came up the stairs holding a bowl of hot soup, her fair calves barely visible beneath the wide hem of her bathrobe. What are you looking at? Tsuji withdrew his gaze, took the soup bowl and took a sip, watching to see when the monkey will play his next card. Tsunade leaned against the other side of the window frame, her amber eyes scrutinizing his jawline from the side. At 10 in the morning, at the entrance of the Senju clan, a woman dressed in a red and white ninja outfit stood outside the gate holding an administrative order stamped with the Hokage seal in her left hand and a cloth bag in her right. Sarutobi read. Her height appeared to exceed 1.70 m, making her relatively tall among the female ninjas of Konoha, with a very slender waist, while her curves filled out the front of her outfit, creating a subtle arc. Her long black curls draped over her shoulders, accentuating her snow-white face with features that bore the soft charm unique to the Yuhi clan, yet the curve of her pressed lips revealed a hint of the Sarutobi family's propriety. Her eyes were an exceptionally rare crimson, shining like polished garnets under the sunlight, so beautiful that one couldn't help but steal a glance. The guard at the entrance, Tsunade, pushed open half of the wooden door for her. "Red, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Red handed over the administrative order, her voice maintaining a professionally gentle tone. "This is the safety inspection order issued by the 3rd Hokage. From today onwards I will serve as the direct inspection officer of the Hokage stationed at the Senju clan, responsible for recording and assessing the daily activities of Kitahara Sōsuke." Tsunade glanced at the administrative order, her amber eyes narrowing slowly. "The monkey sent you to keep an eye on him." The corners of Red's mouth twitched. "Keeping an eye on him is your wording? The administrative order states it's a safety inspection." Tsunade shoved the order back. "Don't play word games with me. Go back and tell the 3rd Hokage that Lord Sōsuke doesn't need any inspection." Her words were cut off abruptly. A grating sound that made one's teeth ache echoed from the depths of the courtyard. Red's gaze crossed over Tsunade's shoulder, landing on the ancient oak tree in the center of the courtyard, thick enough that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. A man was hanging from the thickest branch of the tree, performing pull-ups. His 2-meter-tall frame, bare-chested, showed every muscle on his back bulging like ridges when exerting force, the sunlight reflecting off his sweat-drenched skin, creating a metallic sheen. His hands gripped the branch tightly, leaving 2 deep finger impressions, and the entire trunk groaned in agony under his pull. What was most absurd was the speed. His vertical movements were so rapid that even Red's dynamic vision struggled to keep up, with roots of the ancient oak being yanked from the ground, dirt and debris flying in all directions. Red's steps halted, her crimson pupils widening. It wasn't the strength that shocked her. Being a jonin, she had seen too many powerful individuals. What left her in a daze was the contrast. Above that physique capable of tearing through iron walls hung a face that was completely mismatched. His features were so exquisite it seemed as if the artist had sketched them 10 times over. His brows and eyes were clean-cut, holding a uniquely unguarded brightness of a young man. This person appeared to be no more than 23 or 24 years old, but the magnitude of his chakra was pressing down on Red's perception, nerves making them throb. Sōsuke released the branch and dropped from a height of over 5 meters, his feet crashing into the ground with a force that cracked the surface. He shook off the bark fragments from his hands and turned his head towards the entrance. His gaze lingered on Red's face for a moment, then slowly slid down, sweeping over her collarbone, chest, waist, and finally to her straight, fair calves resting on the gravel. The entire process was done with an open demeanor, transparent to the point where it felt less like observing a person and more like inspecting the specifications of a weapon. "Tsunade, who is this?" Tsunade tightened her arms across her chest. "An inspection officer sent by the 3rd Hokage." Sōsuke walked over from the courtyard, each step causing a slight tremor in the ground, droplets of water rolling down his abdominal muscles, merging into a dark streak at his waistband. He stopped 3 steps away from Red, looking down at her. At 2 meters to 1.70 meters, the pressure of his gaze from above made Red's back straighten. "The monkey's daughter-in-law." The corners of Red's mouth twitched. Sōsuke tilted his head, wearing a trademark harmless expression. "Not looking much like the monkey, and not bad." Red's crimson pupils flickered, her professional demeanor barely managing to hold together. Taking a deep breath, she raised the administrative order again in front of Sōsuke. "Lord Kitahara Sōsuke, this is the formal inspection order signed by the 3rd Hokage. You may review it." Sōsuke took the order, unfolded it with one hand, and glanced at it. "Safety inspection, quite a formal wording." He folded the order twice and tucked it into his waistband. Red's gaze followed the administrative order to his waistband, quickly bouncing back after touching the damp streak. Lord Sōsuke, the administrative order needs to be archived." Sōsuke had already turned and walked back into the courtyard, his broad back glistening with sweat as it streamed down his spine. "If you want it back, come get it yourself." His voice floated back lazily. Red stood still, her crimson pupils reflecting the enormous figure receding into the distance, her ears tinged with a layer of red under the sunlight. Tsunade walked over to Red's side and nudged her with her elbow. "Do you still want to carry out the inspection task now?" Red clenched her empty fingers into a fist. "I do." Her voice was steady. Tsunade glanced at the faint red hue on her profile, a not-so-friendly arc forming at the corner of her mouth. "All right then, come inside." Tsunade led Red through the courtyard towards the right wing of the main house. Passing beneath the ancient oak tree, Red's foot landed in a deep finger impression pit, shaped exactly like an adult man's thumb. It was from the fragments that Sōsuke had just crushed from the branch. Red glanced down at the pit, then looked up at the 2 nearly punctured finger impressions on the branch. She couldn't help but move her fingers. The disparity in strength was so vast that it left no room for comparison. Inside the wing, Tsunade poured her a cup of tea. Red accepted it with both hands, sitting down in a chair, her knees tightly pressed together. Sister Tsunade, does he usually act like this? Tsunade leaned against the table, her pale legs reflecting light as they casually crossed beneath her green coat. In what way? Red's crimson pupils glanced towards the courtyard. Walking around bare-chested. Tsunade took a sip from her tea, her expression unchanging. His clothes can't last long. They wear out as soon as he exerts himself. If you don't like it, make him a couple of pieces yourself. Red looked down at the surface of the tea, her crimson pupils reflected as two dots of light. I'm just here for the inspection. Tsunade's lips curved into a subtle arc. Then just watch, don't touch him. Red lifted her head. Tsunade had already walked out with the teacup, the hem of her green coat, swaying against the doorframe. Red sat alone in the wing, her fingers tracing circles around the edge of the teacup. Outside in the courtyard, the sound of Sōsuke shaking off water echoed, followed by his low voice, speaking to Tsunade filled with a familiar teasing tone, though the content was unclear. But Red clearly heard Tsunade's response. Put your clothes on. Suki's laughter drifted from the courtyard, mixing with the rustling of oak leaves in the wind. Red's fingers paused. She took out a blank notebook from a hidden pouch on her waist, flipped to the first page, and wrote a line at the top. After finishing, she stared at the page for 2 seconds, tore it out, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into her pocket. The line read, "This person does not resemble any type of threat described by the third Hokage." Red flipped to another blank page and picked up her pen. The tip hovered 3 inches above the paper, hesitating to descend. In the courtyard, Sōsuke said something to Tsunade, and her voice rose a pitch. "Kitayama Suki, how shameless." Suki's voice followed closely behind. "How is it shameless to not wear clothes in one's own yard? Aren't you being too nosy, girl?" Red bit the pen, a slight flicker of disturbance passing through her crimson pupils. She lowered her head and wrote a new line on the blank page. On the 3rd day after Hong settled in the Senju clan, her record book was already filled with 7 pages. However, the useful information contained within those pages did not exceed 3 lines. She discovered that Songjie's behavioral logic could not be fitted into any intelligence analysis model. In the morning, Songjie went out with Tsunade and Hong, heading towards the eastern segment of the main street in Konoha. He wore the oversized Senju clan robe that Tsunade had altered overnight, with only half of the buttons fastened, and the collar wide open, his 2-meter-tall figure resembling a moving tower among the crowd. As they passed an old workshop bearing the Senju family crest, Songjie stopped in his tracks. The sign at the entrance of the workshop had been replaced with an iron plaque from the Konoha Military Supply Department, and the Senju crest had been hastily painted over with white, though the patterns beneath the paint were still vaguely discernible. Songjie tilted his head. "Tsunade, what was this workshop used for before?" Tsunade crossed her arms, her voice somewhat hoarse. "When my grandfather was alive, this was the workshop for forging chakra metal for the Senju clan. Most of the kunai and sealing tools made by my second grandfather came from here." "I see." Songjie nodded, then walked up to the workshop entrance and knocked 3 times with his hand. Inside, hurried footsteps approached, and a middle-aged man opened the door, his expression changing drastically upon seeing Songjie. "You are that." Songjie pressed his hand down on the top of the door frame, knocking on the plaque with his knuckles. "Who allowed you to hang this sign?" The middle-aged man's legs trembled, his lips twitching. "It was the military supply department that ordered it." Songjie hooked his finger around the edge of the plaque, applying slight pressure, and the 1-inch thick iron plate was torn from the wall as if it were dough. He flipped the deformed plaque over and glanced at the number on the back. "Go tell the people at your military supply department to restore the Senju crest within 3 days and return the rights of this workshop to the Senju clan. Otherwise, the next time I come here, it won't just be about taking down signs." The middle-aged man crumpled, kneeling directly at the threshold. Hong stood 3 steps away, her crimson pupils capturing every detail of the scene. She mentally reviewed the current asset dispute resolution process in Konoha, then silently marked a cross in her mind. The asset dispute resolution process for Kitahara Sōsuke had only 1 step: tear it down. Throughout the morning, Songjie handled 7 instances of misappropriated Senju properties in the same manner. The manager of the training ground was slapped against the wall to hand back the keys. The guard at the medicinal herb warehouse dropped the gate scroll and fled upon hearing Songjie's name, and the person in charge of the experimental building attempted to use the administrative order from the third Hokage to obstruct him, only to have the order and the desk crumpled into scrap iron. By Songjie. Tsunade followed Songjie closely, not saying a word, but her expression was changing. The original heavy bitterness was gradually washed away by something replaced by a vibrant glow that felt unfamiliar to Hong. At noon, the 3 of them sat down at a ramen stall by the roadside, and Songjie ordered 12 bowls in one breath. Hong sat across from Songjie, her knees instinctively drawing inward. There was only a narrow table separating her stool from his, and his shins extended under the table, occupying 2/3 of the space. As Hong ate her noodles, she discreetly observed Songjie with her peripheral vision. Then she did something she hadn't anticipated. In the brief moment Songjie was drinking soup, her fingers quietly formed a seal beneath the table. Crank illusion technique, elusive mist dissipation. The effect was to cause the target to experience a slight visual displacement within 2 seconds, a common probing tactic among ninjas. At the instant the technique was completed, Hong's chakra accurately touched the perimeter of Kangji's perception. Then nothing happened. Songjia's hand holding the soup bowl didn't even tremble. The visual displacement effect was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. He set down the bowl and glanced at Hong. Little girl. Hong's fingers retracted beneath the table. Songjia pointed at her with his chopsticks. That little illusion of yours is like a tickle. He resumed drinking soup, swirling his chopsticks in the bowl. Did the monkey not tell you that, in my lifetime, I've never even brushed against the shadow of an illusion technique? Hong's crimson pupils contracted slightly, her fingertips pinching her knee. Tsunade beside her slurped a noodle without sparing Hong a glance. I already told you, don't try. Hong pursed her lips into a straight line, swallowing the last bite. When they returned to the Senju clan in the afternoon, Hong sat at the desk in the room, flipping open her record book. The tip of her pen hovered over the paper for a long time. In the end she wrote a line. This person cannot be anticipated with conventional ninja logic, as he does not adhere to the rules of a ninja. She closed the notebook, leaned back against the chair, and her crimson pupils stared at the wood grain on the ceiling. In the evening, at the residence of the Nara clan, Hong knelt in front of the low table in the living room, handing her record book to Sarutobi Hizashi, who sat across from her. Hizashi flipped through a few pages, the pipe in his mouth unlit. Hong hesitated for a moment and spoke words she hadn't intended to say. Grandfather, he isn't as dangerous as you said. Hizashi's hand stopped turning the pages. Hong's gaze landed on the teapot on the low table. When he was reclaiming clan assets on the street, although his methods were rough, he didn't harm any unrelated civilians. Before he took down the iron sign, he even confirmed that there were no other people in the workshop before acting. Hizashi closed the record book, placing the pipe down on the table. He's not dangerous to begin with. Hong raised her head. Hizashi's gaze passed over her shoulder, landing on the old photograph, hanging on the living room wall, where the young version of himself stood behind Senju Hashirama, smiling shyly. His lips moved slightly. He is only dangerous to enemies. The pipe tapped against the table, dislodging a particle of dark red tobacco. The question is, who does he consider an enemy now? Hong stared at the deep lines of authority on Hizashi's profile, remaining silent for a long time. She stood up to bow, turning towards the door. As her fingers touched the door frame, she heard hurried footsteps coming from the courtyard. Heavy, rapid, accompanied by the sharp sound of a young man's shoes scraping against the ground as he ran. Before Hong could turn back, the courtyard door was kicked open from the outside. Sarutobi Asuma stood in the moonlight, half a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the twin daggers made of chakra metal strapped to his waist, and his eyes burned with a bright fire. He glanced at Hong. Did you come back alone? Hong's crimson pupils reflected her husband's face. Asuma, how? Asuma had already stepped past her, striding towards Hizashi. Dad, who is that Kitahara person? On what basis do you let Hong be some sort of inspector for him? Hizashi leaned back in his chair, lifting his eyelids slightly. Your wife's mission is an order I signed. What use do you have in finding me? Asuma slapped his palm on the low table, causing the teapot lid to jump. Hong is my wife, not your pawn. Hizashi's pipe turned half a circle between his teeth. So what do you want? I will personally go to the Senju clan tomorrow and speak clearly to that so-called ancestor. Hong's hands clenched tightly at her sides. Asuma, don't. Asuma had already turned to leave, his footsteps growing fainter in the courtyard. The moonlight poured through the open door, dividing the living room into light and shadow. Hizashi's pipe finally lit up, a wisp of white smoke slowly rising in the dim light. Hong stood at the door, her fingers gripping the edge of the door frame, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Her crimson pupils pierced through the moonlight, fixating on the direction of the Senju clan. The next morning, the courtyard door of the Senju clan was kicked open from the outside. The wooden door smashed against the inner wall and bounced back, only to be caught by a hand. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the door, the fian knife tucked behind his waist, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes resembled two short blades honed by the wind. He stepped over the threshold, the soles of his shoes grinding against the bluestone ground. The scene in the courtyard made him pause for a moment. Kuji was seated on a stone bench beneath an old oak tree. On the stone table in front of him lay a teapot and 3 cups. Hong was to his right, head bent as she wrote in a ledger, her dark curls cascading over her shoulder, the tips resting on the collar of her ninja attire, revealing a starkly white nape. Tsunade was flipping through a medical scroll to his left, her green coat sleeves rolled up to her forearms, her fair wrists extending from the cuff's fingertips, pinching the edge of the scroll. Kuji had one bare arm. His right sleeve from the Senju attire had torn during yesterday's training. His chest and right shoulder muscles were defined in the morning light, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his bronze skin. He held a teacup in his hand, tearing off a piece of pancake with his mouth. Asuma's gaze bounced back and forth between Hong and Kuji 3 times, his unlit cigarette misshapen between his teeth. A man of unknown origin, half-naked, was drinking tea face-to-face with his wife. Looking at that face, he was young, clean, and strikingly handsome enough to make even men feel uneasy. Are you the one who calls himself the first elder? Asuma's voice echoed in the courtyard, startling two sparrows perched on the oak tree. Kuji chewed on the pancake, his eyelids lifting slightly. Hong looked up from her ledger, her crimson pupils narrowing at the sight of her husband. Asuma, what are you? Asuma raised his hand to interrupt her, striding to the stone table, his gaze sweeping over Kuji's shoulder to glance at Hong's position, then fixating intently on Kuji. Stay away from my wife. Kuji swallowed the last bite of pancake, lifted his teacup for a sip, then tapped the bottom of the cup against the stone table. He looked up at Asuma, his gaze moving from the bottom up, first noting the ninja boots on his feet, then the fian knife at his waist, and finally settling on his face. Are you the son of the monkey? Asuma's temple twitched. My father is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Kuji tilted his head, wearing an innocuous smile. Yes, the monkey. Asuma's hand had already reached behind his waist. Tsunade closed the scroll and stood up, a glimmer of amusement in her amber eyes. Hong also put down her pen and stood up, stepping in front of Asuma. Asuma, calm down. Lord Kuji didn't. You call him Lord. Asuma looked down at Hong, his voice squeezed from his throat. You've been with me for 8 years, and you haven't even called your father-in-law Lord. Hong's crimson pupils flickered, her lips parted, but no sound came out. Kuji held the teacup, slowly rotating it with his thumb along the rim. Kid. Asuma's gaze shifted back to Kuji. Kuji placed the teacup on the table and stood up. The stone bench behind him slid back half a foot. His 2-meter-tall figure unfolded like a wall in the morning light, and Asuma only truly realized the size difference when his gaze met Kuji's chest. He only reached Kuji's collarbone. Kuji looked down at him, the angle allowing Asuma to see the outline of his jaw. Your father sent your wife to keep an eye on me? He didn't send you. Kuji's hand lifted from his side, patting Asuma's shoulder lightly, the force gentle, but Asuma felt his collarbone twist slightly. Put the knife away and sit down for some tea. Asuma took a step back, shaking Kuji's hand off his shoulder, the fian knife emitting a clear sound as it moved against his back. I won't drink your... The last syllable was still caught in his mouth when Asuma's hand had already drawn the fian dual blades from behind his waist. The chakra wind blade instantly formed on the edge of the blade, the silvery wind blade causing the air within a 3-meter radius to hum. Today you will spar with me, and I'll show you that the Sarutobi clan is not to be trifled with. Kuji's finger flicked against the back of Asuma's left fian knife. Just once. A finger, the fingertip pressed against the blade's back, flicking outward with such delicate force that it was akin to brushing away a grain of rice from the table. The fian knife exploded. Starting from the point where it was flicked, the entire blade shattered into almost invisible iron powder, enveloping the sunlight in a silver-gray mist. In the same instant, the wind blade on Asuma's right fian knife also shattered. Because the force pulse released by Kuji's flick had traversed through the left knife, the residual wave directly shattering the chakra metal structure of the right knife. The two fian knives turned into a pile of iron filings in less than the blink of an eye. Asuma's arms from shoulder to fingertips lost all sensation, hanging by his sides like two strands of noodles, lacking even the strength to tremble. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear the faint sound of iron filings falling onto the stone surface. Hong's crimson pupils widened in the swirling silver-gray powder, missed her ocular technique activated instinctively, but her consciousness remained in the previous moment. She did not see Kuji make a move. It was not that the speed was too fast to observe, but rather the action was so light that her visual center did not classify it as an attack. A flick, a finger. The fian dual blades forged from chakra metal, the top-tier ninja tools, used by the 12 guardian ninjas, shattered into powder under his hand. Asuma's expression shifted from anger to blankness, from blankness to pallor. The cigarette that had been misshapen in his mouth fell to the ground and rolled twice. Kuji stood before him, casually rubbing his fingers against the hem of his clothing. Kid, your father was smarter than you when he was young. He never drew a weapon in front of me. He bent down to pick up the cigarette that Asuma had dropped, dusted it off, and helped him light it, using a spark of golden-purple fire produced by his fingertip. Then he stuffed the lit cigarette back into Asuma's mouth. Go back and tell the monkey that your wife is safe with me. She has 3 meals a day. Kuji patted his face lightly as if patting a willful child. Next time bring some tea leaves. Don't come empty-handed. He turned around and sat back on the stone bench, picking up the teacup again. Asuma stood there like a wooden post with his muscles withdrawn, a smoking cigarette clamped in his mouth, arms hanging down, lacking even the strength to raise a finger. Hong walked over, placing her hands on his shoulders, whispering something. Asuma's gaze slowly moved from Kuji to Hong's face, staring for a long time. Asuma held the cigarette lit by Tsunade in his mouth, frozen for a full 10 seconds before regaining his footing. He turned and walked towards the courtyard gate, his steps quick yet stiff, his arms hanging like dead wood from his shoulders, not swaying at all. Hong followed him out. She called out from behind Asuma. The man did not stop. Hong quickened her pace, catching his sleeve on the stone steps outside the courtyard. Asuma shook it off but couldn't free himself and shook again. Hong's 5 fingers gripped tightly on his sleeve, her crimson pupils reflecting the pale face of her husband. Listen to me for a moment. Asuma finally stood still. He looked down at the empty space behind his waist where the sheath of the Fian knife still hung, but it contained only a thin layer of iron powder. He pulled the cigarette from his mouth, the ember flickering in the morning breeze. Hong. His voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Did he touch you? Hong's fingers loosened slightly. What are you talking about? Asuma turned around, his two numb arms awkwardly angled to the side like a bird with broken wings. He looked at Hong, and the fire in his eyes was no longer rage but a more complex mixture of emotions. Did he touch you? I'm asking you. Asuma, you are questioning me. Hong's crimson pupils narrowed and the color drained from her lips. Asuma's mouth twisted slightly. You call him sir, yet after 8 years with me you don't even call my father sir. Hong withdrew her hand from his sleeve, her fingers slowly forming a fist at her side. That's just a title. It has nothing to do with what you're thinking. A title. Asuma stepped closer, so near that Hong could smell the tobacco on his breath. Hong, you sat in his courtyard for 3 days, drank tea with him for 3 days, and chatted with him face to face while he was bare-chested. His voice was low, each word trembling. Your report was 7 pages long and I haven't read a single page. That's a confidential document from Hokage. You don't have the clearance. I am your husband. Asuma's voice erupted at the street corner, startling a row of gray pigeons perched on the eaves. Hong's lips pressed into a line, something swirling rapidly in her crimson pupils. Silence lingered for a long time, long enough for the passing civilians at the street corner to quicken their pace. Hong spoke first, her voice quiet yet sharp. At least he has never uttered a single curse in front of me, nor laid a finger on me. Her breath quickened and she froze the moment the words left her mouth. But she did not take it back. Stronger than you. Asuma's expression was like cold water splashed on his face, all anger and anxiety extinguished in that instant, leaving only a vacant bewilderment that was unsettling. His lips moved twice but no sound came out. Hong's fingers clenched and released, then clenched again at her side. She didn't know why she had said such a thing. Those 2 sentences felt less like a comparison and more like a knife precisely piercing the softest spot between the two. Asuma bit down on the cigarette and turned away, striding towards the end of the street. This time Hong did not chase after him. She stood at the base of the wall, morning light seeping through the gaps in the eaves, drawing a crooked line before her toes. Her crimson pupils fixated on Asuma's increasingly distant figure, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the hard cover of the notebook hidden at her waist. When the wind blew, she caught the faint scent of wood wafting from the Senju clan's territory. It was already past 9 in the morning when she returned to the clan's grounds. Hong stopped at the courtyard gate. In the center of the yard, Songjia squatted in front of a pile of construction debris, his bare upper body covered in wood chips and dirt, his 2-meter-tall frame towering over the stacked wood. His right fist struck a log as thick as a bowl's rim. The moment his fist made contact, golden-purple patterns spread from his knuckles to his forearm, the log softening and bending like heated wax under his punch, growing branches and beams seamlessly forming a tidy roof structure. Wood release. No hand seals, no chakra guidance, purely created by hammering with his fists. Tsunade stood beside him, handing him tools, her green coat sleeves rolled up past her elbows, her pale forearms dusted with wood shavings. She pointed at a gap on the left side of the frame and said something. Songjia tilted his head to glance, slapped his hand on the gap, and a sturdy beam shot out from between his fingers, perfectly filling the space. Hong stood at the door, her crimson pupils capturing every moment. At the core of her vision, that perception linked to her ocular technique was automatically working, capturing the frequency of Kangji's yang release chakra fluctuations. Warmth, like the heat by the hearth in winter, not scorching yet enveloping the surrounding air in a layer of softness. When she noticed Tsunade beside Songjia, her expression was completely different from the Tsunade in her memory. No aggression, no scent of alcohol, no despair. The granddaughter of the first Hokage stood in the sunlight, her amber eyes clear, as if wiped clean of years of dust. Hong's heart skipped a beat. Not because of Kangji's face, nor because of his warlike physique. It was the kind of power that made everyone around them feel different. You're back. Kangji's voice drifted over from behind the debris pile, not even turning around, still hammering away at a beam. Hong's footsteps paused at the threshold, her response leaping out instinctively. Songjia stood up, brushed off the wood shavings from his hands, and turned to glance at her. Sweat dripped from his temples, tracing along his jawline to the tip of his chin, landing in the hollow of his collarbone. That face blessed by the heavens was clean in the sunlight, a hint of smile gracing his lips. Where's your man? Hong's fingers scratched at the notebook. He went back. Songjia replied with an O, bending down to pick up the broken pieces of the Fian knife. He had shattered, tossing them in his palm. I'll compensate him with a new one. I shot too heavy. He casually tossed the iron shavings onto the table and wiped his neck with a towel handed over by Tsunade. Don't argue with him, young men are like that. Just seeing their wives sitting at the same table with other men makes them act like they've stepped on their tails. Hong's crimson pupils flickered the instant the towel brushed over his Adam's apple. She lowered her head, flipping open the notebook, pen landing on a new page. The pen tip touched the paper, writing 3 characters before stopping. She crossed out those 3 characters and rewrote a line. Day 7 subject is repairing the old architecture of the Senju clan. No hostile actions against Konoha detected. After finishing, she stared for 2 seconds. Songjia started hammering wood again, the dull sound of his fist striking the log resonating with her heartbeat on the same frequency. Hong closed the notebook, pressing it on her knees. A beam of sunlight cut across her hand, warming her fingers just enough to make her knuckles curl slightly. In the underground base of the root, in a 3-layered secret chamber, Danzo sat in the dim light, his right arm completely wrapped in bandages resting motionlessly on the armrest. 3 documents were spread out on the table, the topmost being the intelligence summary sent back by the Wildcat 12 hours ago. He had already gone through it 4 times. Baiyuan Songjia has entered an irreversible state of yang release rampage, with the physical rejection reaction intensifying, expected to reach critical threshold within 3 days. Danzo's single eye lingered on the paper for a long time. A series of 3 knocks came from outside the door, the unique rhythm of the root's secret signal. Come in. A ninja with an eagle-patterned mask pushed the door open and knelt on one knee in front of the table. Lord Danzo, the 4th report from the supervising officer Sarutobi Kid has been intercepted. He pushed a sealed tube onto the table. Danzo opened the tube with his left hand, quickly scanned the thin pages inside, and paused for 2 seconds on a particular line. The subject is currently restoring the ancient buildings of the Senju clan, with no signs of hostility towards the Konoha regime found. Danzo placed the report back on the table, tapping the corner of the paper 3 times with his index finger. Is that how she wrote it? The ninja with the eagle mask lowered his head. It is as written, with no deletions or modifications. Danzo's index finger came to a halt. He pulled a pen from the drawer and added a line of text in the blank space of the report. The handwriting closely mimicked Kid's, yet the content was vastly different. The subject has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the current Hokage's policies, in his words, demonstrating a clear intention for power intervention, suggesting an increase in alertness. The ninja with the eagle mask glanced at the newly added line, his eyes behind the mask showing no sign of emotion. Danzo returned the pen to the drawer. Send the revised version to the Hokage building, using the exclusive passage for the 3rd Hokage. The ninja with the eagle mask took the report and vanished behind the door. The secret chamber fell silent once more. Danzo leaned back in his chair, his single eye gazing at the intelligence from the Wildcat and Kid's report on the table. 2 clues converged in his mind, forming a chessboard. Songjia was about to rampage within 3 days. After the report was revised, the 3rd Hokage would heighten his vigilance against Songjia. But that wasn't enough. He needed a bigger card. Danzo reached toward the bottom document on the table and pulled it out. It was a letter sealed with a snake-shaped totem. Orochimaru. The letter had been sent 3 months ago, when Songjia was still slumbering underground. Danzo had merely maintained intelligence exchange with this rogue Nin on a regular basis. But now this line had taken on a new purpose. Danzo picked up the pen and wrote 3 lines on a blank piece of confidential paper. The first line: Baiyuan Songjia has broken the seal, his physical strength exceeding all known data models. The second line: his power core is a resonance fusion of the God Tree's yang release, and his physical body suspected to have a constitution-dependent weakness. The third line: if you are still interested in the sage's body, this is the only living sample. He folded the confidential letter and stuffed it into a specially made summoning snakeskin scroll. After finishing all this, Danzo stood up and walked around to the back wall of the secret chamber. His left hand pressed against a hidden mechanism on the wall, which silently slid open, revealing a narrow passage. At the end of the passage was the most core underground warehouse of the root. As Danzo walked in, hundreds of yellowed scrolls were neatly stacked on stone shelves, each engraved with the family crest of the Senju. These were the core jutsu scrolls he had retrieved from the Senju secret vault, including forbidden techniques passed down from the first and second Hokage, the underlying algorithms of the sealing system, and even the chakra attribute records of every clan leader from the Senju clan. Danzo's gaze swept over the stone shelves, his single eye lingering for a moment on the scrolls at the very top. Move all of these to the southern base number 17. He ordered the 2 root ninjas who had followed him in. Complete it tonight, leaving no trace behind. The 2 ninjas replied in unison and began to carry the scrolls. Danzo stood at the entrance of the passage, watching as the Senju scrolls were packed one by one into the transport sealed boxes. He had no intention of returning them. He would not give Songjia anything he wanted, as long as he could drag this out for 3 days until Kangji's yang release rampage, or until good news came from Orochimaru. Danzo's single eye, a mix of calculation and greed, spun round and round in the dim light. Meanwhile, in the study of the Senju clan's territory, Songjia was lounging with his legs crossed on the windowsill, holding a cup of cool tea. His eyes were half closed, looking as if he were dozing off, but a faint arc curved at the corner of his mouth. System prompt detected that target Shimura Danzo is transferring marked materials. Route tracking has been updated. Current material transfer direction: southern Konoha, coordinates locked. Songjia twirled his thumb around the rim of the teacup. Tsunade peeked her head in from outside the door. What are you smiling about? Songjie placed the tea cup on the table, causing the liquid to ripple. The old man is moving our Senju scrolls outside the village. Tsunade's amber pupils instantly turned cold, her arms crossed tightly in front of her chest. Where is he moving them to? Songjie extended a finger and drew a line on the window pane ending with a dot. To the south. He drained the tea cup in one gulp, his tongue flicking in his mouth. Playing hide and seek with me, he's never seen what a real cat looks like in his life. Tsunade stared at the dot on the window pane, her breath catching for a moment. When do you plan to go retrieve it? Songjie jumped down from the windowsill, landing with a thud that made the floor shake, causing the tea cup to bounce twice on the table. He walked up to Tsunade, bent down to look at her, and tapped his finger on the top of her head. Why the rush? Let's wait until he moves everything over first. He walked past Tsunade, his broad shoulders filling the doorframe completely. It's easier to find things packed in one box than scattered across 3 places. Tsunade watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, the tension in her chest slowly easing. She turned to glance at the dot on the window pane, now warmed by her body temperature, and smiled slightly as she wiped it away. On the evening of the 10th day, Hong did not return to the old residence of the Ape clan. She sat at the table in the guest room of the Chensho clan with all the inspection reports she had written over the past 10 days spread out before her. There were a total of 11 copies. As she flipped through the 7th report, her fingers paused. There was a gap of 1 day between the 7th and 8th reports, which was the day after she submitted her report, the day when Rijan called her into his office for a private conversation. Rijan showed her a file from the archives. That file bore her signature, her handwriting, and her report number. Yet she had never written the last paragraph of the main text. The subject has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the current Hokage's policies in words, demonstrating a clear intention to intervene in power. Hong had been sitting in that old chair watching the line of forged handwriting, her crimson pupils slowly darkening. She asked Rijan where this report had been retrieved from. Rijan, with a pipe in his mouth, flipped the report over and pointed to the circulation stamp on the back. There was only one stamp on the circulation stamp. The root. Hong's nails dug into her knees, creating a white mark. She looked up at Rijan, waiting for him to provide an explanation. Rijan took the pipe from his mouth, tapped out the ash, and placed it on the table. He remained silent for a long time. That silence spoke more clearly to Hong than any answer. He knew the report had been altered, but he chose not to pursue it. Hong stood up, saluted, and walked out of the office. Now she sat in the guest room, her crimson pupils fixed on the 11 drafts, her mind turning over one question repeatedly. Her report had been tampered with. The person who altered it was Danzo, and her father-in-law, the 3rd Hokage, was fully aware of it. The sound of Songjie kicking a shuttlecock came from the courtyard. It wasn't a real shuttlecock. It was a stone about the size of a fist that he kicked up with his toes, spinning in the air for 17 circles before falling back down. Tsunade counted beside him. 17. Songjie grunted and kicked again, sending the stone tracing a higher arc in the air than before. 17 is passing. Anything below 20 is embarrassing. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of laughter. Do you really have to kick it barefoot? Songjie's answer was half carried away by the wind, and Hong only caught the last few words. My shoes are ruined again. Hong stacked the drafts together, aligning their edges on the table, and stuffed them into her hidden pouch. She stood up and left the guest room. The moonlight had already crossed over the roof. Songjie sat on a stone bench in the courtyard with the stone he had kicked now cracked at his feet. His bare soles rested on the cool stone with fragments of stone wedged between his toes. Tsunade had already returned indoors, leaving him alone in the courtyard. He held a bowl of cold porridge in one hand, stirring the contents with chopsticks while not lifting his head. Aren't you going home? Hong sat down on the stone bench opposite him, her knees tightly pressed together, the hem of her clothes gently brushing against her thighs in the night breeze. She did not answer his question. Instead, she pulled out a folded piece of paper from her hidden pouch and placed it on the stone table, pushing it toward Songjie. Songjie set down the bowl and unfolded the paper with his porridge-stained fingers. He read for 3 seconds. Hong's crimson pupils shone in the moonlight like 2 pieces of burning charcoal. This is what Danzo added to my report. I have never written these words. Songjie flipped the paper over, glancing at the circulation stamp on the back. His expression showed little change, and the corner of his mouth even held a hint of the smile left from kicking the stone. Did the monkey see it? Hong's lips pressed into a line. He saw it. Songjie's fingers flicked the paper, sending it tumbling over on the table. What was the old monkey's reaction? Hong's fingertips pressed against her knee, then released. No response. Songjie folded the paper and tucked it under the bowl as a coaster. So you came to tell me then? Hong's back straightened, her crimson pupils colliding with Songjie's gaze above the stone table. Songjie tilted his head, the moonlight sliding from his left shoulder to his right, splitting his excessively handsome face into light and shadow. Do you know what will happen to you for doing this with the monkey and Danzo? Hong's hand tightened around the strap of her ninja pouch, the veins on her knuckles standing out. I know. Her voice was not loud, but each word carried a hard edge. I am a jonin, not a dog for the root. Her fingers relaxed on the strap, then tightened again. My report only documents what I have witnessed. Song Jie looked at her. In the moonlight, Hong's long black curls cascaded from her shoulders, tracing the arc of her ninja attire, the tips resting on her crossed knees. Her face was very pale, so pale that the moonlight did not need to reflect off it to emit its own glow. Her crimson pupils burned fiercely within that whiteness like two flames unwilling to be extinguished. Song Jie smiled. Not the usual roguish grin, but a deeper, more genuine smile that emanated from his chest. Dejuzi was right back in the day. He reached out, pulling the paper from under the bowl, and waved it lightly in front of her. Konoha has no shortage of good people. It's just that the good ones are all pressed down below. He stood up, his 2-meter-tall figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight, the edge of the shadow just brushing against Hong's toes. Song Jie pinched the paper between his fingers, and a small golden-purple flame ignited on the surface, dancing twice in the night breeze before extinguishing, leaving only a wisp of thin smoke. I will keep this piece of paper. He looked down at Hong, his gaze sweeping from her forehead, brow, bone, nose, lips, and pausing at her jawline. But I need to make one thing clear to you first. Hong's back tightened under his gaze. Song Jie pulled a piece of candy that he had taken from Tsunade out of his pocket, flicked it with his thumb, and the candy spun 3 times in the air before landing on Hong's knee. What you did today has nothing to do with the monkey or Danzo, nor does it have anything to do with your husband. He squatted down, resting one arm on his knee, bringing his gaze level with Hong's. At this distance, Hong could smell the scent of wood mixed with sunlight that belonged to him. You feel that something is wrong, don't you? Hong's crimson pupils flickered in front of his unreasonably close face. She nodded slightly. Song Jie gently patted the top of her head, his touch light, as if patting a well-grown sapling. All right, go back inside and get some sleep. He stood up and walked back, the sound of his slippers rhythmically slapping against the stone floor. When he reached the corner of the corridor, his voice drifted out from the shadows. Tomorrow come with me to the south. Hong sat on the stone bench, the candy on her knee, reflecting a thin layer of sugary shine in the moonlight. She picked it up and turned it once between her fingers. The candy wrapper was printed with a crooked flower. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when Song Jie pushed open the gate of the Senju clan from the inside. He changed into a dark gray short outfit with the sleeves rolled up to mid-forearm, revealing a wrist thicker than a tree trunk with veins interlaced like a map. Hong was already standing in the courtyard waiting. She had changed into lightweight dark operations gear, her black curly hair tied into a high ponytail, exposing a slender neck and a faint curve beneath her collarbone. As Song Jie walked out from the door frame, his gaze swept across her face, lingering for a moment at her waistline. Wearing something so tight, can you run? Hong twisted her fingers around the buckle of her ninja tool pouch. Better than your slippers. Song Jie looked down at his feet, his toes curling against the cool stone. True, I need to wear proper shoes. Tsunade leaned halfway out of the second-floor window, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders, still unbound, her nightgown loosely hanging, and revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin below her collarbone. What are you taking her for? Song Jie looked up at Tsunade, both hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight. To help you bring back your belongings. Tsunade's amber eyes turned, resting on Hong before shifting back to Song Jie's face. And what about me? Song Jie pointed towards the courtyard. You stay and watch the house. Tsunade's brows knitted together, her hands propped on the windowsill, the impressive curves covered by her nightgown swaying slightly as she leaned forward. Song Jie, are you asking me to watch the house? A smirk appeared at the corner of Song Jie's mouth. The clan grounds cannot be left unguarded. As the true heir of Senju, just by sitting in the courtyard those dark operatives won't dare to approach. True, I have to wear proper shoes. He paused and gestured in the air. Besides, what if Danzo tries to pull something while I'm away? Now that you've regained your strength, a punch from you would be more than sufficient. Tsunade's anger was quelled by his words, her mouth opened slightly before closing again. She stared at Song Jie for 3 seconds, her gaze shifting to the back of Hong's head, her tone dropping a notch. You better just go move things. Song Jie had already turned and walked out of the courtyard, his broad back filling the entire stone path. Without looking back, he raised his right hand and waved. Girl, you look better when you're jealous than when you lose at cards. Tsunade's face flushed pink, the wooden railing on the windowsill creaked under her grip. Only after Song Jie and Hong's figures completely vanished at the alley's entrance did Tsunade withdraw her hand, lowering her gaze to the window frame, marked by 5 fingerprints. She had pressed into it, the fire in her heart refusing to be suppressed. Branches and leaves in the dense forest rushed past the heads of the 2 individuals. Song Jie's speed had transcended human limits. With each step, he took the branches beneath him, barely had time to bend before being snapped aside, creating a series of explosive sounds. Hong gritted her teeth and followed for a quarter of an hour. Her physical skills were commendable among jonin, but Song Jie's unreasonable speed pushed her lungs to their limits after the 20th tree. Song Jie stopped on a thick branch and looked back at her. Hong landed on a branch a dozen meters away, her chest heaving heavily, the front of her ninja attire soaked with sweat clinging to her chest and outlining a captivating silhouette. At 165 meters she appeared particularly petite before Song Jie, her fair cheeks flushed from the run. Song Jie's eyes swept over her face before returning. How long have your eyes been uncomfortable? Hong was bent over gasping for breath, and when she heard this her breathing momentarily halted. She straightened up, a rapid ripple flashing across her crimson pupils. What did you say? Song Jie scratched his nose with his thumb, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. There are cracks in the optic nerve endings of your right eye, not just one but layered, at least torn more than 20 times. He tilted his head, his 2-meter-tall frame squatting on the branch as the leaves opposite him curled in the heat of his breath. It's an old issue for illusion-type ninjas. Repeated chakra surges wash the visual circuits, and over time the nerve fibers become like chewed sugarcane. Hong's fingertips scratched against the bark, embedding a small piece of splinter beneath her nails. Her lips pressed into a line, forcing the rising breath back down her throat. How long has it been? Song Jie asked again, this time with a tone that carried more weight, not just casual inquiry. Hong remained silent for 5 seconds. The shadows of the leaves fell on her brow bone, the crimson pupils shining astonishingly in the dark. 7 years. Song Jie's brow twitched slightly. Does Asuma know? Hong's fingers released the bark, her hand naturally falling by her side, her skin tone shining brilliantly in the light filtering through the leaves. No. Song Jie looked at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze away, standing up and brushing off the dust from his pants. He hasn't mentioned it to his man in 7 years. His tongue flicked in his mouth as if savoring a very sour plum. Hong didn't respond, her crimson pupils fixated on a distant leaf, her lips tightly compressed. Song Jie suddenly jumped onto the branch where she was. As his 2-meter frame landed, the entire branch bent at a steep angle, causing Hong to sway slightly and almost lose her balance. Before she could stabilize, a hand wrapped around her waist. Song Jie's right arm circled her side, 5 fingers gripping just below her ribs, lifting her like a bundle of firewood under his armpit. Hong's face was buried in the crease between his trapezius and external oblique, her nose pressed against the fabric soaked in sweat, and the abnormally hard muscle texture beneath. Wait, what are you doing? Song Jie had already started moving. His speed was 3 times faster than before. The wind rushed into Hong's ears, swallowing the rest of her words in a howling sound. Her thigh was pressed horizontally by Song Jie's forearm, her entire body hanging off his right side, the hem of her ninja outfit blown up by the wind, revealing a slender and proportionate leg. Hong tried to struggle, but Song Jie's arm was as unyielding as an iron hoop. She could feel the muscle covering her ribs rhythmically tightening and relaxing with his steps, the heat penetrating through the thin fabric and making half her face tingle. Put me down. Song Jie's voice came down from above, partially torn apart by the wind. At your speed, ITLL, take until tomorrow morning to reach the southern borders. Hong's hand grabbed at his belt, but she couldn't grasp it, and her fingers slid over the edge of his abdominal muscles, the sensation beneath her fingertips as hard as stone. Her ears turned bright red within 2 seconds. Along the way she couldn't voice a single protest. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. It was that her face was pressed against that scorching muscle. Every time she opened her lips, she touched the hard crease beneath the fabric, and the heat from each exhale bounced back onto her face, forcing her to keep her mouth shut and breathe through her nose. But breathing through her nose was even worse. The sense of wood sunlight and sweat mingled together and flooded her lungs. Hong closed her eyes. Her crimson pupils hid behind her eyelids, her lashes brushing against the fabric at Song Jie's waist. Song Jie's pace slowed for a moment. Then he resumed his original speed, even faster than before. The wind forced the treetops of the dense forest into a blurred green corridor. Halfway through the journey, Song Jie spoke. When I finish dealing with Danzo, I'll help you take a look at those eyes. The wind was too strong. Oh, Hong wasn't sure she had heard correctly, but hidden against Song Jie's waist a tiny nod of her head indicated she understood. Song Jie's lips curled slightly so she couldn't see. The coordinates of base 17 in the southern borders were drawing closer. Song Jie halted at the last large tree. He lifted Hong from under his arm, letting her stand on the branch, his hand still resting on her waist. Hong's hair was blown out of place, a few strands sticking to her cheek, and her fair face bore an unusual flush. Her thighs felt slightly weak, and the light in her crimson pupils was dimmed compared to usual. Song Jie looked down at her, his gaze traveling from her forehead to her chin, pausing for a moment. We've arrived. He nodded towards the mountain hollow ahead. Following his gaze, Hong saw the entrance to a base disguised as an abandoned mine at the end of the forest. She took a deep breath, tucking her disheveled bangs behind her ear. As her fingertips brushed along her ear, the temperature there was 2 degrees higher than her body temperature. Song Jie had already released his grip and leaped down from the branch. The ground trembled slightly upon his landing, dislodging several stones above the entrance of the base that rolled away. You stay up in the tree and wait. Don't come down. Hong watched his 2-meter-tall figure walk towards the base, the moonlight carving a sharp silhouette of his broad frame. Her right hand lingered on her ninja tool pouch for a moment but ultimately did not open it. The reflection of his figure was mirrored in her crimson pupils, remaining fixed until he disappeared into the darkness of the base before finally blinking. As Songjie stepped into the entrance of the outpost, the oil lamps on both sides of the corridor swayed 3 times under the heat emanating from him. The depth of the outpost was greater than he had anticipated. After 3 layers of steps, there was a stone corridor sloping downward with a metal gate every 5 meters, each gate frame embedded with unique ceiling stickers. Songjie did not slow his pace. When his left foot landed on the first gate, the 4-inch thick iron plate along with the gate frame was kicked in half and embedded into the stone walls on either side of the corridor. The echo rolled down the corridor, bouncing back and forth 6 times between the second and third gates. A dense sound of footsteps arose from within. There are intruders. All teams prepare. Songjie had his hands in his pockets as he passed the second gate, the iron plate folding 3 times under his feet. Behind the third gate stood 6 root ninjas already forming hand seals. Wind release vacuum. Songjie raised his right foot and stomped down on the stone floor of the corridor. The movement was light, as if extinguishing a cigarette. However, after that stomp, the entire corridor's floor cracked into a spiderweb pattern with fissures rapidly spreading from beneath his foot. At the moment they converged under the 6 root ninjas, the ground exploded. It was not merely shattered. From the cracks emerged dozens of wooden vines as thick as arms, each covered in golden-purple vein-like patterns, resembling blood vessels ripped from the body of some ancient creature. The vines wrapped around the limbs and torsos of the 6 individuals at an unreasonable speed, lifting them into the air, their mouths sealed shut. Songjie walked past the 6, not sparing them a glance. He stomped again beneath his feet. This time he exerted more force. After a 2-second muffled sound, the ceiling of the entire outpost cracked open with a gap that penetrated through the 3 layers of structure, with dirt and debris beginning to fall. Moonlight seeped in through the crack, illuminating the lowest level of the outpost. 37 root ninjas surrounded the storage area. On the bottom level, their barrier formations already activated. Songjie took his hands out of his pockets, spread his 10 fingers, and the joints cracked. You all play hide and seek with Lord Danzo, stuffing his toy soldiers into this rat hole. He brushed the dust off his palms. Boring. His right foot struck the ground for the 3rd time. This stomp produced no sound, but the walls of the outpost simultaneously exploded outward, as if the entire underground structure was crushed like a walnut by a giant hand, all its components disintegrating within 3 seconds. The debris from the collapsing roof was ensnared by the surging golden-purple vines erupting from below, all of it flung towards the surrounding dense forest. The 37 root ninjas maintained their hand seal positions, but they were suspended at various odd angles by the vines, their weapons scattered across the ground. From the first stomp to the end of the clearing, it took a total of 10 seconds. Hong watched all of this clearly from the tree. Under the moonlight, Songjie stood in the midst of the ruins of the outpost, surrounded by scattered debris and golden-purple vines adorned with people, yet not a speck of dust clung to his short attire. Her fingers turned white as she gripped the branch. Songjie walked around the ruins, flipping over 3 crushed metal boxes. The boxes were empty. He then opened a hidden compartment beneath the floor, which contained only a layer of dust and a letter folded twice. Songjie picked up the letter and scanned it under the moonlight. Then he looked up in the direction of Hong. Come down. Hong jumped down from the tree, landing at the edge of the ruins. Songjie handed her the letter. When Hong received it, her fingers brushed against Songjie's knuckles, and his body temperature was several degrees higher than normal, causing her fingertips to retract slightly. She unfolded the letter. There were only 3 paragraphs. The first 2 were written in Danzo's customary handwriting, cold and rigid, stating that the scroll had been relocated to another unmarked location. The 3rd paragraph was added separately. The handwriting changed, more hurried, as if the writer was laughing while writing. Hong's gaze swept over the content of the 3rd paragraph, and the light in her crimson pupils dimmed gradually. Yuhi Kurenai has been placed under C7 level surveillance by the Root as of today, and all her communication privileges have been transferred from the Hokage to the management of the Root. This order has been orally approved by the 3rd Hokage. Hong's fingers trembled slightly at the edge of the letter, a minor movement, but Songjie noticed. She flipped the letter over. On the back was a stamped copy of an order directly from the Hokage. It was sealed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's private stamp. Moonlight fell on the letter, making the dark red seal particularly glaring. Hong folded the letter back, creasing it twice, and tucked it into the inner layer of her ninja tool pouch. Her movements were slow, her fingers pausing on the flap of the pouch for 2 seconds before she released it. Songjie tilted his head to look at her, rummaging in his pocket to pull out a fruit candy he had swiped from somewhere. He said nothing, simply standing in the ruins as the moonlight poured down from above, highlighting his exceptionally handsome face with sharp angles. Hong's crimson pupils met his gaze. Her lips moved slightly, but the sound that emerged was steadier than she had anticipated. You have seen the contents. Songjie twirled the candy on his fingertips, the nail of his thumb tapping against the wrapper with a crisp sound. I have seen it. Hong's hand tightened around the strap of her ninja tool pouch, each finger clenching one by one. He signed it. Song Jie's head tilted slightly, the moonlight sliding from his left cheekbone to his right. He signed. The courtyard fell silent for 3 seconds. In the depths of the forest, an unknown bird called twice its tail end drawn out by the night wind. Song Jie tossed the candy into the air, spinning it 4 times before catching it. Do you still plan to return to that home? Hong's back straightened, her crimson pupils burning for a moment in the moonlight. A small arc formed at the corner of her mouth, not quite a smile. Home. The word slipped from her teeth, cooler than the night wind. Song Jie pressed the candy into her palm, his fingers brushing against her palm before he withdrew. Let's go back. As he turned, Hong saw the 2 lines formed by the moonlight on his broad back, outlining his shoulder blades like 2 folded knife edges. She looked down at the candy in her palm, the wrapper printed with the same crooked flower as the one from last night. Hong held the candy tightly in her palm and matched Song Jie's pace. On this journey, he no longer carried her as he ran. The speed was adjusted to a level she could keep up with. Hong ran half a meter behind him, her gaze fixed on the trapezius muscle that rose and fell with his stride. She knew what lay behind that handsome face. It was a warmth that was irresistibly inviting. System notification detected that target Yuhi Kurenai has exceeded emotional fluctuation threshold, and the affinity index for shadow attribute chakra is rising. Current affinity 17. 4. Note this target's meridians exhibit signs of chronic backlash. Damage feasibility assessment for repair in progress. Song Jie ran ahead, the system panel flashing twice in the corner of his vision. The corner of his mouth twisted, and he did not look back. The moonlight was dragged across the fallen leaves of the dense forest by their intersecting shadows growing longer. By the time they returned to the Senju clan's territory, the sky had turned completely dark. Tsunade sat at the stone table in the courtyard with 2 untouched bowls of rice and a pot of cooled tea in front of her, chopsticks resting on the edge of the bowls facing the entrance. She had waited the entire day. When Kosuke pushed open the courtyard door and walked in, Tsunade's amber eyes turned to him under the lantern light, sweeping over the red behind him and then back to his face. Where's the stuff? Kosuke sat down across from her and took a sip of the tea. It's gone. The old man took it away. Tsunade frowned slightly. Kosuke knocked the tea bowl against the table, causing the liquid to ripple 3 times. No rush if he could move it once, he can't do it a second time. He pointed his chin towards the red. She's staying here tonight. Tsunade glanced at the red. The red stood under the lantern at the courtyard entrance, a few pieces of leaves stuck in her dark curly hair, sweat still visible on her fair cheeks, her ninja outfit slightly open at the collar, revealing a delicate patch of skin below her collarbone dampened by sweat. Her crimson eyes were dimmer in the lantern light, not as bright as during the day. Tsunade's frown deepened. Why? Her communication privileges have been revoked. The monkey signed off on it, and Danzo put her on the C7 monitoring list. Tsunade tapped her chopsticks against the edge of the bowl, producing a crisp porcelain sound. She gazed into the red's eyes, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Come over and eat. When the red walked to the table and sat down, Tsunade had already pushed the untouched bowl of rice in front of her. A pair of chopsticks was added to the chopstick holder beside the bowl. The red glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade's amber eyes held nothing extraneous, just a simple message: since you're here, you should eat first. The 3 of them shared a quiet meal around the stone table. Kosuke ate quickly, finishing 3 bowls of rice in just 5 minutes, the sounds of his chopsticks scraping the bottom of the bowl rhythmically like a drumbeat. Tsunade cleaned the bones from the fishtail and placed it in Kosuke's empty bowl. Kosuke tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks. I've been eating fishtails for 10 years. Can I have a fish belly instead? Tsunade's chopsticks paused for a moment. Finish this pile on the table first. The red sitting beside them let her crimson eyes flicker between the 2. She quietly finished the rice in her bowl, placing her chopsticks neatly on the side. After the meal, Kosuke split 2 pieces of wood in the courtyard for firewood, starting a fire for the red's room. As Tsunade went upstairs, she stood in the second-floor corridor for a while, looking down at Kosuke, squatting at the entrance of the red's room, fiddling with the fire. She didn't speak, but the light in her amber eyes turned several times. Just before midnight, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The sound of the wooden door slamming against the wall shook the lantern hanging under the eaves, causing it to sway 3 times. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the door, reeking of alcohol. His forehead protector was askew, the collar of his ninja outfit was open, and his scarf trailed half on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, unclear whether from drinking or lack of sleep. Red. His voice echoed from the courtyard, bouncing off the stone walls twice. Kosuke sat by the stone table, carving a piece of wood, the knife spinning swiftly in his hand. He didn't lift his head. The red walked out of her room, standing in the doorway. She had changed into a new ninja outfit with the collar neatly buttoned to the top. The lantern light illuminated her profile, her crimson eyes calm, like a still pool of water. Asuma saw Kosuke. His expression changed slightly. Then he saw the red walking out of her room, and his expression shifted again. Why are you here? The red's arms hung naturally at her sides, her fingers unclenched. My communication privileges have been revoked. Asuma took 2 steps forward, his wooden sandals making a piercing sound against the stone floor. So what? Why not go home? What are you doing here? The red spoke slightly slower than him. Your dad signed off on it, letting Danzo's people monitor me. Asuma's footsteps paused. He stared at the red for 3 seconds, the muscles in his jaw twitching. That's also a mission, don't you know, to cooperate? Something in the red's crimson eyes seemed to shatter with a soft sound. Cooperate in altering the report I wrote myself. Asuma's breath turned ragged, his voice rising an octave. What alteration? Who told you that? Is it this wild man? He pointed a finger towards Kosuke. Kosuke's knife made a turn on the wooden block, shaving off a thin piece of wood. He still didn't lift his head. Asuma pulled out a crumpled stack of paper from his pocket and slammed it on the stone table. This is what Danzo showed me. You exchanged information with this man in private, selling the Hokage's secrets. It's clearly written in black and white. The red's gaze fell on the stack of paper, recognizing the paper format. It was a standard filing document from the root. She didn't bother to look through it. Those documents are forged. Asuma's knuckles tapped against the edge of the stone table. Forged? What evidence do you have? The red looked at him, her crimson eyes flickering in the light like 2 candles swaying in the wind. I showed you my original report and you said you believed me. Asuma's lips twitched, his teeth cutting into 2 lines. That was you saying it. You said someone altered your report, but you can't produce any evidence. Danzo has a complete reporting chain and circulation records. What do you have? The red's fingers curled slightly at her sides, then relaxed. I have every page of my own drafts. Asuma's voice rose again, a hoarse sharpness squeezed out from his alcohol-raw throat. What good are drafts? Can drafts prove you were with this man day in and day out on a mission? He pointed again towards Kosuke, his finger trembling in the air. 10 days. A full 10 days. You stayed in his courtyard acting as his security inspector. Do you think I don't know anything? The red's back pressed straight against the door frame, her spine resting on the wood, feeling the hardness of the grain. I was on a mission issued by the 3rd Hokage. Asuma stepped closer, towering half a head over the red, the mix of alcohol and tobacco clinging to her face. His mouth opened, his tongue caught between his teeth for half a second. Then that sentence fell from his lips. Have you already slept with that wild man? The air in the courtyard pressed to its thinnest layer. The lantern swayed under the eaves, casting shadows across the red's face. Her crimson eyes contracted for a moment, then returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But Kosuke's knife stopped. The sound of wooden sandals stepping on stone echoed around the corner of the corridor, slow and steady, each step perfectly timed. Kosuke walked out from the shadows, holding a cup of tea, the cup spinning at an impossible angle on his fingertips, not a drop spilled. He approached the stone table and set the cup down. The crisp sound of the cup hitting the stone was clearer than Asuma's earlier words, cutting through the silence in the courtyard. Tsunade stood at the window on the 2nd floor, her hands resting on the windowsill, her amber eyes devoid of sympathy. Kosuke glanced at Asuma, then at the red. His palm rested on the stone table, his knuckles gently tapping twice on the surface. The moonlight illuminated his excessively handsome face, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, but the warmth of that smile was fading. Songjie did not look at Asuma. He approached Hong and crouched down before her, his 2-meter-tall frame looming over her. The dull thud of his knee hitting the stone ground caused Asuma to catch her breath. Songjie's gaze met Hong's. The moonlight flowed from his left shoulder to his right, casting half of his sharply defined face in gold and the other half in shadow. His voice was soft, so soft that only he and Hong could hear it in the courtyard. Did what he said hurt you? Hong's crimson pupils lingered on his face for a moment. The lantern's light rolled around the edge of her iris like a stone scorched by fire thrown into cold water. She remained silent for 3 seconds. The only sound in the courtyard was the faint rustle of the lantern's cord being tugged by the night breeze. Hong nodded slightly, her chin moving just half an inch. Songjie looked into her eyes, the smile at the corner of his lips fading away. He stood up slowly, his movements unhurried, as if surfacing from the depths of water, yet every inch he rose bore a sense of pressure. His 2-meter-tall frame fully unfolded under the moonlight. He walked towards Asuma. Asuma's back instinctively stiffened into a plank of iron as he closed in within 3 steps. The drunken haze retreated completely in the face of the heat emanating from Songjie. He reached out, his 5 fingers gripping Asuma's collar. The movement was casual, akin to a street vendor picking up a chicken. Asuma's feet left the ground. His body hung at a height of 1 meter for 2 seconds, his toes flailing in the air, and his wooden clogs fell off his right foot, tumbling onto the stone floor. Asuma's hand grasped Songjie's wrist, her nails digging in with all her strength. The vein on Songjie's wrist didn't even twitch. Let go of me. Songjie did not release her. He lifted Asuma up to his face, their faces separated by less than a fist's distance. Asuma could see the curve of each of Songjie's eyelashes, and smell the scent of wood mixed with sunlight on him. Songjie's lips moved. The voice was very soft, intended only for Asuma's ears. No one else heard what he said, but everyone saw the change in Asuma's complexion. From iron blue to pale, then to a dead gray, as if her insides had been hollowed out. The entire transformation took less than 2 seconds. Song Jie had finished speaking. His fingers loosened and Asuma fell from a height of 1 meter, her knees hitting the stone with a dull thud. Asuma did not get up. She knelt on the ground, her hands pressing against the stone, her 10 fingers spread open, trembling at the seams. Song Jie took a step back, picked up the fallen clog from the ground, and bent down to place it beside Asuma's hand. The action was almost gentle. Then he grabbed a piece of fabric at the back of Asuma's collar, as if picking up a natto-heavy bag of rice, and with a swing of his arm he tossed her out of the courtyard. Asuma slid 3 meters down the stone path outside the courtyard, her back slamming against the low wall before coming to a halt. She lifted her head, her lips trembling under the moonlight, and opened her mouth. No sound came out. Song Jie turned around and walked back to the stone table, picking up his teacup. The tea had cooled completely, and he took a sip from the rim of the cup. Kong Sun leaned halfway out of the window on the second floor, her golden hair blowing in the night breeze, the lantern's light illuminating her vibrant face, curiosity swirling in her amber eyes. "What did you say to him?" Song Jie glanced up at her, shaking the teacup in his hand. "I can't say." Kong Sun raised her eyebrows. "Why can't you say?" Song Jie's lips curled into a smirk, the moonlight gliding over his brow, and knows a mischievous smile on his overly handsome face that made one want to punch him. "Because that sentence I said is only spoken once in a lifetime to one man." Kong Sun opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't find the right angle to retort. After 2 seconds of silence, she slammed the window shut. The window frame shook 3 times. Song Jie let out a chuckle from below, the sound soft, coming from his nasal cavity. He set the teacup back on the stone table and turned to look at Hong. Hong was still leaning against the doorframe of the room. Her posture remained unchanged, but the silhouette cast by the lantern's light shifted slightly. Her shoulders had dropped a bit. Her back moved an inch away from the doorframe. Her crimson pupils were fixed on the direction where Asuma had disappeared, and not a single tear fell. Song Jie stood before her, not crouching down, towering over her at 2 meters high, his shadow enveloping her completely. "Your eyes have been hurt for 7 years. That is the person who accompanied you for 7 years, never noticed it, not once." Hong's fingertips traced a line along the doorframe, splinters of wood wedging into the crevices of her nails. She remained silent. Song Jie rummaged through his pockets, but this time there were no candies. He looked down at his empty pocket, then raised his hand, his fingertip gently tapping Hong's forehead. He flicked it lightly. Hong's bangs were flicked aside, revealing a smooth forehead, the lantern light traveling across her fair skin. "Go back inside and sleep." Song Jie retracted his hand and turned to leave. As he reached the corner of the corridor, his voice drifted out from the shadows. "Starting tomorrow, I'll help you treat your eyes." Hong stood at the door, her fingertip rising to touch the small area of skin that he had flicked, still warm. She lowered her hand, entered the room, and closed the door. At the moment the door closed, Hong's back leaned against the door panel, slowly sliding down. Her crimson pupils glowed brightly in the darkness for a long time. Her right hand reached into the inner layer of her ninja tool pouch, feeling for the candy imprinted with crooked flowers. There was another one further inside. The 2 candies clinked together in her palm, producing a faint sound of crinkling wrappers. Hong withdrew her hand, clenching it tightly. Outside the room, the sound of Song Jie chopping wood rang out again in the courtyard. Once, twice, 3 times. The rhythm of each strike was so steady it seemed beyond the capability of a human hand. When Hong closed her eyes, that rhythm synced with her heartbeat. System prompt: the affinity index of the target Shiri Hong 4 in attribute chakra continues to rise. Current affinity 23. 1. Note: the damage repair of the target's eye meridians has passed feasibility assessment, suggesting to initiate the basic yin-yang harmonization program at an opportune moment. Song Jie's axe struck the wooden stump, splitting the wood in half, one piece flying against the wall, base the other rolling to his feet. He nudged the piece of wood aside with his foot, glancing up at the closed window of Kong Sun on the second floor, then at the tightly shut door of Hong's room. A smirk curved at the corner of his lips. "Great Pillar, you once said that Konoha was perfect in every way." He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, the moonlight gliding over the blade. "It's just that good people are buried too deep." His gaze crossed the rooftops, landing on the silhouette of the Hokage building in the distance. The lights on the roof were still on. Song Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, as if measuring some kind of distance. It was not a spatial distance. It was the distance of how much longer that light could last. Hong did not immediately go to bed after closing the door to her room. She sat on a low stool by the window, pulling out 2 candies from her pouch and placing them side by side on the windowsill. The moonlight fell on the candy wrappers, illuminating the 2 crooked flowers with a layer of silvery outlines. Hong's crimson pupils fixated on the flowers for a long time, so long that the moon outside had moved from the left eaves to the right. She got up to wash her face, and as she wrung the towel and draped it over the basin's edge, a sudden black spot appeared in her left eye's field of vision. It was as if someone had dug a hole in a complete painting. Hong's fingers tightened around the towel, the veins on her knuckles standing out like lines. She closed her left eye and using her right eye focused on the towel rack, able to discern the direction of the wood grain. She closed her right eye again, looking with her left. The right half of the towel rack vanished. Hong remained silent. She folded the towel twice and placed it on the basin's edge, walking back to sit by the window. The dark area in her left eye was expanding. From a black spot, the size of a copper coin, it spread to 1/3 of her entire vision. Only 1.5 candies remained on the windowsill. The other half had been swallowed by the ever-expanding darkness. Hong leaned against the wall, her spine pressing against the cold stone surface, one vertebra at a time. She pressed the fingers of her right hand against the edge of her left eye socket, feeling a tiny nerve at the bottom of her eyeball, twitching in an irregular rhythm like a string plucked by the wind. It had been 7 years. Each episode was like this, with a loss of vision lasting from a few minutes to several hours before gradually returning. But this time was different. The darkness did not stop after consuming half a candy. Instead, it continued to spread at a speed that could be visually perceived. Hong's left hand clenched on her knee, her nails digging into the fabric of her trousers. Her breathing rate increased from 16 breaths per minute to 22. Sweat seeped from her hairline, flowing along her temple to her chin, dripping onto her collarbone. Now only half a candy remained visible on the windowsill. Hong bit down on her lower lip, the pressure of her teeth turning the blood on her lip to white. The courtyard outside the room was very quiet. The sound of Songjie chopping wood had stopped at some unknown moment. Hong curled her body up, her knees pressed against her chest, her forehead buried in the gap of her crossed arms. Her left eye was completely black. The edge of her right eye also began to show tiny dark lines like cracks. The door to the room was kicked open from the outside. The hinges creaked on the door frame, and a piece of wood flew out from the gap in the door, landing on the stone floor by Hong's feet. Songjie stood at the door, his 2-meter-tall figure blocking the lantern light in the corridor, with only a warm yellow outline along his shoulders. He looked down at Hong, curled up by the window, taking a step barefoot on the stone slab as he walked in. "If you're awake, calling out won't kill you." Hong did not look up, or her voice came muffled from the gap of her arms. "It's nothing, just an old problem." Songjie squatted down in front of her, resting his forearms on his knees, tilting his head at an angle. His hand reached over, fingers pressing against Hong's wrist, pulling her arm down from in front of her face. Hong had no strength to resist, or rather, in the presence of his hot hand, the thought of resistance evaporated the moment it touched her skin. Her face was revealed. Drenched in cold sweat, her complexion was as pale as the moonlight on the windowsill, with a shallow imprint on her lips from where she had bitten them. The crimson left pupil had lost its focus, the patterns on the iris resembling shattered ice, while the right pupil still shone, though dark patterns had begun to appear at the edges. Songjie's thumb pressed beneath her eye, a fine golden-purple light, illuminating the structure of her retina along the lines of his fingerprints. That light penetrated into Hong's left eye socket, illuminating the entire structure of her retina. Songjie's brow furrowed momentarily, the wrinkle between his brows stretching an inch to each side, then relaxing. 20-some cracks. I miscounted this afternoon, it's 31 cracks. His fingers moved from her eye corner to her brow bone, the golden-purple light flickering beneath his fingertips. The main optic nerve is still intact, but the branch lines are mostly rotten, with traces of chakra pathways reversing layer upon layer. Hong's right eye fixed on his face, which was so close. At this distance, she could clearly count the position of the small mole on his left cheek, and see the shadows cast by his eyelashes on his cheekbone. Her lips moved slightly. "Can it be treated?" Songjie's thumb slid from her brow bone to the corner of her eye, his fingertip brushing away the cold sweat, drying it. His fingertip paused at the corner of her eye, the golden-purple light reflecting off her crimson iris, making it look like a gem ignited by the sunset. "What do you think?" Hong's eyelashes blinked under the warmth of his fingertip. Something shattered in her crimson right pupil, yet was reattached by that golden-purple light. System notification detected that the left optic nerve terminal of target Shiri Hong has surpassed the critical threshold, with compensatory overload in the right eye reaching 87. The Shiri clan's bloodline harbors deep-seated negative ocular power residue, which is eroding the visual circuit at a rate of 3.2 per hour. If not completely eliminated within 168 hours, permanent blindness will ensue. Repair plans grade yin-yang harmony, flushing the ocular power residue with pure yang vitality, reshaping the optic nerve branch lines. Estimated time 4 to 6 hours. Songjie's hand withdrew from Hong's face, wiping it on his pants. He sat at the edge of the bed, which let out a mournful creak beneath his weight. "Your broken eye is harder to manage than Tsunade's was." Hong's wrist still retained the warmth of his palm, the heat causing the hair on that patch of skin to stand on end. Her fingers curled slightly, trapping that warmth in her palm. "How hard to manage?" Songjie wiped his chin with the back of his hand, the moonlight casting a sharp outline on the chiseled lines of his jaw. Tsunade's was a blockage in the meridians like a clogged water pipe, Just clearing it would suffice. Yours is a burnt line, the copper wire has melted. We need to dismantle all the old lines and rewire entirely. Hong leaned against the wall, cold sweat, soaking the collar of her ninja attire, the fabric clinging to the pale, almost bluish skin beneath her collarbone outlining a rising arc. Her voice steadied a half-notch from before. How long without treatment until it becomes completely useless? Song Jie's fingers tapped twice on the edge of the bed, the sound of his knuckles against the wood alternating with the chirping of crickets outside. 168 hours, 7 days. He tilted his head to look at her, the moonlight slanting through the window perfectly splitting his face in half, one side bright, and the other dark. His handsomely excessive features bore an expression difficult to discern as either a sigh or a smile. After 7 days, the left eye will go blind first, and the right eye won't last a month. Hong's fingers tightened on her knee, her nails digging into the fabric, the sound of fibers tearing faintly audible. Her crimson right pupil fixed on Song Jie, the lantern light tracing a circle around the edge of her iris. Treat it. Song Jie's eyebrows lifted half an inch. Don't rush to say treat. You haven't heard the treatment plan yet. The red hand loosened from the knee, fingers gradually unfolding one by one. Her fingertips lingered in the air for a moment before resting beside the 2 candies on the windowsill. Song Jie glanced down at the 2 candies and then at the red hand. A small arc formed at the corner of his mouth. All right, close your left eye first. Don't force it with chakra, the more you push the worse it gets. He stood up, his 2-meter-tall frame casting a shadow from the floor to the ceiling in the small room. As he reached the door, his hand rested on the doorframe, knuckles knocking against the wood. I'll tell you the treatment tomorrow. The red voice caught up with him from behind quicker than the night breeze. Why not now? Because you're sweating all over, trembling, and your heartbeat is 40 beats faster than normal. His voice floated out from the shadow of the doorframe, warmer than the moonlight. Decisions made in this state are not recognized by me. He left. The sound of bare feet stepping on the stone corridor faded step by step, each step steady enough to make one feel uneasy. Hong sat by the window, her left eye closed, the crimson pupil of her right eye reflecting the empty moonlight at the door. Her fingers brushed against the candies on the windowsill, causing the crooked flower design on the candy wrapper to turn halfway. Her fingertips were still warm. It wasn't her own warmth. Hong hadn't slept all night. With her left eye closed and her right eye staring at the cracks on the ceiling, she counted 372 of them. When the first ray of dawn penetrated through the window gap, 2 more dark patterns appeared at the edge of her right eye. The sound of Song Jie kicking stones echoed in the yard, steady like a pendulum. As Hong pushed open the door of the room, Song Jie was squatting by the well, washing his face, water dripping from his chin and splashing onto the stone, creating little flowers. His short clothes were open, revealing the muscular section at the junction of his chest and abdomen, the morning light outlining golden edges on it. Song Jie raised his head from the water, shaking off the droplets from his hands, 2 of which splashed onto the front of Hong's ninja outfit. Did you sleep? Hong stood 2 meters in front of him, her ninja outfit buttoned up to the top. Her dark curly hair was still down, cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her height of 1.65 meters, and her face so pale it seemed to reflect the moonlight. No sleep. Song Jie raised an eyebrow, standing up from the well, grabbing a towel draped over the stone railing to wipe his neck. How's your left eye? Hong's eyelashes fluttered in the morning light. The dark area is larger than last night. Song Jie tossed the towel over his shoulder and sat down at the stone table, his long legs extending beyond the stone stool. He pointed his chin towards the opposite stone stool. Sit. Hong walked over and sat down. On the stone table were 2 bowls of porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables with steam still rising from the porridge. Song Jie picked up a bowl and took a sip, stirring his chopsticks in the plate of pickles. I told you last night the treatment is the same as what Tsunade did. Hong's hand holding the porridge bowl paused momentarily. A drop of porridge slid down the edge of the bowl, gliding past her thumb. Song Jie picked up a piece of pickled radish, chewed on it a couple of times. Have you heard of yin-yang harmony? Hong placed the porridge bowl back on the table, the porcelain bottom making a crisp sound upon hitting the stone table. The crimson pupil in her right eye constricted slightly in the morning light. I've heard Tsunade mention it. Song Jie took another sip of porridge, the bottom of the bowl visible. Did she mention how to do it specifically? Hong's finger traced half a circle on the bowl's edge, the fingertip grazing over the glossy texture of the porcelain. She remained silent. Song Jie knocked the empty bowl on the table, crossing his chopsticks on top. He leaned back slightly, resting his arms on the stone slabs behind him, his entire posture relaxed as if he were sunbathing at home. Let me be clear with you. His finger tapped on the stone slab. The mess in your eyes cannot be cleared by ordinary medical means. He tapped again. The remnants of the negative eye power are entangled with your optic nerves, rooted for 7 years. To extract it, sufficient yang release energy must be infused from the roots, burning the old away before allowing the new to grow. Hong's finger halted on the bowl's edge. What method for infusion? Song Jie smirked slightly, his eyes squinting as morning light filtered through the gaps in his eyelashes, casting two golden-purple rays. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The blood vessels on Hong's earlobes swelled 0.5 millimeter in that moment, the color of her ear tips shifting from white to light pink. Her hand withdrew from the bowl's edge, resting on her knee. Her fingertips clutched the fabric of her ninja pants, the joints of her fingers turning slightly pale. Song Jie looked at her ears before shifting his gaze back to her face. Whether to treat or not, you decide for yourself. He stood up, his 2-meter-tall frame casting a long shadow in the morning light, the shadow's edge resting on the tips of Hong's toes. If you don't treat it in 6 months, you'll be blind. Don't even mention illusions. You won't be able to walk. He walked to the door of the room, facing away from Hong, his right hand resting on the doorframe. His finger brushed against the wood, a tiny splinter peeling off the doorframe, spiraling down to the ground. I've lived over 100 years and never touched someone unwilling. He pressed his thumb against the edge of the doorframe, creating a small dent in the wood grain under pressure. If you can't get past that mental barrier tomorrow, I'll ask Minato to find the Konoha medical team for you. He paused for a moment. Though they likely won't be able to treat it. Hong sat by the stone table, the morning breeze lifting a strand of her curly hair off her shoulder, brushing against her cheek. She could smell the scent of wood and sunlight emanating from Song Jie, gradually fading with each step he took. The bowl of porridge on the stone table still released the last wisps of steam. Song Jie had already stepped over the threshold. Hong's fingers tightened on her knee, her nails digging into the fabric, the sound of fibers breaking audible. Close the door. Song Jie's footsteps halted. The small dent his thumb made on the doorframe was clearly visible in the morning light. Hong's voice sounded steadier than she expected, so steady that she hardly recognized herself. From the inside, Song Jie turned his head. The morning light shone from behind him, casting his whole face in shadow against the backlight, with only the golden-purple shards of light in his eyes shining brightly. He looked at Hong for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he walked into the room. The door closed behind him. The sound of the latch falling echoed back and forth between the stone walls of the yard. The curtain on the second floor moved slightly, Tsunade's half-face, peeking through the gap, her amber pupils staring at the tightly closed door of the room below for 5 seconds. Her fingers tapped 3 times on the windowsill, the rhythm identical to how Song Jie usually chopped wood. Then she pulled the curtain shut. After the wooden door of the guest room was secured, the courtyard remained quiet for a long time. Tsunade leaned against the pillar of the second-floor corridor, her golden hair loosely pinned back with a hairpin with a few strands cascading down her neck. She wore a loose bathrobe, the neckline slightly open, exposing a large expanse of pale skin below her collarbone and the shadow cast by the sunlight on her chest. From the second-floor vantage point, the doors and windows of the guest room were tightly shut, but Tsunade did not need to look with her eyes. Her fingertips rested on the wooden railing of the corridor, where a faint vibration of chakra resonated beneath her touch. It was the yang release of Aoji's. She was far too familiar with this frequency. Tsunade's nails scraped across the railing, peeling off a thin layer of wood varnish. Here it comes again. Her voice was barely a whisper, just loud enough for her to hear. The old oak tree in the courtyard rustled in the morning breeze, the shadows of its leaves dancing into a mosaic of light on the stone floor. Tsunade stood at the railing for a quarter of an hour. The chakra resonance gradually quickened its rhythm from a gentle flow, like a heart slowly warming up from a state of rest. Her amber pupils scanned the surroundings, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, leaving a row of tiny indentations. She turned and walked into her bedroom, closing the door without locking it. The curtains were not drawn tightly, leaving a gap the width of a finger that faced the courtyard below. Tsunade sat on the low couch by the window, her arms crossed over her chest. The incredible curves barely contained by the bathrobe created a deep indentation where her arms overlapped. She stared at the wooden grain on the ceiling, counting over 80 horizontal lines. The chakra fluctuations downstairs peaked in the 40th minute. Tsunade's nails dug into her forearm, leaving a crescent-shaped white mark. Aoji Uomi. Outside the courtyard wall, the alley was already brightening with the dawn. Morning mist swirled among the brick seams, wrapping every footstep in a layer of cotton. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the corner of the alley, less than 12 meters from the Senju clan's courtyard wall. He held a jug of wine in his hand. The wine jug was purchased from the izakaya that Jiraiya frequently visited, with a red toad painted on its body, its mouth grinning widely. Asuma was not wearing his forehead protector, his hair tousled across his forehead, and a circle of stubble was emerging on his chin. After being thrown out by Aoji last night, he had wandered the streets of Konoha all night long. He walked from the southern district to the northern district, from the northern district to the training ground, from the training ground to the memorial stone, and finally arrived at this izakaya. He had drunk half a jug. Holding the remaining half a jug in his hand, he walked back all the way. He stood at the mouth of the alley, right hand holding the wine jug, left hand resting on a chipped brick of the courtyard wall. The moment his fingertips touched the brick surface, something seeped through the crack. A very faint chakra fluctuation carrying a warm yang release frequency. Asuma was a jonin. His perception ability was not top-notch, but it was enough to discern the direction from which the fluctuation originated. The guest room. The room where Aojie was staying. Asuma's fingers paused on the brick surface. The liquid in the wine jug swirled against the wall, producing a soft gurgling sound. He did not move. He stood in the morning mist at the mouth of the alley like a forgotten wooden post. The chakra resonance pulsed beneath his fingertips, the frequency quickening, as if two hearts were pressed together, forced to synchronize. Asuma's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He removed his left hand from the brick surface. His 5 fingers hovered in the air for 2 seconds, then slowly closed into a fist. His nails dug into his palm, and something warm seeped out between his fingers. The wine jug slipped from his right hand. The bottom of the jug hit the stone path, shattering the porcelain into 4 pieces, the wine spilling everywhere, soaking the dirt at his feet and a patch of dry leaves. The scent of the wine spread in the morning breeze, mingling with the warmth of yang release from the courtyard wall. Asuma looked down at the puddle of wine. He turned around and walked step by step into the depths of the alley. His footsteps were much slower than when he had come. So slow that with each step his feet dragged against the stone, creating a dull thud. After taking 10 steps, he paused briefly. He did not look back. The morning breeze rushed into the alley, blowing his disheveled hair into his eyes. He raised his right hand and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. There was nothing on the back of his hand. He continued to walk forward. His figure shrank into the mist at the end of the alley, consumed by white from head to toe. The shattered wine jug lay at the base of the wall, the smile of the red toad on its body split down the middle by cracks. The door of the guest room opened in the noon sunlight. When Hong stepped out from the doorframe, the light in the courtyard filtered through the leaves of the old oak tree, cascading down in patches onto her. She had changed into a clean ninja outfit, the neckline neatly buttoned to her collarbone, and her belt tightened an inch more than usual. Her jet-black curly hair was tied back into a high ponytail, revealing a long, delicate neck, and a fine line extending from her jawline to her collarbone. But what everyone noticed first were her eyes. The crimson pupils were a whole shade brighter than when she first stepped into the Senju clan land 10 days ago, the iris patterns transforming from a fragmented ice form to flowing water patterns, perfectly symmetrical in sheen, without a hint of dullness or cracks. Those eyes scanned the courtyard under the noon sunlight, every leaf's vein, the antennae of the ants on the stone table, even the fragments of shells in the nest under the eaves across the way, all clear to a level she had never experienced before. Tsunade leaned against the doorframe directly opposite her, arms crossed over her chest, which was enough to cover half the doorframe. Her amber pupils swept from the top of Hong's head to her feet and back up. The corners of her mouth twitched. "You look too good." Hong's ears turned half red, but her steps remained steady. She walked over to the stone table and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. The angle and height at which the tea poured into the cup were precise, not a single drop spilled onto the table. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Even your tea pouring is steadier than yesterday." Tsunade straightened from the doorframe and walked to the stone table. Supporting herself on the table with one hand, she leaned forward slightly, the loose bathrobe's neckline swaying to form a curve, exposing a large expanse of white skin and deeper shadows. Her gaze locked onto Hong's eyes, leaning in 2 inches closer. Left eye. Hong's left eye blinked once under Tsunade's scrutiny. The crimson pupils held no murkiness. Tsunade straightened up and sat down on the stone stool by the table, crossing her legs, the hem of her bathrobe sliding down from her knees, revealing a nicely curved calf. She lifted her teacup and took a sip. As the rim touched her lips, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. "Welcome aboard." Hong's fingers traced a circle on the tea cup, her fingertips brushing over the fine patterns etched into the cup's wall. "What crew?" Tsunade clinked her tea cup against the table. "So far 3 women have been treated by that bastard, and you're the 3rd. Tsunade leaned back against the stone table after saying, "You rank 3rd. Holding a teacup. Her legs were crossed, the hem of her yukata piled above her knees, revealing a segment of her calf, the morning light illuminating her skin to a luminous glow resembling a piece of warm jade. Her crimson fingers lingered on the teacup for 2 seconds. "3rd. Tsunade stirred the tea leaves with the lid of the cup, not lifting her eyelids. "There's a girl with a root-like protrusion in front of you, codename Lynx. Her real name is Yuzu." The red pupils turned halfway, her gaze landing on the faint red mark on the side of Tsunade's neck before retracting. "Lady Tsunade, what exactly do you mean by joining the team?" Tsunade's lips curled slightly, the arc containing a hint of self-mockery and an indescribable sentiment. "It means that when you see that bastard wandering around the courtyard bare-chested, and your heart races over 90, don't pretend like nothing's happening." The tips of her ears reddened again, and she set the teacup back on the table, the porcelain clinking against the stone surface. "I came to get my eyes treated. I initially came to treat my hemophobia as well." Tsunade stood up, the collar of her yukata swaying as she rose, revealing a curve of snow-white skin and the shape of her chest beneath the fabric, creating a captivating silhouette. She leaned closer to Hong, her amber eyes fixated on Hong's refreshed crimson pupils. "What happens after the treatment?" Hong did not answer. Her fingers brushed against the two candies in her ninja tool pouch, feeling the lopsided flower design on the candy wrapper. Tsunade straightened up and patted Hong's shoulder, her touch much gentler than usual. "All right, take your time to think." She turned and walked up the stairs, leaving behind a remark at the staircase. "He went out today saying he was going to talk to Minato about something. He'll be back before dinner. If you're hungry, there are rice balls in the kitchen." Hong sat in the courtyard as sunlight filtered through the leaves of the old oak tree, cascading down onto her shoulders and knees, fragmenting into a mosaic of golden spots. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. The vision from her left and right eyes was perfectly symmetrical without dark spots or cracks, even distinguishing the color temperature of light to 2 decimal places. It had been 7 years. She had forgotten what it felt like to see the world with both eyes. Hong's fingers emerged from her ninja tool pouch, a fragment of candy wrapper, clinging to her fingertip, glimmering in the sunlight. She did not flick it away. Night fell. In the courtyard of the Senju clan, Suji took a cold shower by the well, water cascading down from his head, flowing over his defined chest and abdominal muscles, splitting into several streams at his waist, splattering onto the stone floor with a crisp sound. He shook his hair to rid it of water, grabbed a towel draped over the stone railing, rubbed his torso haphazardly, and walked to the center of the courtyard, crossing his arms behind his head to gaze at the moon. He had spoken with Namikaze Minato for 2 hours today. That blonde kid was much smarter than he had imagined, far surpassing the younger version of the monkey. Suji's mouth twisted slightly. If the Great Pillar were still alive seeing this kid Minato, he would probably say something like, "The will of Konoha has finally passed on to the right person." As he was lost in thought, the sound of extremely light footsteps came from outside the courtyard. So light it was like a cat walking on tiles. Yet Suji's ears were sharper than a cat's. His fingers twitched at the back of his head, his right ear tilting slightly toward the courtyard gate. The footsteps stopped outside the door. They lingered for a long time, long enough for Suji to count the moon from left to right and then back from right to left. He tossed the towel over his shoulder, walked barefoot to the courtyard gate, and yanked open the wooden door that had yet to be replaced. A woman stood outside the door. Uchiha Makoto. The moonlight streamed from behind her, outlining her figure with a silver lining. Her deep purple kimono was neatly tied, the obi creating a slender curve, the fabric at her chest bulging to form a rounded shape, casting a small shadow in the moonlight. Her black hair was loose, cascading over her shoulders and back, accentuating her neck, which was so pale it seemed to make the moonlight retreat slightly. Standing at 1.65 meters before Suji's 2-meter frame, her head was just at his chest level. When she lifted her face, the black pupils bore a flicker of red light. Sharingan. The 3-demo Sharingan activated uncontrollably, the patterns in her iris spinning, moving as rapidly as if someone had lashed a whip at a spinning top. Makoto's gaze collided with the droplets of water, still clinging to Suji's bare chest and abdominal muscles, the spinning in her pupils intensifying. Suji leaned against the door frame, the towel draped over his left shoulder, droplets trailing down the grooves of his collarbone, curving around the rise of his pecs, finally disappearing into the shadows below his waistline. He looked down at the tense woman before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Makoto of the Uchiha clan out at this hour instead of at home, soothing the children. "What brings you here?" Makoto's jaw tightened for a moment as she shifted her gaze from his chest to his face. That face was extraordinarily handsome in the moonlight, droplets of water clinging to his temples and jawline, accentuating his black eyes flecked with golden purple glimmers, making him look like a statue drenched in rain. Makoto withdrew a yellowed piece of paper from her sleeve and presented it to Suji with both hands. "Senior Kitahara, I found a handwritten fragment from Uchiha Madara in the clan's confidential archives detailing matters regarding you." Her voice was steady, but her fingers recoiled the moment they touched Suji's palm, as if they had brushed against a red-hot iron plate. Suji glanced at her retracting fingers, then at the paper. He did not rush to take it, but instead pulled the towel off his shoulder and hung it on a nail in the door frame. "Come inside," he said. Makoto's feet hesitated at the threshold for a moment. Suji was already turning to walk inside his bare feet, producing a languid rhythm on the stone floor. He took 3 steps without looking back. "Standing at the door for the whole village to see the Uchiha clan's lady visiting me at midnight. How will you show your face in the clan tomorrow?" Makoto bit her lip for a moment and stepped over the threshold. As the courtyard door closed behind her, the curtains on the second floor shifted. Tsunade's half-face peeked out from between the curtains, her amber pupils fixed on the figure in the deep purple kimono in the courtyard for 3 seconds. She tapped her fingers on the windowsill twice. "Another one coming to see a doctor?" Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough to drift down below. Suji sat down by the stone table, his legs stretched out beyond the stone bench, tilting his head back to grin at the second floor. "If you keep being so sour, the stones in this courtyard will be pickled soon." Tsunade's curtain was yanked up, the force causing the window frame to hum. Makoto stood in the center of the courtyard, moonlight cascading over her shoulders and flowing black hair, her gaze flitting between the bare upper body of Sokai and the tightly shut curtains on the second floor. Her Sharingan was still spinning. Sokai took the yellowing handwritten page and unfolded it under the moonlight. The ink on the paper had faded significantly, but he could still recognize a few lines. It was Madara's handwriting. Sokai's fingers grazed the paper, his fingertip brushing over the dried ink marks from decades past. This brat's handwriting is still so ugly. Makoto's lips twitched slightly. That was Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha Madara that sent fear throughout the entire ninja world. In this man's mouth, he had turned into the kid with ugly handwriting. Sokai read the handwritten note twice, flipping the page over where a large area was covered in ink stains, barely revealing the outline of a few characters. He placed the page on the stone table, pressing his finger down on one line of recognizable text. Yang release resonance can activate the deep bloodline circuits of the Sharingan. After Sokai read it aloud, he looked up at Makoto. You came to find me because of this sentence. Makoto sat down on the stone bench opposite him, the hem of her kimono spreading a small patch of deep purple on the stone surface. Her hands rested on her knees, fingertips clutching the edge of her skirt. Senior Bei Yuan, ever since you broke the seal that night, my Sharingan has started resonating uncontrollably within me. Sokai's fingers tapped lightly on the stone table. Continue. Makoto's throat moved slightly, a faint vein pulsing on her pale neck. At first it was just a burning sensation around my eyes, but then it turned into a vibration throughout my entire optic nerve. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the three-demo Sharingan in her right, I spun for a round before slowing down like a machine that was about to stop. The further I am from you, the more intense the vibrations become. At night, it even affects my vision. Sokai traced a circle on the stone table with his index finger. So you didn't come to consult about the past. Makoto tightened her fingers on her skirt by half an inch. I need to know what is wrong with my eyes. Sokai stood up, walked around the stone table, and approached Makoto. His shadow stretched from her toes to the top of her head, the moonlight breaking into two halves along the contours of his shoulders. Sokai bent down. His right hand reached out, thumb and index finger pinching Makoto's chin, lifting her face slightly. Makoto's breath caught in her throat like a string being pinched at both ends. His thumb brushed over her cheekbone, a golden-purple light flickering on his fingertip, drilling along the skin's texture into her eye socket. The Sharingan lost control completely under the stimulation of Sokai's yang, released the three tomo spinning wildly, as the red patterns on the iris bubbled like boiling water. Makoto's entire body froze on the stone, bench, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, the knuckles of her fingers pressing into the fabric. Sokai's thumb paused at the corner of her eye for a moment, the golden-purple light illuminating the internal structure of her Sharingan completely. He released his hand. When his fingertip moved away from her face, a lingering warmth remained on her skin like an invisible brand. Sokai straightened up and returned to his side of the table. His fingers tapped twice on the stone table, moonlight falling on his handsome face, the corner of his mouth twisting slightly. Your eyes are even greedier than Madara's back in the day. Makoto's ears flushed a deep crimson spreading from her earlobes to the side of her neck, particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. How many years have you been hungry? Makoto's voice squeezed out from between her teeth, each word laced with a thin tremor. Please clarify, senior. Sokai's index finger pointed in her direction. There is a main meridian of negative ocular power within your Sharingan's lower layer, blocked for at least 10 years. His finger poked again. The reason for the blockage is an overload of negative chakra with no corresponding yang energy to balance the metabolism, causing the ocular power to accumulate more and more, completely obstructing your path to opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Makoto's fingers loosened slightly on her skirt, then tightened again. Can it be cured? Sokai looked at her, the moonlight carving a rugged contour on half of his face. Are you sure you want to ask this here? Makoto's crimson pupils met his golden-purple glittering eyes. At the moment their gazes locked, her Sharingan spun once more. In Sokai's mind, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected that the target Uchiha Makoto has severe accumulation of negative ocular power in the Sharingan. The threshold for opening the Mangekyo is blocked. Negative yang affinity 83. 7. The highest compatible target at present. Tip through level yin-yang harmony, the main ocular meridian can be completely unblocked, unlocking the potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and synchronously elevating the hosts would release compatibility to a new stage. Sokai dismissed the system panel in his mind. He stood up, pulled the towel off the door frame, and draped it over his shoulder. It's too late today. You should go back first. Makoto's brows furrowed slightly. Senior. Sokai walked to the courtyard door, pulling it open with one hand and stepping aside to clear the path. Moonlight poured in from outside the door, illuminating his bare chest. Come back tomorrow. His finger tapped the door frame lightly, his voice warmer than the moonlight. Think carefully about one thing before you come back. Makoto stood up and paused at the door. Her face was only level with his chest, needing to look up to see his eyes. What thing? Sokai looked down at her, his gaze drifting from her Sharingan to her fingers gripping her skirt, then back again. You are the wife of Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Sokai released the door frame and took a step back. Come back after you've thought it through. Makoto stood in the alley for a long time, long enough for the moon to move from the rooftops in the east to directly overhead. When she returned to the Uchiha residence, she bypassed the main entrance and climbed over the sidewall. Itachi's room door was closed, even breaths seeping through the crack. The 3-year-old child was sleeping soundly. Makoto paused in the corridor, bending down to tuck the corner of the blanket that had rolled up at the door back into place, then tiptoed into her own room. She didn't turn on the light. Sitting on the low stool by the window, her right hand's fingertips pressed against the edge of her left eye socket. The Sharingan was pulsing within her eye socket more violently than when she had left. Like a heart scalded by hot water, it thudded against its cage. Makoto's fingers moved from her eye socket to her temple, pressing in 3 circles. The pulsing frequency decreased slightly, then bounced back. "Think carefully before you come back." His voice echoed in her mind. Makoto's fingers slid from her temple to her cheek. The small patch of skin he had touched was still warm, as if an invisible fingerprint had been left there. She closed her eyes. What floated before her eyes was not Madara's handwritten note nor the ocular meridian diagram of the Sharingan. It was the chest glistening with beads of water under the moonlight and the angle at which those golden-purple glittering eyes looked down at her. Makoto's hand fell from her face, clenched on her knees, her nails digging into the fabric of her kimono. She was the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, the matriarch of the core family of the Uchiha clan. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her fair ankles, clearly defining her delicate bone structure. Makoto sat through the entire night. The next evening, in the Senju clan's grounds, Songjie rebuilt a section of the collapsed wall using wood release. Golden-purple chakra flowed from his palms into the ground, and the wood emerged from the cracks in the stone, twisting into the shape of a wall as if it were alive. Without forming any hand seals, he stood there with his hands on his hips as the wood grew upwards on its own. Tsunade squatted beside a stone table, holding a bowl of mung bean soup, stirring it with a porcelain spoon for 3 circles. "What did you talk about with that Uchiha woman last night?" Songjie brushed the wood chips off his hands. "We chatted about mundane matters." "Mundane matters?" Tsunade's spoon tapped the edge of the bowl, splattering a drop of mung bean soup onto her thigh, which slid down her glistening white skin. She wiped the drop of soup away with her fingertip, her amber eyes fixed on Songjie's back. "You casually chatted about mundane matters with a married woman?" Songjie turned around, wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, looking down at Tsunade, who was crouching on the ground. From his angle, he could see the neckline of Tsunade's loose yukata opening forward, revealing 2 snow-white curves, and a shadow so deep it was impossible to see the bottom. Songjie's gaze lingered on that shadow for half a second before he looked away. "The genes of the pillars have indeed mutated." Tsunade reacted to his gaze, covering her neckline, with one hand, her face flushing from her neck to the tips of her ears. "Where are you looking?" "Looking at the wall." Songjie pointed to the newly repaired section of the wall behind her, wearing a smile that was pure enough to make one want to punch him. Tsunade stood up, nearly spilling the mung bean soup. Holding the bowl in one hand, she pointed her finger at Songjie's nose. "Songjie, you better explain clearly what that Uchiha woman is here for." Songjie sat down at the stone table and took a sip from the bowl of mung bean soup in Tsunade's hand without using a spoon. "Her Sharingan is having issues." Tsunade pulled her finger back from his nose, her eyes narrowing. "What kind of issues?" Songjie placed the bowl on the table and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Negative ocular pressure is building up. The path to the Mangekyo is blocked. If not addressed, her vision will start to deteriorate within 3 to 5 years. Tsunade fell silent for 2 seconds. She is a medical ninja and she understands professional matters at a glance. "So what do you plan to do? What are you thinking?" Songjie's fingers tapped on the table. "I haven't agreed to anything yet." Tsunade's shoulders relaxed slightly, but her words were relentless. "You better not agree." "Why?" Tsunade snatched the bowl back from his hands, the porcelain making a soft sound as it touched her fingers. "Because you are already enough of a bastard. There's no need to add an Uchiha's wife to prove it." Songjie laughed a couple of times, the sound bouncing back and forth against the stone walls of the yard. Hong stepped out from the side room holding a cup of tea, her crimson pupils gleaming like 2 gemstones in the sunset. Her steps were much steadier than 10 days ago, her waist belt tied neatly, and the collar of her ninja outfit fastened to her collarbone, revealing a long and fair neckline. "What's all the noise in the yard?" Tsunade turned her head to look at her. "Do you know Uchiha Makoto?" Hong walked to the stone table sitting beside Songjie on the stone bench. "I know a bit." Her fingers spun around the rim of the cup. "Uchiha Fugaku's wife, a sensory-type ninja. Her strength is at the Jonin level. She just gave birth to her first child during the Ninetales incident, and has been at home caring for Itachi, rarely appearing in the ninja system." Hong paused. "People in the clan privately call her Lady Clan Head, but as far as I know, the Uchiha clan is currently facing deep internal conflicts. Fugaku has been away on missions for a long time and Makoto's situation isn't good." "What does not good mean?" Songjie's fingers tapped twice on the stone table. Hong's teacup paused just before her lips. There is a faction within the Uchiha that advocates for independence from Konoha. Fugaku is caught in the middle between the village and the clan, and he is very irritable when he is at home. Mikoto is a moderate, and her relationship with several elders of the radical faction is very tense. Hong glanced at Songjie with her crimson pupils. Songjie leaned against the stone table, resting his arms on the stone slab, behind him gazing up at the leaves still swaying on the old oak tree. The Uchiha clan. That guy Madara was stubborn back then. He would fall out with the pillars over the slightest disagreement, and after falling out he would secretly come find me for drinks, and after drinking he would cry, and then say he wanted to wipe out the Senju. Tsunade and Hong both looked at him. Songjie's fingers drew a circle in the air. The problem with the Uchiha clan ultimately comes down to one word: blocking. Emotions that are blocked turn into hatred that is blocked turns into madness, and when the eyes are blocked they turn blind. The yard fell silent for 2 seconds. A leaf fell from the old oak tree, swirling down to land on the back of Songjie's hand. He flicked the leaf off and stood up. Someone needs to communicate with them. Tsunade's voice caught up from behind him, her tone carrying a hint of jealousy and seriousness. Does it have to be you? Songjie turned back the moonlight, just climbing up the courtyard wall, casting on his face that was innocent to an excessive degree. In this ninja world, besides me, who else can provide the yang release to nourish the Sharingan? Tsunade opened her mouth and then closed it. She couldn't think of a counterargument because what he said was the truth. There were 3 knocks at the door from outside the courtyard. The rhythm was light and evenly spaced, as if the person knocking had hesitated for a long time before finally letting their knuckles fall against the wooden board. Songjie glanced at the direction of the door, and then at Tsunade. You see, whether or not to communicate isn't up to me. He walked over and opened the door. Mikoto stood outside the door dressed in a new dark blue ninja outfit with a short blade tucked into her waist, her black hair tied into a neat high ponytail, revealing a delicate pale face and a long slender neck. She was 1.65 meters tall, her waist cinched by the design of her ninja outfit into a slender curve, the fabric across her chest stretched slightly tight. 2 fair and translucent calves peeked out from the hem of her ninja outfit, her feet, clad in blue ninja shoes, resting on the stone slab in front of the door. Her eyes were black, not activated Sharingan. But Songjie could sense the bloodline beneath those eyes was pulsating, beating rapidly. Mikoto looked at the man in front of her, who was nearly 40 centimeters taller than her. Her gaze traveled down from his face by an inch, then she forcefully pulled it back. Songjie was wearing clothes today. A loose, deep blue long shirt hung open, revealing a small strip of muscle line from his chest to his abdomen, with sweat soaking the fabric and leaving a deep-colored stain. Have you thought it through? Songjie's hand rested on the door frame, his fingers tapping lightly on the wood. Mikoto raised her chin slightly, the moonlight cutting across her sharp jawline. I thought it through. Songjie looked into her eyes for 3 seconds before stepping aside to let her pass. Come in, Uchiha's lady. The stone door of the secret chamber closed, isolating the chirping of insects from the old oak tree in the yard. Songjie rolled up his sleeves, revealing the defined muscles of his forearms, and turned to look at Mei Qin, who was standing by the stone platform. Only a single oil lamp flickered in the secret chamber, its flame swaying left and right, suppressed by the chakra energy field flowing between the two. Mei Qin's fingers rested on the edge of the stone platform, her knuckles slightly bent, as the dim yellow light cast a shallow shadow over the collarbone hidden beneath her ninja uniform. Sit down. Mei Qin glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to sit on the stone platform. The stone surface was icy cold, and through the thin fabric of her ninja uniform it pressed against her thigh, causing her knees to instinctively draw together by half an inch. Songjie stepped in front of her, raising his right hand where 2 fingers came together, and a golden-purple light coalesced into a tiny point at his fingertips. Activate the Sharingan. Mei Qin took a deep breath, her black pupils began to spin, and 3 tomo appeared, her crimson iris shining with an unusual luster under the reflection of the golden-purple light. Songjie's finger touched her forehead. Mei Qin's entire body felt as if it had been struck by an electric current. Golden-purple sunlight chakra surged from that point, following the meridians of her forehead, branching off towards her eyes, burning through the layer of accumulated vision power that had built up over 10 years with a scorching temperature. It hurts. Mei Qin's voice squeezed out through her clenched teeth, her hands gripping the edge of the stone platform, her nails scraping against the rough stone surface, producing a harsh sound. Songjie did not remove his finger. Endure it, the first layer of accumulation is the thickest, and it will take 30 seconds to burn through. Mei Qin's Sharingan began to tremble violently, the edges of the 3 tomo becoming blurred, collapsing inward like melted ink spots. Her upper body leaned forward uncontrollably, her forehead colliding with Songjie's chest. Songjie supported the back of her neck with his empty left hand, his palm pressed against the topmost protrusion of her cervical vertebrae, as the sunlight chakra surged in from the second contact point, spreading downward along her spine. The 2 streams of energy clashed within Mei Qin's body. Her back arched, the fabric of her ninja uniform stretched to its limit, and the curve of her waist drew a taut line in the light of the lamp. Songjie looked down at Mei Qin's high ponytail nestled against his chest, feeling her breath rush against his collarbone. The accumulation has been cleared by 30%, the most difficult part is over. Mei Qin's fingers released the edge of the stone platform, and instead gripped the belt around Song Jie's waist. She wasn't doing it intentionally. It was a reflex of her body, needing a support point to counter the surging tide of energy within her. But Song Jie glanced down at her hand, gripping his belt, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Uchiha's married woman, hands up. Mei Qin's ears turned bright red, but she did not let go of her grip, as she couldn't spare any extra consciousness to deal with her embarrassment. Her Sharingan was undergoing a transformation at that moment. The three tomo completely melted, flowing into three curved patterns on her crimson iris, resembling petals that were beginning to bloom. Song Jie felt the meridian structure beneath his fingertips accelerating its reorganization, so he flipped Mei Qin over, making her lie face down on the stone platform. His right palm pressed against the center of Mei Qin's back, fingers spread wide, covering the area between her heart and lungs where the meridians were most densely packed. The golden-purple light spread from his palm, seeping through the fabric of her ninja uniform and into her skin. Mei Qin's fingers clawed at the stone platform, leaving 5 white marks. Her face pressed against the cold stone, her lips slightly parted, and her rapid breaths condensed a small patch of mist on the stone. Song Jie could clearly feel the feminine vision power within her meridians being gradually stripped away by the sunlight, layer by layer. With each layer removed, Mei Qin's body would tremble violently. The system panel in Song Jie's view kept flashing. Vision power accumulation clearance progress 47. 63. Yin-yang resonance efficiency current conduction mode is contact type efficiency coefficient 0. 7. It is recommended to upgrade to a full meridian resonance mode for deeper clearance. Song Jie swiped the panel aside. He bent down, bringing his lips close to Mei Qin's ear, his voice low. The next part is quite intense. You'll need to loosen your collar or your clothes will burn off. Mei Qin's profile turned at an angle on the stone platform, revealing a red eye that was still clear despite being wet with tears. The initial patterns of the kaleidoscope swirled continuously in that eye, with the outline of the 3-petal pattern already clearly discernible. Her hand trembled as it reached for the first hidden button of her collar. Outside the secret chamber, the old oak tree in the yard began to shake unusually, its leaves rustling, as if shaken by some frequency. Tsunade stood on the second-floor corridor, her palm pressed against the wooden railing, the chakra sensing at her fingertips, transmitting the fluctuations towards the secret chamber, directly into her nerves. The golden-purple pulse grew denser and more intense. Every time it peaked, Tsunade would momentarily stop breathing. She released the railing, walked back to her bedroom, pulled out a jar of tea leaves from the cupboard, and set a pot of water on the stove. When the lid of the pot began to rattle with steam, the chakra resonance towards the secret chamber reached its peak. Golden purple and ink blue light seeped through the cracks in the stone ground of the yard, forming a thin layer of colorful mist under the moonlight. Tsunade sat down at the stone table beneath the old oak tree, pouring herself a cup. Just as the tea was filled to the brim, the resonance ceased. The yard fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the stone door of the secret chamber was pushed open from the inside. Song Jie emerged, first the hem of his long robe wrinkled in a bunch sweat covering his neck and chest, a towel draped over his shoulder. He walked to the stone table and gulped down the cup of tea in front of Tsunade. Tsunade looked at him, her amber eyes filled with jealousy over the entire ninja world. 45 minutes. Song Jie set the teacup down. You were timing me. I counted 327 leaves. Song Jie chuckled, wiping his forehead with the towel. A slight sound of footsteps approached from the direction of the secret chamber. Mei Qin walked out from behind the stone door, her hair having unraveled from the high ponytail into a loose cascade, black strands brushing against her cheeks, accentuating her almost translucent white face. Her ninja uniform collar was fastened again, but a faint blush remained above her collarbone that hadn't faded. What truly captured Tsunade's attention were Mei Qin's eyes. The 3-petal mandala pattern slowly rotated within her bright red iris, the edges of the petals shimmering with a blend of golden purple and ink blue light, as if ignited by both the sunrise and the deep sea. Mei Qin raised her hand, flipping it over to look at her palm, the meridian patterns of her 5 fingers vividly clear with blue chakra flowing swiftly and steadily through the pathways. Her voice carried a hint of lingering breathlessness. This is the kaleidoscope. Song Jie picked up the water kettle from the table and poured her a cup. This is the kaleidoscope I optimized. It won't blind you no matter how long you use it. Mei Qin took the cup, sipping from it, her fingers still trembling slightly as the rim touched her lips. Song Jie leaned against the oak tree trunk, staring at the swirling patterns of Mei Qin's eye technique for 2 seconds. The eye technique has been identified. Your kaleidoscope's inherent technique is called Moonlight, an S-ranked control-type illusion. Don't use it within the clan, and don't activate the kaleidoscope in front of anyone, including Fugaku. Mei Qin's eye technique patterns receded, and her iris returned to black. I understand. Song Jie nodded. Let's head back. It's almost dawn. Mei Qin placed the cup on the stone table and turned towards the yard door, pausing for a moment as she passed by Tsunade. Tsunade held the teacup, the edge of the porcelain cup resting against her lower lip, her amber pupils shooting a flat gaze over the rim. Welcome to the Victims Alliance. Mei-chan's mouth twitched slightly as she lowered her head and quickly walked out of the yard. Her footsteps faded at the end of the moonlight. Tsunade slammed the teacup down on the stone table, the porcelain and stone colliding with a crisp sound. Song Jie Beiyuan. Song Jie was wiping the sweat off his arms with a towel. Tsunade stood up and walked in front of him, looking up at this man who was half a head taller than her. Are you concerned about who I treat or how I treat them? Tsunade's response was to pick up a porcelain spoon from the stone table and aim it at his forehead to throw it. Song Jie caught the spoon, inadvertently grabbing her wrist as well. Tsunade's wrist was entirely enveloped by his palm. The heat from his palm almost made her want to throw her other hand at him. Let go. Calm down first. I'm not angry. Your chakra is gathering into your fist. Tsunade glanced at her tightly clenched left fist, silently relaxing her 5 fingers. Song Jie released her wrist and set the porcelain spoon back on the table. The yard fell silent for a few seconds. Tsunade turned her back to him, the curve of her shoulder rising and falling under the moonlight. You owe me more and more. Song Jie remained silent, his gaze landing on the strands of hair on her back that were lifted by the night breeze. A new message popped up in the corner of Song Jie's vision. Long-distance level chakra source detection. Location rain hidden. Movement method paper fragmentation flight. Label Angel Xiaonan. Estimated affinity 79. 2. Estimated arrival time at the border of the fire country 18 hours. Song Jie's gaze crossed the courtyard wall, looking towards the night sky obscured by clouds in the northwest. Something's coming. Tsunade turned her head. What? Song Jie closed the system panel and flicked the towel over his shoulder. Nothing, we have guests coming tomorrow. He walked into the main house and closed the door behind him. Tsunade stood in the yard staring at the closed door for a full 5 seconds, then looked down to find the faint lip print left on the rim of the cup Mei-chan had placed on the stone table. She flipped the cup upside down on the table and turned to go upstairs. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground chamber in the southeast corner of Konoha, a small white snake slithered out from a crack in the wall, tongue flicking as it climbed up Danzo's desk. The snake spat out a tiny rolled-up note. Danzo unfolded the note, which contained only a single line. He lingered near the Uchiha clan for 45 minutes last night. A smile tugged at the corners of Danzo's mouth as he stuffed the note into an envelope and wrote a name on the cover. Uchiha Assembly Hall Elder Seat. With the pieces set in place, he needed the Uchiha's fury to distract that monster, even if just for half a day. The morning light spilled through the gaps in the old oak's branches, casting a patch of glittering gold on the stone table of the Senju clan. Tsunade was the first to emerge, wearing a loose gray bathrobe, the belt tied loosely revealing a dazzlingly white collarbone and shoulder line, holding a pot of freshly cooked rice porridge. Red was the second to come out. Her crimson ninja attire was fastened at the collarbone, with her black hair cascading down her back. After receiving treatment from Kosuka, her red pupils sparkled like 2 polished rubies under the morning light, her demeanor much steadier than it had been 10 days ago. Yuzu silently walked out from the corner room, her light brown short hair tucked behind her ears, her simple ninja attire neat and clean, carrying 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks sitting quietly at the corner of the table. The 3 women settled around the stone table, their gazes briefly meeting in the steam rising from the porridge before each looking away. Kosuka walked out from the main house, his upper body still bare, a towel draped over his shoulder, water droplets still clinging to his hair, striding confidently to sit down beside the stone table. He took a bowl and filled it with porridge, gulping it down without even blowing on it. Tsunade's chopsticks paused in midair. Can't you wear some clothes while eating? Kosuka mumbled indistinctly while chewing on pickles. It's hot. Red's gaze swept over the muscular lines on his shoulder, then she lowered her head and seriously drank her porridge. Yuzu ate her meal 1 bite at a time, not saying a word, but there was a folded note placed on her left side with a piece of fruit candy underneath it. A knock echoed from outside the courtyard. 3 soft knocks, a gentle rhythm. Tsunade's chopsticks clapped against the table. So early in the morning, someone has arrived. Kosuka stood up to open the door. Mikoto stood outside wearing a plain white kimono coat. Today underneath was a deep blue form-fitting ninja outfit with no sword at her waist. Her hair was tied back into a high ponytail, exposing her fair, delicate face and a long, graceful neck. At 165 meters tall, she appeared particularly petite in front of Kosuka, but she straightened her back, exuding the dignified demeanor of an Uchiha matriarch. She held a piece of colorful drawing paper in her hand. Itachi drew this, saying he wanted to thank Uncle Kosuka for helping repair the house. The drawing depicted a large humanoid figure with muscular blocks drawn like small hills. Next to it stood a tiny stick figure with crooked writing saying, "What an impressive uncle." Kosuka's lips curled slightly. This kid has a talent for drawing. He captured my pecs accurately. He stepped aside to let her in. Come in and eat porridge. Mikoto walked into the courtyard, her gaze colliding with that of the 3 women by the stone table. The air fell silent for a breath's length. Tsunade put down her chopsticks, resting her elbows on the table, chin resting on her hand, her amber eyes half squinted. Sit down, we don't have enough bowls and chopsticks. Share a bowl with Kosuka. Makoto's footsteps halted in front of the stone table. Kosuke had already returned to sit down, still holding the half-finished bowl of porridge. Don't listen to her, Yuzu, go get another set of bowls and chopsticks. Yuzu silently got up and 10 seconds later, returned with a clean set, placing it at the only empty spot on the stone table. Kosuke's left side. Makoto sat down in that spot less than a fist's distance between her and Kosuke. Tsunade stirred her chopsticks in the bowl. Now that everyone is here, I have something to say. Kosuke chewed on pickles without raising his eyelids. Tsunade straightened her back, her gaze sweeping from Yuzu to Red, then to Makoto, finally landing back on Kosuke. As of now, the order is me, Yuzu, Red, and then you. The last you was directed at Makoto. Makoto's chopsticks nearly slipped from her hand, bouncing on the edge of the bowl with a clear clink. Kosuke set down his bowl. Who made that order? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I did got a problem with that. Kosuke picked up his bowl and continued eating, falling silent. Red held her teacup in front of her lips, the corner of her mouth behind the cup curved slightly. Yuzu lowered her head to eat, her light brown hair covering half of her face, but the exposed ear tip was red. A faint blush crept across Makoto's face, spreading from her cheekbones to her earlobes, yet she offered no defense, steadily picking up her chopsticks and placing a piece of pickled vegetable into her bowl. This action alone served as her response. Tsunade stared at her for 3 seconds, snorted, and lowered her head to drink porridge. The breakfast atmosphere stabilized mysteriously amidst the aroma of vinegar and porridge. Halfway through her meal, Makoto set down the drawing paper and prepared to stand up to take her leave. Kosuke's voice called out from behind her. Sit down, I haven't finished talking. Makoto's waist bent halfway before she straightened back up, sitting properly again. Kosuke wiped his mouth with a towel, pushed the bowl aside, and leaned forward, resting his arms on the stone table. His expression shifted. The face that had been grinning while chewing pickles now turned somber, a fleeting golden-purple glimmer flashing in his eyes, and the temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop by 2 degrees. Danzo is dying soon. The 4 women simultaneously looked at him. Kosuke tapped his index finger on the stone table. But before he dies, he will do something to drag the Uchiha down with him. There are some within the Uchiha clan planning a coup, you know about this. Makoto fell silent for 2 seconds. I know. Kosuke nodded. Danzo has sent the news of my visit to the Uchiha clan's vicinity last night to the radical elders. He wants those old men to think him trying to win you over, forcing them to act early, using the Uchiha's internal strife as a shield for himself. Makoto's fingers finally left the chopsticks, gripping the hem of her kimono, resting on her knees tightly. Fugaku, Kosuke interrupted her. Tonight at the hour of the snake, I'll go find Fugaku alone at the mountains behind the South He Shrine. Makoto looked up at him. What will you discuss? Discuss whether he wants Itachi to live peacefully, or whether he wants the entire Uchiha to accompany Danzo to the grave. The courtyard fell silent for 3 seconds. Tsunade spoke first. What if the negotiations fail? Kosuke loosened his fist, glanced at the drawing of Itachi on the table, where the little stick figure was smiling happily. He folded the drawing paper neatly and tucked it into his robe. If negotiations fail, we will resolve it physically. Red set down her teacup, her fingers tracing a circle on the rim. I'll handle the intelligence coordination. I'm more familiar with the movements of the root's dark lines. Yuzu lifted her head from the corner, her voice soft yet steady. Danzo has set up 3 monitoring posts within a 2-kilometer radius of the South He Shrine, codenamed Sparrow Eagle, and Owl, rotating every 4 hours. Tsunade slapped the table and stood up. I'll go prepare emergency supplies, hoping they won't be needed. Kosuke looked at Makoto. Tell Fugaku that tonight at the hour of the snake, I'll come alone to the back mountain. Makoto nodded. Kosuke added, his voice not loud, but every word struck the stone table like a hammer. If he brings more than 2 people, then it won't be a negotiation. It will be a death sentence. Makoto stood up, slightly bowing to the 4 people by the stone table, turning to walk toward the courtyard door. Her steps were quick, the hem of her white kimono swaying gently at her ankles, a pair of fair straight calves flashing in the morning light before disappearing outside the door. After seeing Makoto off, the courtyard fell silent again. Tsunade walked a few steps by the stone table, then suddenly turned back. You really won't kill Fugaku? Kosuke leaned against the old oak, arms crossed over his chest, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his chest in the morning light. It depends on whether he is worth keeping alive. Tsunade stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned and returned to the house. Red cleared away the bowls and chopsticks, walking into the kitchen with Yuzu. Only Kosuke remained in the courtyard. He pulled out the drawing paper from his robe, unfolded it for a glance, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. A new notification popped up on the system panel in his field of vision. The long-distance chakra source is steadily approaching. Mode of movement: paper dispersal flight. Label: Angel Konoha. Estimated arrival at the Fire Country border 11 hours. The estimated affinity maintains at 79. 2. Kosuke folded the drawing paper and tucked it back into his robe, his gaze crossing over the courtyard wall toward the northwest. The sky was very blue and something moved beneath the clouds. As he withdrew his gaze among the treetops of the southern leaf village, a 3-meter-long white giant snake silently slithered toward the Uchiha clan's direction, its eyes reflecting a pale, indistinct smile. Orochimaru. It was not yet the hour of Shin, but Songjie had already changed into his clothes. The collar of his deep blue long robe was open, revealing the sun-kissed contours of his chest down to his collarbone, tied loosely with a belt and a handkerchief draped over his shoulder. Kongyu leaned against the doorframe, her two fair and reflective long legs peeking from under the hem of her bathrobe, her amber eyes fixed on Songjie as he tied his belt. "Aren't you supposed to find Fujiwara at Shin hour?" Songjie rolled up his cuffs twice, revealing the well-defined muscles of his forearms. "Just a small task first." Kongyu furrowed her brows. "What small task?" Songjie walked to the courtyard door, tapping his fingers on the doorframe. "Twist a head that needs twisting." Kongyu moved away from the doorframe, the collar of her bathrobe swaying forward with the motion, revealing a glimpse of pure white skin. "Danzo." Songjie glanced back at her, his gaze skimming over the curve of her collar without pausing. "Didn't we agree to fish for big ones with a long line?" Songjie pushed open the courtyard door, the evening breeze flowing in from the alley stirring the hem of his long robe. "The fish is already plump enough. If we let it grow any longer it will bite." He stepped over the threshold, his voice drifting back through the courtyard door. "Keep the soup warm for me. I'll be back in half an hour." Hong leaned halfway out from the second-floor corridor, her crimson pupils watching Songjie's silhouette disappear at the alleys and her fingers resting on the railing, unconsciously tracing the wood grain. Kongyu looked up at her. "Stop staring. He can handle this kind of job on his own." Hong retracted her gaze, pressing her lips together. "Danzo's space has at least 3 scrayed ceiling barriers." Kongyu snorted, turning to walk into the kitchen, moving the soup pot on the stove to a low flame. 30 barriers aren't even enough for him to step on. At the southeastern corner of Konoha, the last underground base of the route, Songjie stood before the iron gate at the entrance, hands in his belt, looking up at the ceiling array carved into the door. He extended a foot, the tip of his shoe tapping the iron door. The 3 iron gates along with the ceiling barrier behind them shattered into powder in the same instant, metal fragments and chakra residue exploding in the passage, leaving a cloud of dust on the ground. Songjie stepped onto the fragments of iron, the sound of metal scraping against his shoes echoing in the dim corridor. More than 20 root ninjas burst from the dark compartments on either side of the passage, their breaths rapid and synchronized beneath their masks, kunai and hand seals raised in unison. Songjie didn't even pause his steps. A surge of golden-purple chakra expanded from his body, like an invisible heat wave sweeping through the corridor. In the same instant, the knees of the 20 root ninjas slammed into the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone slabs, kunai clattering to the floor. Songjie walked past them, the hem of his long robe brushing against the backs of the kneeling ninjas. The door to the innermost chamber was open. Danzo stood inside, the bandages on his right arm, already unwrapped, 10 bright red Sharingan lined up along his pale arm, rotating under the dim light, emanating an eerie scarlet glow. Songjie paused at the door, tapping his fingers on the frame twice. "One-eyed dragon, are you waiting for me?" Danzo's right hand rose and the first Sharingan began to spin wildly. "Konoha's Songjie, you are an immortal, but Izanagi can rewrite fate." Songjie stepped into the chamber. "You won't even touch Madara's fur, yet you are quick to steal the eyes of his clan members." Danzo didn't waste words. The moment the first Sharingan on his right arm closed, his figure vanished from before Songjie. Izanagi activated. Songjie's right fist had already slammed into the position where Danzo had stood, the entire stone wall shattered into debris, the residual force overturning all the furniture and scroll racks in the chamber. But Danzo appeared 3 meters behind Songjie, completely unscathed. Once death has been rewritten. Songjie turned around, flicking the dust off his fingers in the air. "How many eyes are left?" Sweat beaded on Danzo's forehead. The second Sharingan closed. Songjie's left palm came from the side and Danzo's chest caved in for an instant under the force, then he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. As the blood mist dispersed, Danzo reappeared in a corner of the chamber, 2 Sharingan on his right arm, completely dull. Songjie tilted his head slightly. "Interesting, let's do it again." The third Sharingan closed. This time Songjie didn't use his fist. His fingers clutched Danzo's cervical spine, the force of his 5 fingers transmitting into the bones, the sound of the cervical spine shattering, echoing in the chamber. Danzo was reborn for the 3rd time, appearing 2 meters in front of Songjie. Only 7 spinning Sharingan remaining on his right arm, his breath already a chaotic mess. Songjie still felt a warm touch on his fingers, wiping them on the hem of his long robe. "The cells of the Great Pillar, the eyes of the Uchiha clan you've stolen from both of your brother clans. For the 4th time I want take your life." Songjie raised his right hand, fingers together, palm facing Danzo. Songjie's palm turned golden purple, light burst forth between his fingers, transforming into a scorching force that sliced directly towards Danzo's right shoulder. Danzo's right arm was twisted off from the shoulder joint. No blood spurted out, the wound was seared into a charred mark by the heat of the sun release. The severed arm along with the 7 still spinning Sharingan crashed onto the stone floor, bouncing twice, and the 7 red pupils shattered simultaneously at the moment of separation, their crimson irises crumbling like broken glass. Danzo knelt on the ground, clutching the burnt stump with his lone arm, his face now beyond pale. Song Jie looked down at the scattered fragments of Sharingan. These eyes were stolen. It's no loss if they break. Danzo's left hand frantically formed seals on his chest, tearing open his own clothing, a seal pattern of the 4 symbols on his chest beginning to spin rapidly, emitting a pungent smell of scorching. Self-destruct seal. Song Jie pressed his palm against the ground. Golden-purple chakra surged downward, wooden tendrils bursting forth from the cracks in the stone slabs, enveloping Danzo entirely into a sealed wooden sphere in the span of a breath. A muffled explosion echoed from within the wooden sphere, which bulged a few times. The patterns blackened in the extreme heat, then rapidly contracted. 3 seconds later, the wooden sphere cracked open. Inside there was nothing left, not even ashes were burnt clean. Song Jie stood up, brushing off the wood chips from his palm. Sending you on your way. He turned and walked out of the chamber, out of the passage, and out of the ruins of the base. The evening breeze blew from the direction of Konoha, carrying the scent of cooking smoke and leaves. Song Jie stretched the joints in his shoulders, cracking a couple of times, the collar of his long robe swaying in the wind. Half an hour. He kept his word. The door to the Senju clan's courtyard was half open. Kong Yu sat at the stone table, a steaming bowl of soup and a clean pair of chopsticks in front of her. Song Jie pushed the door open. Kong Yu looked up at his hands. Clean, not a hint of red even in the nail grooves. Did you kill him? Yes. Song Jie sat down at the stone table, lifting the soup bowl and taking a sip. He's dead. Kong Yu tapped her chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, a glint of light swirling in her amber eyes. She didn't ask further questions or express any sentiments, just stood up and walked into the kitchen, bringing out a plate of pickled cucumbers and placing it next to Song Jie. Eat this before you meet Fujiwara. Song Jie chewed on the cucumber, the soup bowl emptying. He set it down, wiped his mouth, and stood up to change into a clean long robe without wrinkles. Kong Yu leaned against the doorframe, her height of 1 meter, 68 only reaching his chest, the loose belt of her bathrobe, accentuating her slender waist below which a generous curve was mostly concealed by the fabric. Come back early. Song Jie's palm rested on the top of her head, giving it a gentle rub. I'll bring you supper. Kong Yu raised her hand to swat his palm away, a thin blush creeping up her ears. Song Jie chuckled, turning to walk out of the courtyard. Hong watched his figure vanish into the moonlight from the second-floor window, her crimson pupils glimmering for a moment in the night before being mostly obscured by the curtain she pulled shut. In Song Jie's mind, the system panel popped up with a series of settlement information. Ding. Danzo's influence eliminated, complete. Internal political risk index of Konoha reduced to 12. Newly unlocked passive skill root intelligence network takeover authority. Warning, Uchiha Ku risk index rapidly climbing to 87. Critical time window 72 hours. Song Jie swiped the panel aside, quickening his steps toward the direction of the South He Shrine. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the moss-covered stone steps of the shrine's back mountain. At the end of the stone steps a figure stood there. Uchiha Fujiwara. Alone. No weapons in hand, no guards by his side. The moonlight fell on his face, clearly illuminating his features, worn and aged by a decade. Song Jie halted at the top of the stone steps, looking down at the Uchiha clan leader 5 meters away. This man had sunken eye sockets, a few new gray hairs at his temples, and though his back was straight, the weight pressing down on his shoulders was pulling him toward the ground. Song Jie tapped his fingers on the belt at his waist. Fujiwara looked up, the moonlight shattering in his dark red pupils. He had come here with the heart to face death. The moonlight sliced the clearing behind the Nanha shrine in half. Song Jie stood at the top of the stone steps, while Fuyue stood before the stone tablet, separated by a distance of 5 meters that bore the weight of 2 eras. Fuyue spoke first, his voice as rough as a piece of iron scraped with sandpaper. Beiyuan Songjie. Songjie had his hands tucked into his belt, his chin raised slightly. My grandfather's grandfather witnessed you pinning Uchiha Madara to the riverbed of the Valley of the End. Fuyue's Adam's apple bobbed. That riverbed is still shattered to this day. Kangji's mouth twisted slightly. So coming alone was a wise choice. Fuyue's hands hung at his sides, his 10 fingers relaxed and showing no intention of forming a fist. I heard the message you had Makoto convey. Bringing more than 2 people is a death sentence. His gaze swept across the empty mountainside. I didn't bring even one. Songjie descended from the stone steps, each step on the moss-covered stones echoing like a muffled drum. His towering figure cast a massive shadow over Fuyue as he drew nearer. He stopped 2 steps in front of Fuyue. Speak, what mess has Uchiha become now? Fuyue's eyelids twitched. The radicals are out of control. His voice was low, as if afraid of disturbing the spirits behind the stone tablet. 3 elders have secretly colluded with more than half of the fighting forces, not only demanding to withdraw from Konoha but also to eliminate all pro-Konoha factions within the clan. Kangji's fingers withdrew from his belt, crossed over his chest. Including you. Fuyue forced a bitter smile, the curve of his lips more sorrowful than a cry. Including me, including Makoto, including everyone opposed to the coup. His gaze fell upon the broken stones beneath his feet. They will move within 5 days at the earliest. Songjia looked down at the man nearly 30 centimeters shorter than him, the moonlight casting 2 shadows on the ground between them. What do you intend to do? Fuyue raised his head, the dark red pupils reflecting Kanji's outline. I can do nothing. As those 6 words escaped his lips, his shoulders slumped half an inch. If you came to protect Makoto and Itachi, I will hand them over to you. Songjia stared into Fuyue's eyes for 3 seconds. Then he brought down his right fist. Not on Fuyue, but on the massive stone tablet behind him engraved with the Uchiha clan emblem. The moment his fist made contact with the stone, a golden-purple light burst forth from his fingers. The stone tablet was shattered into powder by a single punch, debris, and dust swirling in a gray-white storm, the shockwave lifting Fuyue's hair, and the hem of his clothes blowing his bangs completely back. Fuyue's body swayed slightly, but he did not retreat. It wasn't that he didn't want to, his legs simply no longer obeyed him. Songjia retracted his fist, dusting off the stone powder on his knuckles, the golden-purple afterglow lingering in his palm, for 2 seconds before dissipating. What fate are you accepting? His finger pointed at Fuyue's chest, the tip just an inch away from the fabric of his ninja attire. You are the clan leader. If you accept fate, 300 Uchiha will die with you. Fuyue's pupils constricted sharply in the moonlight. Kanji's hand withdrew, slipping back into his belt, his tone trailing off with a chill colder than the moonlight. Madara was a bastard back in the day, but he fought for a lifetime with Hashirama, and he never abandoned his clan. Fuyue's throat bobbed twice, his lips parted slightly before pressing tightly together. Songjia turned around, facing the shattered remnants of the stone tablet, for 2 seconds. I will give you a way out. He extended a finger. Before the radical elders act, I will step in to suppress them. Fuyue's voice faltered. You intend to kill them? Songjia glanced back at him. Whether to kill or not depends on whether they know their place. He extended a second finger. The condition is that Uchiha will accept Konoha's unified management in the future, canceling independent policing rights in exchange for political treatment equal to that of other clans. Fuyue clenched his jaw for 2 seconds, the muscles in his cheeks bulging. Independent policing rights are the foundation of the Uchiha clan. Kanji's second finger waved in the moonlight. The foundation of a clan is survival, not isolating oneself for play. He withdrew his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, the lines of his abdominal muscles above his belt outlined sharply in the moonlight. Madara took a wrong turn back then. He positioned the Uchiha against the entire world, and in the end he lost everything himself. Kanji's voice slowed a beat. Do you want Itachi to walk the same path? Fuyue's body seemed to have the last bone supporting it pulled away, his shoulders completely slumping. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for the moon to move from above the remnants of the stone tablet to the treetops. I agree to your terms. Songjia nodded. Fuyue raised his head to look at him, his weary red eyes reflecting Kanji's extremely handsome face devoid of killing intent under the moonlight. Why do you help Uchiha? Kanji's gaze passed over Fuyue, landing on the still visible Uchiha clan emblem among the shattered pieces of the stone tablet. Because that bastard Madara entrusted me to take care of his descendants before he died. His finger traced half a circle in the air before lowering. Though he never spoke it, I know. Fuyue's jaw tightened as if a stone were lodged in his throat. The edges of his eyes tinged with a faint red, which he forcibly suppressed by biting down on his back teeth. He deeply bowed to Songjia, bending at nearly a 90-degree angle, his back forming a taut line in the moonlight. Songjia did not let him rise immediately, but waited for him to slowly stand up. The 2 men exchanged glances in front of the ruins of the stone tablet for the length of a breath. Songjia turned and walked towards the stone steps. After taking 2 steps, his toe caught on a piece of rubble and he turned back. I cured your wife's eye condition. Fuyue's spine seemed to be pricked by an invisible needle. Kanji's shoulders shrugged slightly. I did nothing else, believe it or not, it's up to you. A complex expression washed over Fuyue's face, his lips moved a couple of times but ultimately no sound escaped. Songjia did not wait for him to respond, striding up the stone steps over the rubble, and mossed the hem of his long robe fluttering in the night breeze. The moonlight filled the stone steps and his 2-meter-tall figure walked away, stepping into the light. In Kanji's mind, the system panel quietly refreshed a line of text. Risk index of Uchiha coup reduced from 87 to 43. Key variable response of the radical elders pending observation. He swiped away the panel, whistling, as he walked along the forest path back to the Senju clan's territory. Halfway there, a white paper butterfly floated down from the night sky, silently landing on his shoulder. A single character was written on its wings. Good. The strokes were delicate, the ink clean, and the ending had a slight tremor, as if the writer's hand had shook for a moment but was quickly steadied. Songjia glanced down at the character on the butterfly's wing, pinched the paper butterfly from his shoulder, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his collar against his collarbone. His pace quickened by half a beat. The gate to the Senju clan's courtyard was ajar, orange light spilling through the crack. Tsunade sat by a stone table, a thin blanket draped over her knees, holding a cup of tea that had gone cold. Her amber eyes turned and caught sight of Songjie as he pushed the door open. "Where's the late-night snack?" Songjie spread his hands. "I forgot." Tsunade's teacup clinked against the stone table, producing a sharp porcelain sound. Songjie sat down opposite her, pulling out the folded paper butterfly from his collar and placing it on the stone table. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the butterfly, her brows knitting together. "What is this?" Songjie flicked his finger on the butterfly's wing. "Guests will be arriving tomorrow." He leaned against the stone table, tilting his head back as the moonlight filtered through the leaves of the old oak above, scattering into golden and silver fragments. In the distance beyond the courtyard wall, in the night sky of the northwest border of the land of fire, millions of white papers were converging into a humanoid silhouette along the corridor of the wind. At the center of the paper, a pair of amber eyes opened in the high sky, gazing down at the sprawling forest below. A lip piercing glinted on her lips for a moment in the moonlight. The moonlight streamed down from the branches of the old oak tree, turning the stone table of the Thousand-Hand clan into a silvery mirror. Tsunade sat beside the stone table, one leg resting on the other, the hem of her gray bathrobe sliding down from her knees, revealing a small leg that glimmered white under the moonlight with droplets of water still clinging to her ankle from her earlier bath. In front of her were 2 wine cups and a pot of warm sake. The sound of the courtyard gate being pushed open reached her ears, and Tsunade's toes tapped lightly on the ground, though her body remained still. Kage walked over and sat down at the stone table, his long robe still unbuttoned, the muscle lines from his collarbone to his chest appearing as if carved from stone in the moonlight. He picked up the pot and poured himself a cup, gulping it down in one go. Tsunade's fingers traced the rim of her cup. "Finish talking." Kage set the empty cup back on the table. "It's done," Fugaku agreed. Tsunade poured herself a cup, taking a sip, her amber eyes looking at him over the rim. "How did you negotiate?" Kage's fingers tapped lightly on the table. "First I smashed his ancestral stone tablet with a punch, then reasoned with him." Tsunade's cup clinked against her teeth, nearly causing her to spray sake from her nose. "You smashed the Uchiha clan's tablet." Kage tilted his head slightly. "It shattered quite cleanly." Tsunade set her cup down, tapping her fingers on the table in a rhythm identical to Kage's usual habit. "More ruthless than your grandfather." Kage poured himself another cup, his thumb brushing against the overflow of sake. "Your grandfather was too kind enough to involve himself and drag you along with him." Tsunade's fingers paused on the table, her nails scratching a fine white line on the stone. She did not refute him. The wind blew in from outside the wall, the leaves of the old oak rustling softly, a few shards of silvery light falling on the loose neckline of Tsunade's bathrobe, outlining a soft curve beneath her collarbone. Kage drank his third cup, turning the glass halfway around. Tsunade suddenly spoke, her voice a half-tone lower than before. "Mikoto had your chakra residue on her when she came by today." Kage's hand holding the cup did not stop. He swallowed the sake before setting the cup down. "It must have been from when I treated her eyes." Tsunade pinched the cup tightly between her thumb and index finger, the bones in her knuckles tensing. "Does treating eyes require that much?" Kage glanced at her sideways. "Is the vinegar jar overturned?" Tsunade's cup exploded in her hand. It wasn't dropped, it was crushed. Shards of porcelain and sake slipped through her fingers, clattering against the stone table. One piece grazed her hand, drawing a thin line of blood. Kage frowned slightly, about to reach out. Tsunade was faster than him. She stood up, one hand gripping the front of Kage's long robe, her strength surging through her arm, directly pulling the 2-meter-tall man up from the stone bench and bringing him close. Kage was pulled down, their foreheads nearly colliding, their noses just an inch apart. Tsunade's amber pupils were strikingly large at this distance, swirling with the intoxication of alcohol and anger, along with a layer of something she would never admit to, which Kage perceived clearly. Her breath hit Kage's lips, carrying the spicy scent of sake. Kage remained still, waiting for her. Tsunade was the first to lean in for a kiss. The force of their lips meeting bore a gentle bite akin to a punishment, yet also a declaration of something. Kage's hand wrapped around her waist, lifting the 168 centimeters tall woman entirely off the ground, turning and taking 2 steps to press her back against the rough trunk of the old oak. The sash of Tsunade's bathrobe brushed against Kage's fingertips, coming undone, the gray fabric slipping half an inch from her shoulder with moonlight, and the golden-purple light radiating from Kage's body falling onto the white curve beneath her collarbone. Tsunade's fingers tangled in Kage's hair, gripping tightly, her nails digging into his scalp. "Bastard. You owe me. Repay me first." Kage lowered his head, his lips brushing against her earlobe. "Including interest." The old oak shook violently. The leaves of the canopy rustled like a storm had passed several branches, as thick as a bowl snapped during nearly half an hour of chakra resonance, crashing onto the stone floor of the courtyard with a dull thud. In the corridor on the second floor, the red curtains were pulled open a crack, then yanked back from inside. After 5 minutes, the curtains were opened again, this time with an even smaller gap. A pair of crimson eyes flashed behind the gap, then the curtains were pulled tightly shut, and the figure rolled back onto the bed, covering her ears with a pillow. When the courtyard finally fell silent, the moon had shifted to the other side of the old oak. Kage carried Tsunade up to the second floor and pushed open the bedroom door. Tsunade's hair was completely down her bathrobe sash, had become a knot so tight that even Kage couldn't untie it. As she leaned against Kage's chest, her expression flickering between satisfaction and anger. Kage laid her down on the bed, pulling the blanket over her shoulders. Tsunade's feet slipped out from under the blanket, kicking Kage in the abdomen. "Get out!" Kage was kicked back a step, chuckling as he turned to walk towards the door. When he reached the door frame, a voice called out from behind. "Tomorrow go buy new wine cups, you're paying for them." Kage did not look back, raising his hand to indicate he understood, and pulled the door shut behind him. Ding! Tsunade Inyang maintenance completed. Baika no Jutsu potential unlock progress 5. 2. Total unlock progress 31. 6. Kage squatted in the courtyard, dragging the broken branches of the oak tree to a corner, glancing up at the starry sky. A line of red text popped up in the bottom right corner of his vision. Shao Nan's meridian collapse countdown 234 days. In the distance between the treetops towards the east gate of Konoha, a slender purple snake shadow glided silently through the leaves, its eyes lingering in the darkness for a second before retreating into the depths of the forest. Kage's palm rested on his knee, his gaze crossing over the wall towards the direction of the east gate. "Snake skin, it's not yet time to deal with you." He withdrew his gaze, standing up to brush off the bark fragments from his legs, preparing to head back inside. The communication scroll at his waist lit up. Kage unfurled the scroll. Watergate's handwriting was so hurried that the last few words nearly blended into a single line. "Mr. Kage, the Uchiha Radical Faction elders held an overnight meeting after learning of Danzo's death. The coup has been moved up to 3 days from now. Fugaku sent a report that the Elder Council has placed him under house arrest 1 hour ago." Kage rolled the scroll back up and tucked it into his waist. He stood in the center of the courtyard, the moonlight stretching his 2-meter shadow down to the base of the wall, the hem of his robe flipping over in the night breeze. "Good, then let's wrap this up early." The next afternoon, the Uchiha radicals took action. 3 elders led 60 elite Uchiha members to occupy the headquarters of the Konoha police force, declaring their independence from Konoha and sealing all entrances and exits to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was bound and trapped in the woodshed in the backyard of the clan. Makoto had climbed over the back wall to escape. She held Itachi in her arms, her deep blue ninja attire flowing, as she ran her long legs, stepping silently on the edges of the roof tiles. Before she could knock on the gate of the Senju clan, Tsunade had already opened it from inside. Sweat beads dotted Makoto's forehead, and for the first time a look of panic appeared on her fair face. Itachi quietly leaned against her chest, his dark eyes showing a calmness beyond his years. Kuji leaped down from the ridge of the main house, landing with a sound that stirred up dust on the stone slabs. He approached Makoto and glanced down at Itachi. Itachi looked up at him as well. Kuji's palm rested on Itachi's head, his large hand nearly covering the child's entire head. "Your mother is fine." He rubbed Itachi's hair with his thumb. "Your father will be fine too." Itachi nodded slightly, the motion small but firm. Kuji withdrew his hand and turned to walk towards the gate. Tsunade leaned against the doorframe, her fair legs crossed beneath her robe, her arms folded across her chest. "Going alone?" Kuji grabbed a towel from the rack by the door and glanced back at her. No need to involve the whole family for a chicken fight. He stepped out of the gate, not running but walking. With each step on Konoha's bluestone road, a subtle gold-purple chakra pulse resonated through the ground, felt by everyone within 100 meters, as if something was crashing from his feet straight to their hearts. As the 2-meter-tall figure of Kuji emerged from the alley, no one needed reminding, everyone instinctively retreated to the sides of the street, their backs pressed against the walls. When Kuji arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, the sun was just at the height of the rooftops, casting a thick orange-red hue over the entire street. 60 elite Uchiha members stood in 3 rows before the clan gate, more than half having activated their Sharingan, their crimson eyes swirling in the sunset. Kuji stopped 3 meters from the gate, tearing the towel from his shoulder and tossing it to the ground. The leading Chunin swallowed hard, struggling to steady his voice. "Kuji from the north, this is an internal matter of the Uchiha clan. Outsiders should not interfere." Kuji tapped his fingers on his belt. "When I was in the same pants as Madara, your grandfather was still nursing." The opposing formation moved. 20 elite members simultaneously took their stance, unleashing a cascade of genjutsu waves through their Sharingan, converging towards Kuji. Kuji stood still, not even blinking. The ripples of the genjutsu struck him like water splashing on a red-hot iron plate, evaporating instantly. He raised his right foot and ground it into the ground. It was not a stomp, it was a grind. At the moment his foot twisted, the ground around him seemed to be gripped and twisted by an invisible giant hand, the bluestone pavement fracturing into a radial spiderweb, shockwaves spreading outward along the cracks. In that instant, the knees of the 60 elite Uchiha members lost their strength, all lifted half a meter by the shockwave, before crashing heavily back to the ground, weapons scattered everywhere. No one died, but no one could stand again. Kuji walked past the fallen bodies, the hem of his robe brushing against their heads. He pushed open the door to the assembly hall, where 3 radical elders stood facing each other. The leading elder had gray hair at his temples, his Mangekyo Sharingan, fully activated, a purple-blue Susanoo skeletal form, spreading behind him its massive ribcage enveloping half the assembly hall. Kuji paused just inside the threshold, tilting his head to examine the Susanoo skeleton. You can't even learn a hair from Madara's Susanoo. He raised his right fist without any preparatory movement, thrusting it straight forward. The moment his fist struck the center of the Susanoo's chest, gold-purple light burst from his fingers, causing the skeletal frame to crack from the point of contact, fragments scattering like purple fireflies. The leading elder was thrown against the wall by the residual force, leaving a human-shaped dent, coughing up a mouthful of foamy blood. The second elder's fingers completed their hand seals, his right eye's Mangekyo spinning wildly, and a mass of black Amaterasu flames shot from his pupils, rushing towards Kuji's face. Kuji extended his left hand. 5 fingers spread wide, directly grasping the searing black flames. The black flames struggled in his palm for 2 seconds, wrapped in gold-purple yang, released chakra, compressing little by little into a black bead the size of a thumb. Kuji flicked the bead towards the left wall, where it burned a hole the size of a basin into the surface, with charred smoke billowing from the opening. Don't waste good things. The third elder's knees buckled and he knelt on the ground. Kuji did not look at him. He walked past the kneeling elder and pushed open the door to the back hall. Fugaku sat in the corner of the woodshed, bound with chakra sealing ropes on his hands and feet, a dried bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, yet his back remained straight. Kuji crouched down, touching a finger to the sealing ropes, and gold-purple light flowed through the knots, causing the ropes to loosen and fall to the ground. Fugaku stood up, flexing his wrists, and looked up at Kuji. There was no fear in his eyes, only a look of something Kuji had seen on Hashirama. Kuji patted Fugaku's shoulder, controlling his strength, precisely ensuring that this man 30 centimeters shorter than himself did not topple over. Let's go clean up your mess. In the open space in front of the assembly hall, all Uchiha clan members had been gathered together. Kuji stood at the top of the steps, the sunset shining from behind him, casting his 2-meter shadow over the entire open space. The Elder Council is dismissed. He pointed his index finger at the 3 elders slumped on the ground. These 3 are permanently stripped of their ninja status, and clan matters will be managed entirely by Fugaku. He withdrew his finger and tucked it into his belt. Anyone with objections, come talk to me. The open space was so quiet that one could hear the wind passing through the eaves. No one spoke. Minato's figure appeared at the street corner, the white cloak of the 4th Hokage flipping in the sunset as he approached Kuji with an administrative order bearing the Hokage seal. Minato scanned the situation on the scene, his mouth twitching as he unfolded the order and read aloud. The Uchiha's Independent Police Authority is incorporated into Konoha's unified security system in exchange for equal participation rights in political and military affairs for the clan. After reading the order, Minato handed the document to Fugaku. Fugaku accepted it with both hands, red marks still visible where the ropes had bound him. Kuji walked down the steps, brushing off the dust from his robe, and stepped towards the clan's gate. The sunset stretched his shadow to several meters long, dragging it across the entire open space past the kneeling people. The end.